last week's actually really important just because it will finally secure our spot.
All that really matters is that we get to playoffs.
It's probably not success if we don't make it to playoffs.
I think we're pretty close to securing our playoff spot. We just want to get the best seed for playoffs and probably practice more.
당연히 가장 중요한 건 플레이오프 가는 게 중요하다고 생각하고요. 그 안에서도 순위가 중요하다고 생각해요.
Not making playoffs would be kind of sad because I feel like I'm definitely in the top 6 of my role. So I feel like I deserve to be in playoffs. I feel like my teammates are top 6 in their role. They deserve to be in playoffs. It's just up to us.
I've never played in a top 4 event, and yeah, I'm Canadian, so going to Vancouver would be really sick.
If we're gonna win the split, we just need to improve and we need to just play as good as possible.
I'm pretty happy with our results, but I want to go Vancouver.
Welcome to the final day of the 2017 Spring Split. There's plenty left to be decided with our matches here today, and fans have gathered to cheer on their favorite teams as they make the final push for playoffs or to avoid relegation. Here we have FlyQuest walking into the studio just a short time ago. They'll be up against TSM, our #1 seed here, hoping to hold on to that position. Wild Turtle making his way in. Pobelter eyeing the camera as the Immortals squad finds their way into the studio, and Dignitas getting set up on stage just moments ago. Chaser Laud looking to make their push into the playoff picture. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and helping me round out the split here on the desk is Mark Zimmerman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Gentlemen, we're already here at the final day of the regular season.
Yeah, pretty excited about it. Kobe's prepared. He's got all his notes.
Yeah, I've got 3 pages here.
Yeah, I got it all here. No, I'm good, dude.
Yeah, Kobe's taking care of all of the notes for us. We're just here for the comic relief. For our standings, though, this morning, before we get into the business, let's review it, what's set in stone, and what can change with today's game. C9 and TSM have locked their playoff byes and will be attending Vancouver, but who goes as our first and second seed is still left to be determined. FlyQuest have locked third no matter what happens today. CLG guarantee playoffs but have yet to secure their seed. Envy are fixed in 10th place and will attend the promotion tournament. That leaves the coveted last 2 playoff spots between FlyQuest, Immortals, and Team Dignitas. And of course, 1 spot in the promotion tournament between Echo Fox and Team Liquid, depending on the day's results. We'll see where those teams fall with our final day of matches. First, on NALCS1, TSM attempt to secure the top seed going into playoffs in their match against FlyQuest. Then FlyQuest go against Team Liquid in the battle arena. Over on NALCS2, though, Team Dignitas and Immortals fight for a spot in playoffs, with Counterlogic Gaming and Team Envy battling later in the day. Now, though, it's time to turn our attention to the match that affects who finishes in first. TSM, FlyQuest. What are our thoughts here?
Well, I think the big thing, of course, is the fact that TSM lost to the 9th place team in Team Liquid yesterday, and they had a perfect match record in Game 3s. They were 10-0, I believe, heading into that series, and then they finally lost their first one. And it kind of felt like it was bound to happen at some point. They had lost so many Game 1s over the course of the season. This is really the first time they got punished for that.
Yeah, and it's just ridiculous that it happens against Team Liquid, last place team with Doublelift, who was just given over to the squad. Honestly, really good story for him, though. Doublelift feels very good about beating the team that he's going to be trying out for in summer, and Wild Turtle, probably not the same feelings there.
Well, so yeah, we talk about the struggling bot lane for TSM yesterday up against Doublelift and the 9th place team. There was also a struggle for the bot lane of FlyQuest. Arrow and both of his supports kind of getting smacked around a little bit by Sneaky Smoothie.
Exactly. It was kind of a surprise. Both TSM and FlyQuest are coming into this match with a loss, and with a very weak performance from their bottom lane. So that's really going to be up in the air, and whoever bounces back better should determine a lot of it.
Let's talk about predictions then, because of course C9 here, hoping for the win from FlyQuest to push them to first. But from you guys, I want to know who you think is going to take it here. Which of these teams is going to rebound better from the loss yesterday?
And just as far as rebounding better, I feel like TSM, all of those players are super amped up and ready to come back onto the Rift. If they win this game, then they get their first place spot. Whereas the FlyQuest players, if they win, Cloud9 gets #1 spot for them, so they're kind of like, I kind of care about it.
Yeah.
So I think there's a little bit, maybe more motivation for the TSM players, and I think they might have a little bit more fire coming into the match. That being said, also, I think the solo laners of TSM are going to be outstanding. So even after they lost to Team Liquid, I'm going to go with TSM.
Mark, where are you at?
I'm with TSM as well. Kind of like what you were just hitting on at the end there. The Soul laners both looked really good in their matchup versus Team Liquid. And it was, I wouldn't say fluky. It was just that TSM was winning the third game and then picked a lot of bad fights in a row. I don't think they're going to make that mistake again. I think they're going to come out much sharper today. And they'll be able to take Phoenix 1 down.
Now, what's important to note here is that if things go the way that you guys predict, TSM, they get first place by match record. So it's in their own hands. But of course, if you two are wrong, and that's been known to happen.
Never.
Just throwing that out
Just look
there.
at yesterday's track record. Come on.
If you guys get that wrong, then C9 will take first due to game win percentage. So I guess we do know who Cloud9 is cheering for today. They're not trying to keep it a secret from anybody.
Yeah.
Quite obviously, the whole team.
You can pick
rocking
those up.
those Phoenix 1 jerseys.
You can get those in a Goodwill store someday soon. Yeah.
was
Starting
say.
next week, they'll be available in one of those discount thrift stores.
Right, yeah, what are they going to do with those after today? Our next battle, though, that we got to talk about is a battle for the final playoff spot between Dignitas and Immortals. And in contrast to that TSM series that we just spoke about, this one has big playoff implications for both teams involved, where the winner is going to playoffs.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons this one is so exciting as well. Team Dignitas, you know, they have had some very good performances, specifically from Chaser. Someday as well in the top lane has been performing more to the expectations, but especially that series that we're talking about right here with Cloud9, Chaser absolutely blasted contracts in quite a lot of them, even though Team Dignitas lost to C9 in that series.
And Mark, the other day we were talking about, you know, the trends for Dignitas and how, you know, Keen's performance kind of individually has mirrored the trends of the team, right? You do the comparison between weeks 1 through 4 and 5 through 8, and it's just a world of difference. So, I mean, looking at that mid lane, do you think Pobelter, who, hey, last year we were looking at as a top 3 mid laner, is going to be able to kind of keep Keen under control this time around?
I think it's a decent chance of that happening. Pobelter obviously started the split off horribly. He was potentially one of the worst mids in the LCS, but now he's bounced back extremely well, as well as the bot lane of Immortals stabilizing a lot around the fact that Dardoch's the playmaker. So I think Immortals have kind of found their groove, found their formula and how they want to win. But Dignitas did that as well because they were struggling in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals did get their victory over CLG yesterday versus the sort of sub and role swapped situation. So they are coming in with a win, whereas Dignitas lost that game on Friday. So maybe there's a little difference there, but the confidence is definitely an issue. You talk about, you know, correlation between player performances and team performances.
Exactly.
Confidence in Dardoch is very important for Team Liquid, or for Immortals.
Well, do or die time here, right? You know, you can only afford to really drop a single game within the series itself. Who do you have more confidence in bringing in 2 victories to push themselves
You may go
to the
first
playoff?
this time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go with Immortals. So I think Chaser is such a linchpin for Dignitas right now, where he has to get the mid lane going specifically, because getting the top side going has not translated to wins too heavily. And I think Dardoch is the kind of player who's going to match that early on and might take over the game before Chaser can do what he really wants to, as well as the fact that I think Immortals bot lane is just a little bit better than Dignitas' right now.
I will counter with Team Dignitas. This one is going to be super close.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely hard to decide between these two. However, you bank a lot on Dardoch having these really good performances, like his Lee Sin one. He has had recent carry performances. I don't know about the consistency for Immortals yet. I'm not quite convinced. And even though I'm very scared about Team Dignitas late game and the decision making there, that very well could cost them the series as well. I do have confidence in Chaser after his C9 series, and I think that Keen has been doing really well with resources that have been given to him. So I'll give the slight nod to Team Dignitas.
Hey, split desk here, and I think deservedly so between these two teams. It definitely feels a bit like a toss-up in terms of which one's going to come out ahead in this one. The results of today's matches might require us to look at our tiebreaker rules. However, our stats team crunched all the numbers, and all possible tiebreaker scenarios today can be resolved without a tiebreaker game. So, if at the end of the day 2 teams have the same match record, there are 2 rules we will use to break that tie. The first of which is head-to-head. If the teams remain tied, we move to the following rule, which is game win percentage. Whoever has a higher game win percentage will advance. Once again, all results today can be resolved with one of those 2 rules. So for more information, check out our entire rule set on LOLesports.com. Now, a reminder, there are also still tickets available for our spring finals in the Pacific Coliseum. Join us on April 22nd and 23rd for a weekend of North American LCS action to see who will be crowned champions. Check that info out and more at LOLesports.com. LOLesports.com. There's a whole lot of info on LOLesports.com. I feel like people should visit that more often.
You got a couple minutes.
Right?
Pop
Do you have some ads on there that you're trying to push people to?
I'm just apparently there's all kinds of information available on LOLesports.com. They had me say it twice. Anyway, that's enough out of us here today. Let's send it over to the
sell out.
Get the games underway.
Well, sellouts are over. Thanks very much, Dash. I am David Freak, LOLesports.com, truly and battling for a #1 spot on the website. Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley.
I don't just have it?
You got to battle for it, dude.
All right, we'll see how I do.
It's up in the air. Let's see how it goes. Okay, it's time for our match, and it's TSM versus FlyQuest. It's two teams at the top of the table, but in the wake of their upset loss yesterday against Liquid, we're talking about TSM here, of course, they need a win. They must win this match if they want the #1 seed heading into playoffs.
And due to dynamic seeding, locking in first place means that TSM would always face the lowest seed coming into the semifinal, which can be pretty important. And especially yesterday, they looked pretty exploitable, so they want to have basically the easiest possible matchup for that semifinals, make it all the way to the finals. And specifically, the bot lane yesterday got outmatched pretty badly, so we need to see Turtle and Biofrost bounce back against what is going to be another tough bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely agree, although they did have some stumbles yesterday. We talked about FlyQuest here. Their bot lane duo did lose straight up against Sneaky and Smoothie, and in fact, they've kept their newer support acquisition here. Shady is still in the roster, but we get to see how FlyQuest is going to do up, considering that they didn't do quite so well yesterday.
Yeah, and it is kind of surprising, to be honest, because Arrow has been a guy who everyone says he doesn't make mistakes. He really is so consistent, always shines, and yesterday he did not have the impact that we expected from him. Obviously, not all the blame lays on his shoulders. Some of it is on the rookie supports. Stunt had a weak game in game number one, and the NALCS debut of Shady did not really fix much of anything. So we have to keep in mind, if FlyQuest do get the win, Cloud9 gets first place, and they go into playoffs with some more momentum, knowing that they can take down these top teams.
Absolutely the case, and now let's check out the starting lineups for both these squads. Couple of surprises here overall. We're going to start with TSM. No surprises here, though. You got them up on your screen. The same roster it's always been at this point. Hanser, Svenskeren, Bjergsen, Wild Turtle, Biofrost, and Coach Park.
And on the red side, it's FlyQuest. In the top lane, Zig. In the jungle, Nori. Mid lane, Ryu. Bot lane, Arrow. Support, Shady. And Coach Fly.
That is right. This time it is really Inori in the roster. You can see him behind us down on the stage. Some people called them Cloud9 Orange because Cena was hoping that they would win. They just like collecting teams at this point. But yeah, Inori back in. He hasn't played a full match since week 4 against Counter Logic Gaming. He played a single game against Echo Fox last time around a few weeks back. But he's been riding the bench, showing up every day. I've seen him in the studio every weekend, waiting for his chance to play. He seems like he sometimes doesn't even know if he's going to get to play. And he is now in for the last match of the regular season.
I mean, Shady being subbed in as well. You know, it's hard to know if this is something that they wanted to do to give them the best shot at beating TSM, or if they're just trying to get some more games under the belt for Shady and give Inori a chance to kind of prove himself before playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't really know what it is for sure. It is up to what they've determined, but certainly it wasn't an accident. It was on purpose why they had put Meteos in instead of Inori, and suddenly he's back in the roster. And I know Inori has been waiting and rearing to go. You expect him to come out explosive here. Although they had decent games when he didn't play last, but of course a lot to prove for a player that had been replaced for so long.
It certainly is, and we know that it's also going to affect pick and ban. Against Meteos, he does not play the same kind of junglers that a lot of other people do. Inori is a fantastic Rengar player. You have to be aware of that in the picks and bans. Meteos, a lot of people are banning things like Olaf and Elise, and you know he gets to play Zac from time to time. You're going to have to change that up when you're going against Inori, because TSM may not be willing to actually make that Rengar Graves trade with this player.
Well, looks like it might happen right now. The only jungler off the table right now is Gragas, and even then it's a flex with Zig, so P1 can set up for the jungle trade. Maybe Malzahar left up with Lulu off the table. We'll see. Graves does get banned.
Yeah, Graves banned away likely means TSM will first pick that Rengar and take it away, but it's actually, wow, it is Malzahar even over that. So I definitely think we're going to see Inori be able to grab up the Rengar for himself. There are a number of options that work pretty well against the Malzahar. I think things like Zyra can be pretty powerful. I think if you're going to pick that first round, you pick it as your third pick though, and take things away that would be more contested, such as the Nautilus, such as the Rengar.
Yeah, well, we know that Shady has put plenty of Mal's games into his solo queue. We expect him to have practiced it as well, and TSM clearly feel comfortable playing, or at least hovering the Taric that he expects Shady to play. And that might be the question, though, is if Shady doesn't know the counter matchups, if he hasn't played a lot of scrims, you know, you don't see Taric Mal's in solo queue very much. So maybe this does work out as the plan, that TSM go for it this way. Unsure, but you're right. The Nautilus and the Rengar are certainly very high priority. grabbed pretty easily by FlyQuest, and going to be Lee Sin as the counteraction here with a Maokai early grab as well. We have seen the champ get exploited in lane.
Yeah.
We'll see if Hanser can make it happen.
It does feel a little bit weird how often TSM is picking Maokai these days still. I feel like his priority has fallen so much, and his laning phase is very exploitable. Yes, Hanser is still a super strong top laner and often can make it through lane okay, even on the Maokai, but why not give him something that's a little bit stronger in lane, has a little bit more potential, because I think that his scaling is too heavily weighted towards the late game. He doesn't have an early impact.
We are going to have desynced roles once again. In fact, all bot lane marksmen available, and Varus is actually the priority pick right here for FlyQuest. I do really, really love in 7.5. There seems to be pretty much everything's viable, everything's playable, and we're going to see Varus most likely with an attack speed sort of Hurricane build. I don't know if it's going to be Ruin King or Essence Reaver, but it's been mostly Ruin Kings we've seen from pro play so far.
Yeah, I think play the Ruin King first is definitely the go-to. I'm honestly pretty surprised by a couple of these picks. The Maokai and the Varus this early does surprise me. I think that when you're looking at the comp that's already being laid out here from TSM, Lee Sin, Maokai, things that are very strong at diving, getting on top of these sorts of AD carries, locking them down, taking them out. I was expecting something more like an Ezreal or a Caitlyn, who is a little bit more safe against these sorts of compositions. Even the Malzahar being in there, you need to be able to be far enough back to not get taken out.
Well, it's not the end of the world for a Varus to go for Cooks over Sash. I feel like he kind of is happy buying a Scimitar, but you're right, it is a lot of threats, a lot of scariness, and it's of course a low mobility marksman for Arrow. Always a small chance that Varus is a flex to mid. That's usually unlikely. And they're going to give up a ban, actually. Nothing banned away in phase 2 here.
And we'll find out if that was an accident or not shortly and let you guys know. But one thing about Varus that can be pretty nice is you can deal with the passive of Malzahar pretty easily. With your piercing arrows in lane, you can poke that off. You can knock it off with your E as well. And that can sometimes bridge the gap if you want to run some other sort of support, or something like Taric even, because you have an AD carry who can knock off that passive, so Taric can land the stun and you can get something going there.
Yeah, you see Zyra the ban away, which actually I think makes sense as far as, again, champions that are good into Malzahar that we think Shady knows very well. Zyra is definitely up there. And again, maybe he proves us wrong, and his Taric or his Tom Kench are very good, but it wasn't what we've seen him play in solo queue. It was a bunch of mage supports, and potentially he might not have the obvious counter pick.
Yeah, and Zyra I just think is so strong in lane against Malzahar in general.
I agree.
You're able to poke him out, you outrange him so very easily, and it's pretty tough for the Malzahar to actually get in on you. We did get the information that it was just the time ran out on the ban, so they were just too slow on that one.
Oh, interesting. They were still discussing, and it was like, oops, too late, ban not coming through. I guess it's an accidental missed ban, and either way, it's a mistake, but that's the way it's happened here, and we'll see what actually would have been threatening for them. TSM hovering for their last couple of picks right now. They need a bot laner and a mid laner, we presume. Ezra going to come through as the safe bot laner for Wild Turtle.
It is pretty interesting to note that P1 did elect to have their last pick be their support, not saving that counter pick for Ryu. So they are going to be looking for something with a little bit of flexibility based on what TSM is choosing for their lineup.
That is always interesting. Yeah, it's very atypical, but clearly it is going to be them factoring in the rest of the comp.
Yeah, some teams do it from time to time. CLG was known for doing this a little bit when Aphromoo had a specific support he wants to play, but it has to be contingent upon something in the other.
Yes! Brand support is what they were waiting for. I am so happy
Look at this
that we get brand support. Hey, it worked at Worlds, all right. Liquid made it a top 8 with the rest of Albus Nox Luna. Brand is awesome. I am excited about this champion being played. And he said, you know what? Even though they picked up Ahri, it's fine. The bot lane's not too scary. Let's play Brand. Love it.
Yeah, I think it can actually work out pretty well against Malzahar for similar reasons to Zyra. You have very long range on your W. You can knock down people with those Pillars of Flame. And as far as actual teamfight damage, Brand is actually very powerful in the teamfights from the support role. That said, he's very gankable. He's super squishy. If you get Flash Malzahar ulted and a gank comes in, there's almost no chance of surviving. So he's certainly high risk, high reward. But if you can get going, he can even take over teamfights from the support role.
Absolutely the case. We're going to see if they can do it. FlyQuest normally have been known for being a pretty solid bot lane, though both them and TSM had some stumbles yesterday. So now we get to see who gets the revenge match. TSM need to win this to grab a first place seed for the postseason. FlyQuest, to be honest, have nothing to play for directly except to determine playoff seeding. If they beat TSM, it means they'll face TSM in semis, assuming they win. And if they lose here, it means that they play against Cloud9, who had just beat them yesterday. So it almost like in terms of making your playoff run feel better, beating TSM lets you face off against a team that you had just beaten.
And I also just think it's pretty important to actually have a realistic idea of where you stand against a team. Scrims are not the same thing, even if you are playing against them, as playing a stage match. And being able to come in with preparation, give your all, and see how you actually match up against this team, I think is very valuable.
And we are here with a quick pause on the game.
Hype.
Yeah, hype! All right. Wait around a little bit for that one. Everyone had bought items except for Arrow, so potentially it's him, but we'll wait to see. He is talking to a ref right now up on screen, so we'll see what actually comes through with this one. I had noticed actually in the pregame lobby he was typing, and it would like occasionally switch back and forth to Korean. Normally, I think on Korean keyboards you hit a button and it switches from English layout to Korean layout. I don't know if that's the reason. I'm just saying things that I noticed this morning. And while we have this downtime, I have a story to tell, very important behind-the-scenes information. Walking to the caster desk, I ran into Reginald, who gave me a hug, and he asked me to say something nice about him on the broadcast. So, Reginald, you're a cool dude. And I have now completed my
to the letter of the
obligation.
law, you have checked that box.
I told him I was casting a series to say something good about me, and so I did.
Is sellout applicable here?
Yeah, this is I'm now TSM Freak, it's official. Clearly, we all know
Chad
what
is
team I'm
gonna
rooting
be so
for.
disappointed.
I'm replacing him on the roster. Call him Wild Turtle. New TSM back in town.
Oh no, the spoilers.
that was
that part of the script wasn't supposed to come out.
Sorry. Yeah, that's in season 2. My bad. All right, well, it's in the tease, and we are ready to go. The game has been unpaused in real time, and so we'll get off Arrow's beautiful face and into the game in a second.
Yeah, there was just a logo showing up for Arrow for some reason on the screen, but it has gone away, I do believe.
Okay.
So we're now good to go and into the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear that crowd roar saying that we are on a TSM versus Phoenix 1 match. TSM playing for a #1 seed in the postseason. Phoenix 1 putting Inori back in his first full match, potentially, since back in week 4. He's only played 1 game since his match against CLG back then. Shady also staying in the lineup. His second game on the LCS stage. His first was a loss to Cloud9. And his trial by fire continues. He plays against the #1 team in North America.
And I am really excited to track how this bot lane is going to go and how well they're going to be able to play around the brand in particular, because I do feel like it is a very feast or famine type champion.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And you're going to hope that they can feed the flames and you can keep kind of...
Especially with the Ignite. I mean, they have no exhaust on their team. So if Bjergsen does get going, like that's going to be pretty terrifying. I mean, if you get pretty strong as an Ahri against an exhaustless support brand, you don't even have to hit a skill shot. You essentially just ult up and press your W and he's going to die. Like it becomes comical how fast some of these people will fall over. Obviously, there is CC and there is threat to kind of stop Bjergsen from being able to do that too easily. But it's something that they need to be even more aware of, because I think that exhaust here could have been the safer of the options.
To watch here, Arrow snipes in, gets one of the small raptors. That's kind of nice.
Very nice.
Notice he stole a little bit there. That's always cute to see.
But they're actually going to take advantage of this in the bot lane. TSM was camping the brush and are going to be hard shoving this wave. So this may not actually end up really paying off for Arrow. He did delay his opponents a little bit, but the push is going to be very quick. And what?
Yep. Wow. They will be under turret. Nice missing shot lands from Wild Turtle. Now, as long as you last with the minions, it won't matter too badly, but he's actually going to ruin a lot of the CS here. Shady is going to help the kit. Okay, 2 CS under turret's not too bad, actually. That's actually pretty reasonable with the Pillar of Flame. And Arrow is going to have 5 out of 6, which is, 4 out of 6. He got one of the Raptors. So it is 35 gold denied, I should say, by TSM's push, and that, of course, makes up for the Raptor take completely.
They'll likely get level 2 first here, also. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get any poke in off of that.
So far, not. That's a decent trade, and one that, it favors Phoenix 1. Arrow was landed a Q, and then, Pillar versus Mystic Shot, obviously, advantage for Shady.
Another nice thing for those of you who have not really played Sport Brand and don't know that much about him is the way that Brand's passive works is it puts this burn on you. And so if you hit anyone with a spell, you get full charges of your spell thieves right off the bat. So that is one of the nicest things about him. And I've someone who's played a lot of this champion in the past, really enjoy it as support. It's one of the easiest champions to actually continuously keep that proc. So if you go for something like an early Frostfang, you can actually have an insane amount of income from this throughout the game. And it's not surprising to see someone on brand, have 1,500 2K off of an early Frostfang in the course of a regular sized game.
Definitely agree. I think it's still worse than Zyra or a Morgana, but I think he's probably third place in terms of overall supports. And
Morgana's probably easiest.
yeah, I think those are definitely top two. But you're right, Brand definitely earns a lot of money, and it's one to watch out for. Shady can be a big threat here. Control ward, I don't actually know if he got revealed since the control ward shows itself. Okay, well now it's just already walked up, but
yeah, I mean, you know that someone placed the control ward, and
That's
who
true,
could have placed the control ward besides the jungler when everyone else is showing? So that is going to give it away regardless. Nice little trade there onto Ryu.
Doesn't quite land the Q. Ryu walks back enough, but Bjergsen is pushing in. He's got a CS lead, and here comes Svenskuren
Zig is
into the top side. He's going to have a real hard time with this one. The slows are in. The Q's going to land. He's not going to get anywhere out of this one. Does he hop the wall? There's no point. First blood goes to Hanser. Actually, probably the best possible option there, and a big lead for TSM in the top lane.
Yeah, especially when you consider this is supposed to be a bad early lane.
Look at that damage, though. And actually, the summoner heal was used by Arrow. Interestingly, also one by Wild Turtle, and there's damage into Shady. Has to flash over. Takes in the exhaust. The trade of summoners, but a flash down for Shady means 3 summoners used on both sides.
Yeah, and Nori is here. We'll see if they get too close to this brush. And Nori's looking.
Jumps for his... Oh, not quick to get the root onto Biofrost. Was able to juke away in time, but that's 4 summoners down now. And push lead and a wave denied. FlyQuest coming out of pretty much, I would say, ahead in this.
Yeah, man, a nice little bit of damage down on the turret. Already down to half HP, and the wave is not cleared. They have another wave coming in. They could try to force for first turret, but feeling a little bit like that's too risky with Svenskuren out on the map. He could be down there.
If Lee Sin shows you don't get the turret, you take a terrible recall. Yeah, you likely die, but even if you don't, it's a bad recall at that point. So Wild Turtle gets tier and new potions, which is not bad for him. And FlyQuest going to get more. A quick Vamp Scepter. Arrow, of course, is going to be going Ruin King. And there's that Frostfang, so Shady's going to be rolling in money.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it does make a lot of sense in this sort of a game. We didn't talk too much about the top lane since the bot lane action did break out, but I think it's pretty devastating, not only that the first blood was given over to Hanser, but the fact that you have this bully early champion in the Nautilus, and you actually are now losing quite a bit in the top lane. And Maokai does outscale you pretty heavily, so if Nautilus is not doing better in the early game, it can be somewhat problematic.
Can be, and Nori's going to be revealed by the war. He's going to go in for the fight. A lot of damage out of Svenskuren. Force the flash. One more hit. He'll do it inside the jungle. Svenskuren takes down his opposing jungler.
It's the value of that ward, and Hanser is now here. Making that classic roam over to the mid lane. Ryu already backed off, but I don't think that's the last time we're going to see Hanser moving down to mid lane. Him and Bjergsen love to pair up for those ganks. Anytime he's on a tank in the top lane, you'll see him go for it. And Nori did win the smite fight, but quite a bit later, it's the wraparound coming right back to him as he's recalling on the ward. He's going to get caught out. Pretty easy kill here.
I like how Sven makes it look cool, like he ward hops in just to make sure it looks really sweet. Even though he could have walked forward anyway, but
I think he just wanted to get there even faster, stop the recall, but now level 6.
Kick into the wall, there's the root, there's all the damage. It's Svenskuren having a field day in this one, 2-0 on Hanser.
He's been everywhere. Such a good start for Sven, and the bot lane's going well for P1, but top lane is looking like it could turn into a disaster. You're going to lose control of your jungle. I mean, when the jungler's behind and the top laner is behind, you often cede full control, and they're able to farm out your side of the jungle, which puts Rengar so down.
It really can, and there's not enough of a lead in the bot side right now. It's certainly an advantage FlyQuest
well.
One. You're right, it's going to be the turret going down, and unless Nori can turn this bot lane around fast enough to race them, which I think is incredibly unlikely, but actually, look at the damage coming out of P1. They've got to make this knock down. It's going to be a fairly close race, but looks like it will go advantage to Arrow.
Nice
the Biofrost turns out the bot lane advantage is massive. And it's a trade of lanes. First turret, again, gold did go to P1. Of course, traded still, though the turret going down for TSM on the top side.
Yeah, it's big for P1 to get that first turret, make sure the gold lead does not get blown too wide open. And now they're going to try to move over to this dragon, see if they can't get that started up. But Hanser does not have his TP, neither does Zig. So it should be going P1's way.
All right, so an early Mountain Drake. This is a very, very early one as well. If FlyQuest can somehow maintain control of bot side, they can stack up a lot of Drakes this game. This is a very, very quick one. Mountain Drake going to go over. Of course, it's going to help take further Drakes later on in the game. And Infernal's going to be fun for later on, depending on which team can get it. Both will use it pretty nicely. FlyQuest, though, having to nurse a 1,000 gold deficit thanks to Svenskuren's early game.
Yeah, I mean, the solo lanes are pretty far ahead. It's the top side of the map for TSM, almost always, that they are focusing on. And Nori is probably going to get caught out here.
For a bit, Bjergsen's going to get shockwaved up. Now goes to the trade into Ryu. Does going to land all those shots, and a already kill comes in. Svenskern killing opposing jungler. Traded back by Arrow. 1-for-1 so far. The fight on towards Shady. Then Voidlings are hungry. Looking to take him out, and Wild Turtle able to claim the kill. Makes it a 2-for-1.
Arrow's done too.
TSM, and it's going to be 3-for-1. Arrow's got nowhere to go. The slow, not going to mean much, and he's going to pop the ulti, get the kill picked up. Overall 3-1, 6-2 the overall scoreline. Now TSM far ahead.
Yeah, very far ahead. Ryu and Bjergsen look like they were going at it. Summoner's blown on both sides. So that is somewhere where it could be a point of contention later, but Svenskern is just getting such a lead in the jungle over a Nori that can just move into all these lanes and really affect them, especially when TSM already has those winning solo lanes. And this, I think, is just, it's a bridge too far for P1. They stayed around so long after killing this first turret. They wanted to take back that red buff, but Sven very strong, able to finish off the kill, and Arrow flashing in here. Haunter's already down. Zig doesn't have his TP, so Haunter was always going to be able to clean up this kill, and Shady getting picked off by Turtle is always nice to be able to donate the gold to your ADC.
And poor Arrow doesn't have boots, so there's just no way out for this one. He lands it slow, and Haunter still walks faster than those hurt treads. It's just nothing to do.
And I mean, the fact of the matter is, there was no help coming from Ryu because Ryu was at very low HP, low mana. If he came over, he would have just donated another kill. So there was no real way out there for Arrow.
Yep, and it's going to be TSM feeling pretty good about this game so far. The gold lead, 1,500, and they can certainly make more out of it. Bjergsen still up in his lane by 17 minions. Hasn't bought in a while. You can see the actual components are better on Ryu's side. That'll change shortly as Bjergsen goes for his recall. Should be close enough from Relanomicon, and they're actually staying on the bot side right now. Nothing to play for, but doesn't really want to fight a 3-0 Maokai.
And Bjergsen is just going to get even more ahead off of that because a lot of these minions are getting denied, and the wave is going to push back towards his opponent. So almost a full wave there denied to Ryu as Bjergsen got to get that shove in before having to base. And Ryu is itemizing pretty defensively because of this. You know, Merc treads first. It is going to kind of slow down some of his progression, but I think it makes a lot of sense, both against the Charm and also the fact that Haunter loves to roam down to mid lane and try to lock you up.
Absolutely. We'll see what else can happen in this one. Dueling with blue buffs, and you can see that Bjergsen actually giving a lot of respect to Ryu right now. She's playing a fair bit back.
Yeah.
Might be respecting the Rengar ulti.
Exactly.
No flash.
No summoner's down,
yeah.
So definitely wants to show some respect to that. Sven down on the bot side again, and he is level 8. Very, very strong.
Zig having actually a couple of games in a row now, actually. He's been killed off fairly early on. We had talked about before the fact that Zig kind of holds on against kind of any player, and he's just that rock that holds on in top lane. But we saw from both the Cloud9 set and Game 1 here, Zig can be attacked, and those kills can go over to the opposing top laner. He very rarely gets help from his team, and there's a bit of a poke on a Biofrost. Not going to do a ton, though. Does trigger the passive, and 45 gold with Shady.
Rengar ultimate popped. There's TP coming in from Zig. Haunter has his to match. It's also coming in.
Haunter 2 seconds behind Zig. The roll's going to land on a wild throw. Plenty of damage. They're going to try to blow up the marksman, and they almost take him out. He's going to stay alive, though. The re-engage on a Zig. That's going to be a kill picked up, you assume, but he flashes and heals the safety. No kills picked up at all, but the chase is still in for Bjergsen. Hooked back in. A lot of damage to Shot Barrage. Almost picks off Zig. Still attacks coming through. Haunter's going to find the root. He's going to find the kill. There's number 1. Number 2 going to come through as well. A double Haunter. 5-0 in this one as the chase continues under the turret. Roots up in 2 seconds. Looks for Arrow. Not going to find the play. The 2-for-0 damages couldn't quite come through from Phoenix 1.
Yeah, TSM just a little bit too far ahead. They couldn't finish off Turtle, and even with him immediately out of the fight, TSM is so strong that they can continue forward and able to go for this. It didn't seem like Shady was able to get a very effective ultimate. Their Shockwave going to get flashed out by Sven. Haunter not really taking too much damage here, and I think the ultimate actually did not bounce at all there from Shady.
One hit Haunter.
Straight onto Haunter. So the Orianna ultimate and the Brand ultimate both only being expended on Haunter means almost all of your teamfight damage is gone, and Maokai was just never going to go down to that.
As they look at that clean, of course, we know it turned into nothing, and it's going to peter out. We will come out of this replay into a pause, so we're going to talk about how the game has gone real quick. As TSM, we're waiting around to the tri-brush for a little bit of nothing. We have a quick cleanup for Haunter, I believe. He spilled a drink on his desk, so unlucky. Yeah, see? I'm not selling him out. We can see it.
And they don't help him hide his shame, freak.
I mean, blame the camera ops for that one. I can't help you. I got to call what I see and what I'm told by production. See, he's laughing. He knows.
Let's get a zoom in on that spill.
Yeah, can we get a zoom in on the face of shame, by the way? But he's back on the game face, though. You know, Hans is good to go.
Yeah, he's playing it cool. He's playing it cool.
Yeah. It's like, don't worry. That was fine. I just wanted to break their concentration. And we're getting ready checks now from the players, so we'll be back into the game very, very shortly. But this is a game with a 6-kill lead and 4,000 putting TSM ahead. Again, if they close this match out, TSM secure that #1 spot. They'll improve to 15-3, which is not quite what they had last split, but still a very good score.
I mean, it's a 5-kill Maokai, and I just feel like with the damage dealer set a little bit behind, I mean, Orianna is so far away from the point where she's going to be relevant against this Maokai.
Yeah.
It's very easy to kind of dive in on the back line. So much of the teamfights come down to P1 getting effective AoE ultimates, and if the fight looks like the last one, they're never going to win. You must hit multiple people with that brand ultimate, get a good bounce going, and try to follow up with that shockwave.
Absolutely, but the difficulty is, of course, TSM have several long-range tools. Bjergsen cutting around while through with the skill shots, and Hanser can take a long time in the front line and weather a lot of this damage output. Now, Arrow's Ruin King is done. That'll help him get through this tank, because right now Hanser hasn't gotten much armor, but it's still a long road ahead. Arrow's gold lead certainly not the same as what Hanser's is. Heading through this tank will be very difficult. You can see a 900 gold difference is a lot.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the fact of the matter is, you don't need that much armor early in the game. Just the HP and the innate tankiness from Maokai's ultimate and passive are enough to really keep him up through almost anything at this point.
Yeah, of course, the top lane advantage is even larger than Hanser's advantage over Arrow, but 900 between those two, because I feel like it really is on Arrow to find a way to kill off Hanser. There is some % health damage, but it's all magic, so the early Visions merc should make it a bit more difficult. But Brand sometimes can have good anti-tank patterns. It's nice that he has a stun that doesn't really drop his damage output, so maybe Shady can be part of this one. He's got his upgraded Sight Stone, and we'll see what's next up. A brush bait as they're going to play for this Drake. It's a gold deficit for Phoenix 1. Maybe they can get it. Nice sapling toss prevents this, though. Heads up play by Hanser. No dice for Phoenix 1.
Yeah, and I don't think Phoenix 1 can even attempt to fight this at this point. You had to look for that pick, and I think without the pick, they don't have too much of a chance to actually move in and try to contest TSM straight up. TSM now is getting vision control back. They have such a strong front line. As long as they keep their battle lines, they should be good to go in any of these coming fights. We'll start up with Dragon.
Push in for the Infernal Drake, going to be not even a problem, TSM. You can see it's been seeded away entirely. Zig walked back to the top side. Now TSM look to take over into the jungle.
And it's a really big wave that TSM has set up in the bot lane. They're going to be shoving this up, already trying to push up onto this tier 2. Phoenix 1 couldn't move up to actually contest that because they didn't know exactly where TSM was. Zig does have his TP against, so they could contest if they want to try to fight here. Rio moving over.
Look for the play. You can see how tanky Hanser is, but he has lost a lot of HP.
Good
and
Randall
effectively Sven exploding for more damage than Hanser. Maybe this fight can happen, but you can see still gun shy about this. There's no ward to TP2 for Zig, so even if they had managed to pick off Hanser, it would still be a 4v4, and Inori dies right away. So they don't pull the trigger. Phoenix 1 can hope that with the forced recall, they can get something out of it. Maybe they can hard rush for mid lane outer. I feel like they actually could, since they forced a full reset from TSM, but looks like nothing will be answered. I'm actually not sure if that was the right call to do nothing here.
Yeah, they're at least going to get control of their waves. That's the only thing that they really will get, and then kind of reset themselves here. But Brand does have a lot of % HP damage. If you hit all 3 of your spells, you proc this bomb. That's going to do even more AoE in the area. So he has a lot of AoE damage and a lot of % HP, which will be helpful in punching through that tank, but always going to be very, very switchy and have to be careful of that himself. Phoenix 1 now. I just think a lot of this is going to be about trying to find some sort of pickoffs with the Rengar, trying to get some sort of advantageous fight, because straight up fights are going to be really tough, I think, both for their comp at this point and for their gold deficit.
We'll see what happens. Gonna take some time. Nice charm comes in for Bjergsen. Ryu at half HP and nearly gets Sonic waved by Svensker. You can see he's got a teammate waiting around. Nice shockwave, good damage back on a Bjerg. Not enough to kill, of course. No summon is burned either.
TSM moving up around the mid lane, though. The bot lane has rotated up. Now they're going down to try to take down this tier 2. It's very low.
Yeah.
Should be able to get it on this wave unless a lot of Phoenix 1 members get over here fast.
I don't think they're there in time. Wild Toto got to push the wave in, but he should get it in time. Here comes the wave. He's going to clear this one out with the ulti to buy a few more seconds for the squad. Arrow's here, so is Shady, but Not sure if the defense is going to happen. There comes the push. Couple more hits will do it. Wild Turtle takes a bit of a shot, but who cares? Ooh,
nice
it's
on
done.
the
That's
Turtle.
going to matter a lot. Wild Turtle gives it away. That was over aggressive. So the turret goes down, but maybe there's a re-engage. Inori at half finds nothing. Turtle pretty silly.
Yeah, maybe just not really that used to playing against Brand. You always want to stand behind the minions. If you can't hit that line skill shot Q, you won't get stunned and you're not even close to dying there. So Turtle stepped in front of the minion. He could have just stand a little bit to the left and Brand wouldn't have actually been able to hit him there.
Yeah, silly mistake by Turtle. It's unfortunate. The very end of the regular season, starting to have some of these fall-off performances.
Yeah, so you can see Turtle, you just have to stand in the minions or behind one of those minions. He steps in front of the range minions, gets tagged by the stun. Nice combo coming out there from stun, or from Shady.
Yeah, they both start with S, I understand. I've made the same mistakes before as well. I actually couldn't get FlyQuest and Echo Fox together for a little while because they both started with F, and I just my brain wouldn't process they were different words. So I had that last week. Don't worry about this one. Now still, the lead for TSM, 4,000 up in game 1 here, looking to stay inside the jungle. Hanser leading the charge, Svenskern right behind him, and maybe the red buff drops pretty easily. Smites to make sure. And Inori's having a very unlucky return to the game.
Yeah, he's just not really been able to get involved in much of anything. A couple deaths, 1 assist, but he has not even really been attempting very many ultimates. Most of them are kind of just pop for vision in team fights and finding out he can't really go in. I would like to see him spend more time in the side lanes. Yes, the Nautilus is behind, but in a situation like this, where he got out.
Caught out, kick towards the wall. Might have an FTC. There's a charm, and it was everything they needed. All the shots landed. Perfect layering by TSM. No way out for Inori.
Oh, and Alpha got immune.
Yeah, Verisol got blocked by Biofrost passive. That's not ideal from Arrow. Of course, great for Biofrost. The 1-for-0 is still nice. The camp resets. TSM keep pushing forward with the extra kill.
They may have actually thought he had poked that off, but now Haunts are wrapping around behind. They may look to set up a dive here with the minion wave cleared out. TSM will at least have to wait one more wave and shouldn't be able to go for it.
Inori won't be there before the minion wave is, so theoretically there's a small window of TSM 5v4ing.
Would be pretty risky, though.
Yeah, it would be. We'll see what they actually go for here. Looks like they sent Ezreal bot side, and so TSM will just play for the waves.
I think it was a smart ultimate from Ryu, just clearing out that minion wave, preempting the dive.
We'll see if they can get on this mid side, of course, without Shockwave. Hansa feels pretty safe. The wave clear good from Bjergsen's Ari, and nothing is to come of this. The pick just turns into 1 kill.
Yeah, and Inori trying to get a little bit of vision, but TSM had been controlling this side of the jungle for so long. It's very unsafe to move into these areas, especially with those pink wards. Biofrost have been hanging out by that red buff for such a long time, last couple minutes.
Good pick by TSM, and maybe a bit of lack of respect from Inori, but it's the way it came out. TSM going to continue playing the push game right now. They are the one with the lead. Wild Turtle just pushes the wave past the river, walks back to his team, doesn't get jumped by anything. Feels pretty safe with some honey fruit. Biofrost still living inside this Phoenix 1 jungle. The ward's there to make sure that everything's safe. They get another buff steal. They stole the red not long ago. There's another blue taken away. TSM continuing to grab everything they can. Honestly, pretty smart and clean execution. TSM looking solid in their last match of regular split.
They are looking solid. I think that attacking the opponent's jungle when you have these sorts of leads is one of the best ways to extend it. You're not only denying the gold, but you're adding extra gold into your pockets, and you're controlling vision, and Ryu now caught out.
Another flash ulti into the charm. No chance to get away from this one. 5v4. TP's coming in. Phoenix 1 actually chooses this one as the fight, and Nori gets a kill in a Wild Turtle. It's a trade. It's a 4v3 in the map now. Shady brings a teammate over the wall with a satchel plan. He's got nowhere to go in this one. Sven looks for a bit of damage. Can't quite find Arrow just yet. Shady's close to getting charmed, though. He's got to be careful in this one. Flashes the wall. Keep himself safe. Just the -1 for Phoenix 1, and maybe they re-engage this. It's going to look for this with Zig, but again, they're missing 2 of their players. Finding more of the fight's not going to work too well.
Yeah, it could be tough, but at the same time, Bjergsen without his ult, Svenskeren low, they could look to push up, and they want to try to contest this dragon, I think. So with the ultimates down, P1 has a lot of consistent DPS in this 3-man squad with Arrow and Shady.
And
we'll
Shady has
ulti.
He has Ignite. Do they have the damage? Sven's still low, as
I think
saw.
they do.
Damage on the Hanser, who's able to take Baron for a while. The Drake, I should say. In goes Sven, looks for the play, can't find it yet. Zig still taking the front lines. Here comes the play for the Drake, gonna get picked up by Sven, and here's the re-engage. Do they find it? Q's gonna land. Still no ult from Shady yet. They haven't found the play. There's the hook on a Hanser. That should layer the stun. It will. Will he find teammates? Still no ulti yet for Shady. Finally bounced it across. won't be enough to kill. It's going to be close for Sim, but the shield should be enough. Poke not going to kill just yet. Here comes the re-engage. Look at that damage. Bjergsen with the double kill inside the back line. Well played, 13-4.
The ultimate coming back up for Bjergsen, nets him a couple kills. I think P1 was too hesitant on that. If you're gonna go for the play, you need to commit earlier. They had the ultimate available that whole time for Shady. He had his Ignite up. I think you can actually push in and force them off.
Yeah, and just target Svenskeren really hard once he's on the Drake itself.
Yeah, but
the ult on him.
They were just way too hesitant. And if you allow him to stay alive and don't actually force the fight, you're never gonna take away the dragon because he has his smite up.
Yeah, and he'll heal off the smite and get his health back. Like,
yeah, so I think that was kind of poorly done in that situation from P1. Yes, it is a tough situation, but you either A, seed the dragon and push out waves, get something elsewhere, or B, you commit to the fight and try to actually get something done, because when you're just waffling around, moving back and forth like this, they're never actually going to take the dragon. And not only do they lose the dragon, but they end up giving Bjergsen enough time to get his ultimate back and pick up a couple fights on the exit.
So right there, a solid smite by Svenskeren, and then it was exactly, Bjergsen getting his ulti back, just waiting around for it. And he really plays it very well. Just the rest of the team is pushed out, and he's like, they're on wards. I can only do this.
Right back up, goes in, nails the charm, and dashes to the side with his ult to bring the pass-through of his Q for the true damage and get that second kill. So that was really nicely played.
Very slick by him. Bjergsen 2-0-5, but not the best scoreline on his team. You've got Hanser, the beneficiary of several ganks, at 6 kills, the leader in the game, and a lot of it was led in by Svenskeren in the jungle. 4-1-7, has honestly done so much work. Several kills topside, a solo kill to Nori inside his own jungle. It's been great from him.
Yeah, Sven has looked so good. It's almost like he's getting that preemptive playoff buff.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, there was some times where he was not looking very good throughout the split, and coming into playoffs, he was a monster. You know, in playoffs, he was a monster. At Worlds, he was a monster. And this split, he has been getting some criticism for not looking at his top form. But today, certainly on point on the Lee Sin, one of his best champions.
Definitely agree. Svenskeren's look good, and we'll see if he can get any more out of this one. 6,000.6 gold. TSM double Inferno Drake, the great snowballing Drake. Mountains Knights for Baron rushes, but they've got more stats. It makes it easy to kill people, and we'll see Bjergsen looking for a trap. Control ward in the brush, so is he. Doesn't find anyone. Wild Turtle just going to clean up minion waves, and looks like it will be some more slow and steady for TSM. Ryu going to clear that ward that Bjerg was on a little while ago.
And I think that while TSM is playing it somewhat slow, they are still getting edges. You know, they're not being completely passive. They're controlling vision. They're getting stuff out of P1's jungle. They're taking the important objectives, like the dragons each time. So, you know, for them, this is fine for now.
Here's the play. Not going to get the stun to Svenskeren. Jumps away quickly enough. He's going to be all right with this one. Ulti doesn't do anything from Nautilus, and out they go. No harm, no foul, really, and not really a lot picked up either way. Still getting that mid lane push. Shockwave gonna land, but is it gonna be enough of an opening? Of course, Bjerg still has the ulti, and Pop it to get away with this one.
Yeah, and Nori popping his ult there, I feel like there was almost no chance of chasing down that kill with Bjergsen having his back up. They do get a little bit of vision on the play, but now Sven looking for the engage. Nice kick.
Big flash and a Shady deleted immediately. A kill comes through to Wild Turtle, his second of the game. TSM can do no wrong, it feels like, in this one. Looking to close out game one in fairly quick fashion. 25 minutes in, looking for mid lane tier 2.
I mean, as soon as the ultimate is down for Rengar, his effectiveness is so low, especially from behind in these fights. So there's almost no threat coming out of him, and that gives them the confidence to go forward.
Another situation of Turtle being a bit far up, takes a lot of damage, but stays alive here. Bates in a bit of a 5v4. TSM not yet taking the fight, though, fighting it back, and Turtle gonna lick his wounds still. He had burned so many heal for that one. A free turret take, but it was another situation of Turtle just like randomly being caught out. It felt kind of weird. I didn't see what happened, but suddenly he was very injured and had to run away.
Yeah, you step a little bit too far forward, you can get chunked out very quickly by this P1 team. But that said, I mean, TSM, they get the kill, they get the tier 2, they take away the blue buff, continuously denying those away, and it feels like there's not a lot of holes right now. There's not a lot of ways back in for P1 that TSM is showing, and they're going to need a bit of a miracle fight. But at this point, with the front line so tanky, can they even get that?
They might need several, to be honest, in some way. And of course, there's always game 2, there's always game 3 if you can win the second one, so maybe it's not in this one. But yeah, what you said is true, though. It feels like this is TSM saying, okay, this is our last match before the playoffs. We have to make sure we play well. and just clean everything up. And it feels like they are so much playing this game by the book, living inside the jungle, living on top of wards, playing for wave control very constantly. They're not taking very big risks. They're not trying to push their luck on anything. They haven't looked at Baron more than just in passing so far this game. It's been take the reds, take the blues. When you get that pick, then we'll go for more. And they've played it very clean.
Yeah, and I don't think you need to go for the Baron as long as you're still taking other things away, as long as you're still getting those advantages, which they have been able to do. And now setting up their waves on the bot side, they can move up the top side.
There's the charm flash they find. Ryu, the kick's going to be enough to let Bjergsen get it with the Foxfire. Another kill picked off, and single kill to do another turret yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be another easy turret. And, you know, at this stage in the game, it's getting later and later in. As they take these turrets down, they can start to threaten Baron.
And they might just do that. 6 outer turrets now all gone. The only ones left are the ones inside the base. As TSM sit on a clean 10,000 gold lead here, and right into Baron they go. Rengar will pop for vision. Sadly, a 1-4-1 Rengar, not exactly scary.
Yep, and with the ultimate down, it's so hard for him to actually get in the pit to try to challenge for this fight. He has to look for a flash, but there's a Malzahar for suppression, so...
As long as Battlecross holds the backside, doesn't screw it up. Here comes the push. They find Zig, but he's the tank. He's the one they want to engage on. Fights back for a little while. He's going to be okay for now. Redemption heals TSM's back line. There's a flash. They found Arrow. They go for the damage, but they're going to knock him down right away. 2 for 0 to start this one. And the third comes through. Zanori has no way out of that. And now with the jungler dead, this Baron is a formality for TSM.
Yeah, textbook from TSM. They get a pick on the mid laner. They force around the Baron, turn for the fight, take the fight, and now should be able to eliminate even more kills and get a free Baron.
Nice pick up there. Now Ryu's got to find his way into a 1v5. Now Ryu's had his troubles with Baron pits on this side, but this one I think it's not really expected of him to do well.
He could look for the shockwave combo. There still is some threat of stealing it, and he's behind enough that he should try.
Shockwave, they waited out, and actually still almost screwed it up. Got down to 23 HP. It was actually Hunter who hit it, yeah.
Sven actually did not even use his smite.
Yep. Like I said, it was close. Metalord's got it low.
Yeah, very, very close there. But here's the fight again. You know, the Ryu's already down. They're going to turn for the fight. This is the safest way to get that Baron. P1 must come in and challenge, but there's no way to retaliate in this 4v5 that far behind. Biofrost finds an opening for the flash ultimate onto Arrow, and that seals the deal.
And even then, the rest of it is Bjergsen waiting around looking for the opening on the backside. And now we have Biofrost once again living inside this Phoenix 1 jungle, and they've only given up 4 kills, 1 Drake, and 1 turret all game. There's very little P1's ever gotten here.
One of the luxuries, too, of having a hyper tank like Haunter, where he's so fed, is he takes very little damage from the Baron. You can tank it up for longer. It's not something where you're forced to commit to it right away. You have the option of kind of going in, hitting it, coming off, and being able to look for that fight.
And here comes the push, maybe closing the game out. 30 minutes in with the Baron buff, it's usually all you need to make the rest of it go your way with a 13,000 gold lead. TSM looking to take care of business. Game score is pretty irrelevant for them. They must win the match. They can't win a game score head-to-head against Cloud9, but they can certainly disapprove their match record to be out of reach. Mid lane going to be the focus here. 4 members strong. Hatsura Zagreb drops it now. Turret's going to lose HP.
Turret's gone.
And Arrow's pretty much gone as well. Very injured. Not going for the kick just yet is Sven. Goes back to his team, and Inhibitor's going to go down in P1. If they won't fight for the turret, they should not fight for the Inhibitor. Give that one away. And they will wait for another attempt later.
It feels like it's going to be very difficult to even fight for the second one as the wave is already getting prepped. TSM ushering these Baron minions in, giving them something to deal with while they do shove up that bot lane. And they had so much confidence just force into the base and take that fight. And I think they're just going to look to do that once more.
Here comes the push. Turret's under fire right now. Sven. And Bjergsen looking for the flanks. There comes the Nori hit up by the Mal's ulti. He's going to lose his health pretty fast. It goes down to Hotzer. Arrow on the side drops as well. Bjergsen gets the second kill of this fight. Looking for number 3 is Zig. And number 4 goes down. There's no one left but Shady, and he's just not able to keep this one alive. The rest of his clique is gone and dead, and it's time for the turrets to fall. TSM going to close one out. 23-4 in kills. Maybe make it 24 to get revenge on how that bot lane went. Not going to happen. He flashes for the KDA. True KDA player in Shady. Nexus goes down. TSM 1 game away from clinching the #1 seed to end the regular split.
And what a game it was. TSM looked so good here. 23-4, complete domination of P1, who had been moving up in the standings, who people have been giving a lot of credit to. But this weekend has not been their best games. They got destroyed yesterday by C9. Now they get absolutely trashed by TSM in game #1. maybe they're just not as good as we thought. They hadn't fought these top 2 teams.
Right, I know it's so hard to look at small pieces of evidence and say, I know what the reality is.
Yeah,
because
it's really tough.
they were looking very good for 10 or so matches straight. And okay, maybe it's a week 9 slump, or maybe it's because they're not playing against the top tier teams. I'm not sure. Certainly, they do not look as good. And some of it I feel like is they objectively don't look as good, not just because Wild Turtle and Co. are better. Like, you still saw Arrow and Shady win lane really well. The brand comes out, the first of North America, I've got to be sure in several years, I've got to assume. And okay, well, this clearly worked for them, but it was, well, Sven having one of his best games of the year, completely bopped Inori, and also got Haunter head in the top lane, and maybe that's Zig's fault and Inori's fault.
I mean, the brand almost did the most damage in the game, was just a little bit below, a couple hundred damage below Bjergsen, who was by far the most on his team. So I actually think the brand was relatively successful.
I agree.
Including the fact that they won lane, they took turret, they did get that first turret, but the top side was such a catastrophe for P1 that it was really hard to ever get back into the game.
And you can see this is basically my jungler versus your jungler. Svenskeren had done so much this game, the top camp. Inori, by the way, only did 3,000 damage all game. He did roughly half or less of anyone else on his team. You can see more of this here. Ward hops for the Q. He was basically trying to get there in time because of the recall happening, and that was pretty nice.
As a jungler, when your top laner or one of your solo lanes is already behind, and then you are also behind, it is pretty hopeless to actually try to get control of your own jungle against a good team. And TSM took full control of that from the very beginning. Not only did they get top lane rolling, they get the solo kill, they go right back to top lane, and you're always going to dominate vision on that side of the map. It's super hard to even contest for your buffs because, even if it's a 2v2, you lose that as well because their top lane are stronger too.
Yeah, and you saw, some of it played out in champ select as well. Ryu getting outlaned by Bjergsen. Some of that is Bjergsen's probably just going to win the lane in general player skill, but also the fact that, and you can, I guess, malign Shady for it slightly, because they wanted to save the brand pick, they blind pick their mid laner. Bjergsen gets counter pick, and lo and behold, wins lane. And I don't know if you can completely blame Ryu for having to blind the Orianna. Sure, it's a safer champ, but Ari's supposed to win the matchup, and shockingly, Bjergsen makes it happen. And is that Shady's fault? Or is the coach saying, okay, we're fine dropping 16 CS in the mid lane to get this brand pick? Because, I mean, as long as you compare mid to bottom, minus 16 CS versus first turret, I'll take the brand every day of the week. That was a worthwhile trade, but you did have 2 losing lanes.
It can look bad when everything else is falling apart, right? And I don't think you can blame the brand for this loss at all, in my opinion.
I don't think so. No.
I do think that it was relatively effective, but it's just simply something where Inori did not look effective at all. Svenskeren was on fire, and honestly, even though Inori was behind, I think he could have taken more opportunities, taken more chances to actually look for some of these ultimates. It felt like every single ultimate he was using, there was no potential of a kill. It was just for vision, or it was a fight. Okay, sweet, you can't engage. You already know you can't engage. You've already seen them. Why even use the ultimate? I was kind of disappointed that we didn't see him look for more lane ganks and things like that, turn it around. Yes, Haunter was strong, but Zig is still on a powerful early game champion. And in the early stages, even when Haunter had a kill or two, I think you can ult down that lane when Sven shows somewhere else and look for kills, or try to trail your bot laner and look for a kill there. But he never really did that. He essentially just kind of farmed it out, and it felt like he didn't try much of anything.
Yeah, I do agree. I thought this was a pretty bad game for Inori, which is heartbreaking because I like him as a person. My interactions have only been good with him, and it's like, I got a feel for him. Like, gets in a sense like kicked off his own team. Like, he went away for a week and suddenly he's just on the bench the whole time. He has 1 game back, wins against Echo Fox, feels good about that one. Another game back, gets hard blast and does the worst in his team. It's rough for him. We'll see if he stays in for game 2. We'll see in a little bit. But for now, we're stepping away for a quick break. But of course, don't go anywhere. Game 2 between Phoenix 1 and TSM will be here when we return. Stick around.
I think you look very similar to Eminem as well.
You're white.
That's actually such a compliment. I find Eminem quite handsome.
Wait, Soren, you as well.
You also look like Eminem. Maybe it's the shade of your skin. No, it's probably my bars, bro.
Your bars.
I'm out the I'm out the I got Varus. Varus. Yeah, he's dead. Oi. Yeah, I'm on Oi. Charmin 2. Come in. My name is Vincent Wang, and I play the piano.
Wow, those pipes though.
Can we have a referee investigating Sneaky's game?
Yeah, fuck.
Swain appeared to be missing and hiding.
Swain bot is legit AMA. He's playing hide and seek.
Oh, what the fuck?
Here we go.
Where was he?
How do you need 4 hand warmers, Bjorkson? What? What? Maybe that's the secret. I need more hand warmers, Thomas. I need the power.
He's got two hands, 2 feet, so...
warmers.
Don't lose to this team again. Don't lose to this team again.
My New Year's resolution is to never lose to TSM. So far, it's been going pretty well.
Yeah, okay.
He's no flash, no flash, Tom.
No flash, Tom.
Ezreal flashed out. I'm an eye. Oi. Okay, Evan.
Rumble. Yeah.
I'm looking for Lee. Go Lee and back.
S.
Lee flash.
Let's go mid.
Darshan, you may have to come, Darshan. You have to walk up right now. We have to walk up.
I'm ulting Jake.
I'm coming.
I'm in Gragas.
Hurry on.
Gragas.
Trevor. Hey, rumble. Go mid. Nice job.
I actually have nightmares of Haunted Maokai, dude, still.
Oh shit, it's
Like,
so good.
he still plays it, dude. Like, when we first played it, they first took Maokai, I'm like, fuck, what do we do?
What do we do? Lucio counter.
Dude, that's so much.
This is Super Saiyan Meteos in action.
No, this is Majin Buu Meteos. Like, this is Majin Meteos.
Super Saiyan God. This
No,
guy's
he's
red.
gone to the dark side, dude. He's got the M on his head, but his bangs cover it.
They're fighting. Get ready. Help arrow. I'm running. Run.
Oh, I'm dead. It's okay.
It's okay. Let's kite. We might still be. Oh, Rengar flash in. Kill Rengar.
Kiting. Rumble no flash.
Rumble Zoya.
I'm gonna kill air. Are you okay?
Help you. It's good.
No Zonia.
Here, kill him. Kalmago, Ori no flash. Slowly. Ori no flash. Oh my god, no! You got it, good job! Oh my god! Woo!
I have Ori ult. You guys want to seal with Ori?
Do you want to do it at 2K? No.
Nice, that's it. Back. Get out.
Just back.
Get that.
Can we just go on Makai? No, stay together. It's on me. I need help. Cody's fine. He's gonna be fine. Use Lulu ult on Cody.
I'm backing. I'm
okay,
dead.
We're fine. Talon.
Talon.
I can't. Talon's dead. Makai. Protect Eugene.
Hey, Jin.
No flash. Nice.
Hey, Kurasa.
Makai. Ooh.
We won. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS. We are here to witness Game 2 between FlyQuest and TSM. TSM's jungler. I asked him how to pronounce his name in Danish yesterday, and the best I could understand it was Svenskarn. So that's what I've been trying to say. I'm sorry if I sounded really weird during the last game, but I'm trying to relearn how to say the guy's name properly.
Really it's fine for
Svenskarn is how I heard it, so that's how I'm going to call him for the rest of the day. And I'm sorry, Internet, if you don't like it. But he went off on Lee Sin. They let Inori take the Rengar. He was not perturbed. Solo killed him in the jungle. Got 2 kills top lane. Was huge just the whole time.
Yeah, I think his map movements were so big, and oftentimes the scoreline doesn't tell the story for the jungler, and this one was great, but I think he was even better, and he was such a playmaker, getting kicks constantly throughout the game, really critical in taking over the jungle and controlling Vision too.
Yeah, and of course his opposite member, you saw he did 340-something damage per minute on that Lee Sin. The Rengar did like 100-something.
Yeah.
He did, Inori did
about 100.
Inori did 1/3 the average Rengar per minute, like damage per minute stat. Like, it was a very brutal matchup right there. This is a game with no subs, by the way. Inori and Shady are still in. The teams do switch sides. And Shady specifically did so well in his matchup. That brand worked really well. Had about 1/3 of his team's overall damage. Almost tied Bjergsen, who was the highest in the game. And he was up gold in his lane opponent. Of course, that first turret certainly helps a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they earned that pretty well. We'll see if they will return to the brand, if that's something that they're willing to consistently pick, or if it's just like a one-off type thing, trying something out.
It worked. I'd do it again. I would keep trying.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, they've locked in third. They may just be having a little bit of fun, allowing some flexibility in picks, allowing Inori to come in and play and see how he's going to be able to perform against a top team like TSM. This could be helping them decide even which jungler is going to play primarily in the postseason.
Sure. You give them the reps to know what's going to be happening here in this one. Malzahar going to be dropped off the table. TSM willing to first pick it, not willing to give it away to FlyQuest here.
Yeah, the Malzahar is actually something that's pretty interesting to me. Some teams place extremely high priority on it. Others do not really care that much. To me, Lulu is something that should be higher priority. I think the Malzahar is fantastic, and especially with the pick potential that it has, can be very strong, but it doesn't offer as much kind of like consistent damage and things like that as someone like Zyra or some of the other champions or Karma is. I think like the baseline effectiveness is maybe higher on those sorts of champions. When you're already winning though, there's almost no champion better at creating picks, and anytime you find a flash ultimate and a carry, it's going to work out because your team is there to follow up.
Absolutely the case, and it's something that you've got to be watchful for, and so that is the situation we're in right now. Final ban comes through for Phoenix 1 as a Lee Sin from Svenskarn, and now TSM to get their final ban off the table. Not going to let Ezreal be picked up, even though the Varus was prioritized over it in the first game. They still want to get rid of that, so P1 have to find what their first pick is going to be.
And I think that Ezreal is a ban that makes some sense. If it's something that you think is tough for your composition, Arrow has proven that he's a great Ezreal player, then it doesn't even matter if he's prioritizing it, because you may say, okay, great, he's prioritizing the Varus, well, we don't mind playing into it. And I think that Varus is someone that was very hard to take over the game, like the last one. And, you know, I talked about it in picks bans. You have to play so carefully around the Maokai, around the Lee Sin and the Ahri on that champion that even if you have a lead, it's really hard to kind of exploit it and take advantage of it.
Absolutely the case. So Shen going to be the first pick available, and it was left up on the table as TSM would rather ban away things like Rumble in the top lane, which of course is known as a counter pick to Shen.
Probably a Nautilus along with the Rengar. Sometimes they will drop Haunter down a little bit later, but I'm expecting that to get first rounded. He could go back to the Maokai, but I do think with Nautilus available, it is the higher priority of the two.
I tend to agree. I value Nautilus as the stronger champion. You saw the quick hover of Graves, Svenskarn saying, I know what you're going to pick, Nori. Go ahead, play the matchup, it's fine. Nautilus does come through, and really right now, no surprise in the pick phase.
And I'm not even sure Nori is actually going to pick the Graves. While that is a traditional trade, and Nori has always kind of struck me more as a Kha'Zix player.
Right.
And I think Kha'Zix is another one that is a fine trade, so he's going to go right for that.
And it's a game without Graves in it. Sometimes a bit unusual. He's been arguably the most sought-after jungler in professional play. It's debatable between that and Rengar, but stats definitely have Graves really up there. Kha'Zix grab, P1 have to make their final pick of the first phase, and the question is, which of the three outstanding roles to go for? Both teams have top laners and junglers, and they're going to grab Lucian. And once again, it is a early pick with very few marksmen off the table. Arrow says, you know what? Let's do what Sneaky did.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny. So he was saying last night before he was streaming, oh, Sneaky taught me how to play Lucian by beating me with it, so now I'm going to practice it. And now busting it out here today. We'll see how he's going to be able to do. I think it works very well with the aggressive support type lanes. So Shady has the potential to go back to something like a Brand. I mean, if you can hit a stun, Lucian can dash in and follow up on that very easily. I also think he pairs excellently with Karma, with Nami. Those champions do all work quite nicely.
I agree, so we'll see what comes out of this one. Bjergsen this time around rushing to pick up the Vladimir before anything can be taken away. Didn't want to have that banned away in the second phase, as it was by Phoenix 1 in the first game. So realizing that P1 wanted to remove it, grabs it early, and it does mean the bot lane pool can be diminished, but honestly, I feel like so much is viable down here. I generally feel like most bot lane bans are a bit wasted, but P1 are going to ban Ashe out for now. I really don't
played 3 games of Ashe yesterday, so it could be just kind of a nod to that. They also were playing Vladimir in these sorts of compositions, so they may feel that he wants to play it alongside this, because they had very similar, if not identical, drafts to this yesterday where they did then lock in Ashe. So it may just be something where they're trying to disrupt. And you know, TSM has been going to Vladimir quite a bit. I think that the Vladimir takeaway and the Cassiopeia ban is becoming one of their mainstays.
And you see the Kassadin ban coming through as it is one of the other good matchups into Vladimir. Cassiopeia, I think, is considered sort of a counter in that Cassio can handle him, likes to build him, Relanomicon can kind of deal with the 1v1. Kassadin is picked because Kassadin just works as a champion and doesn't get bullied and just gets to become Kassadin and get that level 16 power spike, as some teams refer to it as. And that's an oftentimes picked champion into Vlad. Off the table, of course, Ashe and Varus, so 2 of the utility marksmen have been dropped away, not allowed. And now it's time for the first pick on this phase for TSM.
And hey, if you think that Turtle is a worse laner, take him off something that's safer, that's more utility-based, put him on something that's more aggressive. You know, going into that Kalista, that's a straight-up, pretty aggressive matchup between Lucian and the Kalista. One thing that can get overlooked sometimes, and I'm not sure how this works with a new patch where the Lightbringer casts faster, is that Kalista hopping to the side, you can actually dodge the Lucian Q. So that is an interaction that has always favored Kalista quite a bit. That said, there was a reduced cast time put on Lucian's Q now,
after
so
around,
I'm
like,
not
level
sure
7
how
though.
easily it is to actually dodge.
Makes it actually better for the Kalista in the early game, but yeah, by late game, you start zipping around, and well, too bad Lucian's Q super fast. Orianna going to be grabbed up here as the pick against the Vladimir. It looks like Rio wanted to secure that champion still all the same, but at least this time he knows what matchup he's playing into.
Round 2?
Round 2. They could use some magic damage. They got to cause it to Lucian. You know what to do. Kalista, I don't think is actually... it's going to be Karma. Unlucky. They don't want to, I guess, blind pick the Brand into an unknown support, which honestly to me makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think especially against Vladimir, I actually think the Brand is pretty awful into Vladimir, simply because you can kind of die to just peripheral damage, and Karma, with the Mantra Shield, does help to negate so much of that AoE. And when you look at the solo laners of TSM, the Vladimir and the Nautilus both put out huge amounts of magic damage AoE. So when you have the Mantra Shield, the Locket, the Redemption, that's kind of the big trio for Karma, and you can negate a ton of the team fight pressure coming out of those champions.
Absolutely agree. So we're going to see how much power this is going to have in the hands of Shady in his 3rd LCS game. He did lose to Cloud9 and TSM in his other 2, but those are tough opponents and you can't always blame them for it. But Phoenix 1 and TSM about to do battle with that Thresh locked in for Biofrost. Is going to make the bot lane pretty fun. Thresh Kalista, a throwback lane, and sometimes literally when you consider how the champion kits work. Glad you liked that one.
I'll give you half marks, but
half marks. What?
I think it's a very strong lane, and it's something that can really take you off guard. If Thresh can actually flay you in, get a hook, you can land that CC, you start stacking the Ren stacks, you can take people out pretty easily with that. It's very, very aggressive, and Karma's gonna have to be exceptionally careful. Yes, the Karma and Lucian can battle up against these champions well, but if you ever get hooked, if you ever get hit by that, they don't have an easy person to kind of go aggressively in and tank that.
Absolutely, so we'll see how it plays out here as the champ select is done and the coaches shake hands for what could be the last time all year. They may never, oh, not all year, sorry, all split. I keep saying that and I'm wrong every time I say it. As we load ourselves into the game, Kha'Zix for Inori making his return to Phoenix 1. Did not do well in the first game. You saw Svenskar really outperform him. But now we get to see a couple new champions, a couple new looks. The Vladimir's in for Bjergsen. It worked pretty well yesterday that the team could not come up with a win. It is now time to hit the Rift. What is the last regular season match for both these teams? TSM hoping to close out this series, and if TSM do win this, they will take the 1st seed in playoffs. Phoenix 1 guaranteed 3rd regardless, but I know Inori and Shady would love to have some redemption games for their earlier losses.
Yeah, they certainly would. I think to boost their confidence of the team going into playoffs, and also just to boost their own kind of personal stock within the team. You want to perform anytime you're given an opportunity as a sub to hopefully move yourself up into that starting roster. Thresh kind of up here on the top side is a little bit interesting, a bit atypical. Perhaps looking to kind of catch someone out or see if someone moves in for that ward on the Wraith Brush.
I think exactly it is. If someone walks in to see if Sven's going to start on the Raptors, then
he can level Q and try to force the summoner.
Absolutely. Quick trade, Zig versus Hanser. You can see Zig takes the trade long enough until his Keystone triggers and gets the heals back.
It's actually pretty interesting here. If you look at Zig, he's starting with a Doran's Blade.
Yeah, that is atypical.
Almost never see that. This is for sure the first time I've ever seen it in professional play. You're almost always going to be on that Doran's shield, but I do think it's actually somewhat intelligent in a matchup like this because you're going to be able to be auto-attacking consistently. You have a little bit more damage perhaps in those trades, and you have a lot of attack speed with your pass-through, so I think he can trade effectively against tanks. It's kind of similar to what I've seen some players do, where you can actually go fervor against some of the lower damage tanks and have these long extended trades where you can take advantage of that.
Just to check real quick, generally speaking, Shen does more magic than physical damage, right? Just because all his spells do magic. So if Punch is going to counter build in lane, he'll go Spectre's Cowl. And yeah, maybe that adds up slightly, right? You go Tiamat, you get the Doran's Blade, and maybe it's enough to make your life a bit better. You can see Inori preps all the Raptors. He's going to be about as fast as Sven is. They both threw those camps in very similar timings. You see Inori walk into the brush for Green Father's Gift after the initial burst. Small optimizations in the jungle always matter. Thunderlord's triggered. What a sick trade by Ryu.
It's going to be a pretty passive lane, likely. I do think that Orianna can bully in the early stages. You can try to shove them in. You can try to get your edges there, especially once you pick up your first blue buff. If you can push in that Vladimir, you can at least get some semblance of an advantage there, even if it's just through pressure, allowing your jungler to kind of have more freedom to move around the map a little more.
We'll see what that freedom entails for these players. This Sven's going to clear the Raptors, or sorry, the Krugs and make his recall. This time around, he's actually faster on the play than Inori. Generally speaking, I feel like Rengar is better at killing those, so not a huge surprise, and they should have mirrored recalls.
This is actually pretty interesting. For a long time, junglers had been simply skipping the Krugs. They go Raptors, red, cross the map, take up their blue buff, the wolves, etc., and go for clears like this. And now we're seeing more players go to their Krugs, and both players are actually doing a mirrored path where they do that, they base, you move out on the map, then take your other half of the map and start looking to cause some pressure.
Yeah, it lets you have kind of full health and mana. In one case, Inori goes for the second jungle item. For Sven, he goes for a longsword here. And then you've got a control ward, you can put it down pretty early. And it's a nice safe build order. I really consider, because I came from RTS background, like I consider early jungle pathing like a build order where you have sort of 4 decision points. Like, yeah, I'm gonna build this building here. I'm gonna get these 3 camps, and then I'm always gonna have a 3-minute control ward, and I'm gonna use that. And then you can start, do I ward the one brush or ward the other brush? And you kind of like start branching from there. But it seems to be a very safe, risk-averse early plan for junglers.
Yep, definitely does. And both teams are trying to track the other opposing jungler. Because P1's bot lane had the push, they actually got a ward in on the Gromp. But Biofrost making a roam to Ryu, looking for first.
Ooh, Ryu. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think he was out of range. Yeah, he's smiling. I think he knows he was out there.
It's hard to make that call, though. It was a mistake, but I understand the choice all the same. Zig in a battle with Hanser. Yeah, puts the dodge zone up and ignores all of it, but
it's a really tough situation for Ryu now. Having that flash be forced, especially because Biofrost did not even expend his flash. You can return gank this pretty easily. You can also wait for Svenskeren to hit level 6, and he's setting up a brush camp, gonna try to take on Inori. We'll see how this goes.
Got more combat stats, has the longsword. Inori jumps away right away. W into EQ out, but Sven took basically no damage.
It means he gets his jungle. Yeah, he's gonna take those Raptors, and he can look to try to get some more vision down, and even just taking this away is pretty big. Inori's gonna try to match on the other side, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do that.
He's got to have some level of risk. He is one level under Sven. He's got a few seconds to work with, though, and he should realize that he's heading back up this way. I mean, Sven would know that that's where Inori should be.
He's going to get collapsed on. I mean, this is the tough part, is that Nautilus is now on this side of the map. They've kind of corralled him.
He's okay with Satchel, I think. Oh, no,
I don't think
there.
He's dead.
The flash to get out, and now Sven's got to chase this, so they're okay. And hey, it's a trade of flashes, to be honest.
Not bad.
Inori didn't get the full camp, but he trades flashes with Sven and gets at least something back.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to be dead for sure, but Zig did a good job of coming down and protecting his jungler as they did kind of trade those flashes back and forth. And TSM didn't want to fully commit to any sort of a crazy fight there.
That's what you get from being able to jump over walls. Of course, Inori had Eid to get away, so he didn't have that cooldown. Nice hook on an arrow. Can play in for a bit more damage. And even triggers the Kalista W.
A good little trade, but through the shield, not going to mean too much here for either side.
Worth pointing out, a 5 CS lead for the TSM duo. So with Brand Varus off the table, looks like Wild Turtle and Biofrost able to recover what was so rough in game 1. A 700 gold lead for TSM just from the laning phase. Yeah. Very impressive.
I mean, take a look at mid lane, right? Like, mid lane is a big disadvantage. Svenskeren is up quite a bit in farm as well. This is a little bit problematic. I mean, anytime I feel like you can get Vladimir ahead in these sorts of lanes, he can become super oppressive, because if he gets 2 ahead, he stops really caring about your damage. Even just rebuilding AP, he heals so much.
You see right there in the bot lane, speaking of healing a lot, Biofrost might need to do that soon. He was kind of pushed around as he tried to build a freeze. TSM had to push the wave in, but the thing is, Wild Turtle got a pretty safe recall here. He got to get his items in, and now it's another attempt to push, but because Wild Turtle is back in lane and has items, he can actually shove the next wave back in pretty quickly. And it's not even a cannon wave, so Wild Turtle's gonna deny more than Arrow and Shady did with their recall, despite the fact that Turtle recalled first.
And as Svenskeren gets really close to 6, Ryu's going to have to play extremely carefully. So he actually is 6 right now. He's going to go straight to mid lane. He knows Ryu has no flash, and this could be the first blood if Ryu is not playing around that. And I think with him moving up, it's probably going to be. He is spotted now. We'll see if he's not going to be able to go for it at this point.
And then he realizes, and Ryu, the ball, yeah, it's not going to matter. There he goes. Jumps, Qs for the reset, knocks it down. Control ward dead. Ryu couldn't really stop that.
That threat is still so big, though. Until your flash is back up, Ryu has to play ridiculously safe. Haunter's down here now, too.
Flash
round 2.
Oh, flash actually. Anchor's going to go in. There's all the damage. Ryu is going to be a goner here. Track with 5.
Oh, Shen ulti.
Shen shows up. Not enough, though. It's a trade kill, though. Well played to actually get the roam back in. A 1-for-1 is the best they could hope for. First blood, of course, still does go through to TSM.
Yeah, actually not too bad. It is still good play from TSM, but because that Shen ultimate was there, they're not able to kill him quite quickly enough. I think if the Shen ultimate came in immediately, maybe he actually gets into the play. I mean, look how late that was. Yeah. If he came into that play, perhaps they can continue chasing, but that said, Minori's really low, he's out of mana, so 1-for-1 was probably the best they were going to get.
It might have actually been, I'm not sure, that Zig was completing the recall, and like, because he ulted from base, so I don't know if he had to wait to recall to buy items or whatever, and like needed the cowl to be in the fight. I'm not sure, but either way, you're right. There's a chance that Shen could have shown up and turned more of the fight around.
And on second look, I don't think he could have anyway.
Okay.
Since Inori was so low there. But either way, that's a trade kill back. Bjergsen opening up such a big gold lead, though. The fact that First Blood went over to him is great for TSM. It's going to get him much more quickly towards that Proto Belt, which will likely be his first item. Once you have that Proto Belt, you can get super aggressive.
That's the case for a bit to do here. Nice damage, and with the ulti, Arrow pushing Biofrost around a bit. Early Cutlass is some nice sustain and makes him pretty much impervious to Wild Turtle Poke. He hasn't been all-in yet. No plays yet happening on the top side of the map. Zig just able to play under his turret pretty safely here. Storm's Blaze helped last it a little bit.
One thing I'd like to see P1 try to do is actually utilize their teleport advantage right now. They have TP advantage, start up the dragon. You're on Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix can solo out the dragon pretty easily, and having the TP edge, I think, is something that you need to utilize. When you're playing Shen, you have double globals. You need to continuously push the pace of the game and force those globals out to get an advantage.
And Roy can actually get it right now. They pinged out where the Callista Sentinel was.
Instead.
Yeah, he's going to trade blue, but he even still has the chance to solo Cloud Dark whenever he wants it. I'm sure if it were Infernal, the teams would have played differently and really fought for it more. And Nori actually going to give away his position, but it doesn't really matter. Looks like Sven is too far away. He plays with the blue buff's patience enough, and he should get the trade of blues. Of course, Bjergsen doesn't want one, but Ryu is kind of missing out on the fact that his was taken away.
And with that blue buff, he should be able to start up the dragon. I do think that would be a good decision. But it looks like for now, he just wants to try to find a kill. I'm not sure he's going to be able to, and he's going to head back to base.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the ability to have a Callista Sentinel sit on top of a Drake still exists. And looks like either Wild Turtle's not allowed to do it in Pro Play, which I don't think exists as a rule, or he's just not going for it. But you can usually get a Sentinel to confuse itself on top of the Drake and just sit there and reveal it forever. It's either something Turtle doesn't want to do, but either way, it's not a huge deal. But the fact is that Inori could solo the Drake whenever he wants to, but he's not going for that kind of play. Zig just going to sit in lane. Does have a small CS lead, so they've both left lane to a certain degree, helping the mid lane, and Zig feeling pretty right with this one.
Yeah, Zig's looking good. I think that Shen can lane up pretty well against the Nautilus. There's very low chance of actually killing him off.
Yeah.
But you can get an edge. You can farm extremely well, whether you're pushing or under turret, thanks to your Q. Getting that bonus damage makes it super easy to last set, and it's even easier with the Dorn's Blade.
Absolutely. You see Spectre's Cowl for both these top laners. The makings of for Hansu. Zig actually has his. Looking for the dive is Bjergsen, forcing a flash out of Ryu.
I mean, Ryu, that was just disrespectful. The fact that Bjergsen has his empowered Q up and he just walked into him, now Bjergsen can flash forward. He just needs the Ignite. Didn't get it.
Doesn't get the Ignite off, and now the chase is on for Bjergsen. Sanglepool's going to do nothing, and Inori gets the kill. Bjergsen screwing up the dive, and Inori's in the right place at the right time and turn it around.
Yeah, Bjergsen just didn't get that Ignite off, or he would have got the quick kill. But Ryu on that initial trade was pretty poorly done. He thought he could actually trade into that empowered Q with his shield up. So you'll see he opts into this. He says, okay, I'll shield myself, I'll go up. It does so much damage. Your shield does not even come close to that on rank 1 shield.
Yeah.
And you can't opt into those trades without losing.
Fighting the bot side. Speaking of trades, the Turtle's going to flash away, but Arrow's on the chase, and here comes the top.
No!
Nice juke by Turtle. Zig can't find him with it. At a certain point, you have to guess when you're the Shen, and Wild Turtle guessed better.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, though, Zig missed his taunt, but he had enough time to realize that it was going the other way. You can actually flash that taunt onto his character and guarantee the kill. So at pro level, I expect him to be able to land that taunt, even if you get juked.
And here comes the play. Rangar wants in as well. The knockup's still going to land, despite the fact that Arrow burns flash. And here is Sven. Yeah, he's not going to miss that at all. And here comes the rest of the play. The jump is in for the turnaround. And Ori gets one. He looks for two. Sven's going to jump the wall. Can he stay away, though? Looks like no one's here to jump him just yet.
Ryu's coming over.
Is coming down. Here's the haste in. They want Inori to get in there. He's going to have leap up soon, but Sven has an empowered root. Moves through to the W instead, finds a satchel. Still on the chase.
I don't think he can get the execute. I think Inori
tagged the jump. That's to be the kill. And the assist goes over because of the shields. But it managed to waste 3 players' time. The best it probably could have been for Sven. That fight still does go Phoenix 1's way, 2-1, and it makes the gold tie.
Yeah, Nori has been in much better spots this time around.
Yeah.
He has been there to clean up kills. Yes, it has been a little bit of being the benefit of some mistakes from TSM, you know, the Bjergsen dive, not getting his Ignite off, being able to clean up that kill. But credit to Nori for stepping up here in game number 2 and getting a lot more. And the confidence was given them to make this dive because Shen ultimate was down, because they had already failed their attempt. And they're able to go in, full commitment to it, but then it is Nori coming over the wall, able to take out that AD carry, and with him down, that's a pretty easy chase.
And nicely done. So Nori's managed to get these reactive ganks off. He's got 3 kills. He's got Ninja Tabby to deal with Rengar in the 1v1. Maybe some tower dives as well. And now will be the look at this Cloud Drake.
But now they actually have TP disadvantage. They may still get it, as TSM may not decide to actually challenge here, but there's no ultimate on Zig. There's no TP on Zig. Hanser could come in if they want to try to force, but Svenskeren on top side looks like TSM is okay to give it up, especially because it is Cloud.
Yep. Teams typically don't consider Cloud. Someone booed the Cloud Drake, apparently. Shout out to the audience, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be Phoenix 1 grabbing another early Drake. And the previous one in game 1, Mountain meant nothing because they never hit any objectives again the rest of the game. Cloud means a little bit more. The ulti that chase in towards Ryu does not have flash, does have Shockwave. Gonna pull Sven in. That was a bit aggressive, and they're gonna find the trade kill. Jungler for jungler now. Combat into the mid lane as Bjergsen gonna kite away. Sengun, of course, dodges out the turret shot, and it's gonna be 1 kill picked up for Bjergsen, 1 kill picked up for Inori.
And Shen is moving down. Shen almost up, so Inori can look for this now if he wants to. He should jump in. Shen ultimate could come out.
To the play, lands the W. Here comes Zig around the wings. Gonna get that one, and this time around he lands the flash to get the kill on a Bjergsen.
Yep.
They waited out the empowered Q, and they made it happen.
Well done.
4-0-2.
Corralling him up there, taking him down, and Zig makes good on his flash taunt this time. But P1 in the meantime is pushing in constantly bot side, and they are chunking down this turret. And here's the play again. TSM is really trying to push in on this mid lane very aggressively. Ryu with a nicely timed shockwave here does pull Sven off of him, and that allows him to live long enough for them to start trading these kills back. And then Inori forces out the pool. The empowered Q is going to expire. Once that happens and the Shen ultimate is coming back up, they know that they can look for this. They instead decide to just roam that Shen down and do expend the flash. I think they could have just gone with the Shen ultimate and probably just cleaned it up anyway. That may have been the lesser of the cost, but
yeah,
it's a decision. Both are fine.
Yeah, if the decision they went for that one, at least the kill did come through secured. You might have mentioned it in the replay. I didn't hear, but Ryu moving the Q to shockwave the Rengar away.
Yep.
Because I was like, okay, you just self-ult, you get the CC, hope Inori turns around, he's going to make Q forward and pull you away.
Yeah.
And meant Bjergsen had to dedicate even more to finalize the kill, and it was very smart by Ryu.
Exactly. Even if you are going down, that forces them to expend extra resources and allows you to get one more rotation of spells out, perhaps.
Only thing he misses out is the bonus armor MR from the ball on his head, but wouldn't have changed anything about that fight, so I think it was the best he could have done. Fight for the ward goes. Getting the last hit that one. Could have given the hit over to Inori to give 30 extra gold to the team. Pretty minor optimization. This game's still very close. 400 in the lead for Phoenix 1, though. Ryu still down CS under Bjergsen. This time he had the option to somewhat counter-pick it. Look for the hook. They land on an arrow, but do they even want
here. They don't want it.
A lot of damage coming through. Walpolo pulls in a support. Gets a knockback onto Inori. And they are going to get away from the turret. Nice pop of ult that gets him out with only burning 1 summoner.
Yeah, I mean, that's a flash from Inori for just the heal and the ultimate of Turtle. It's not too bad. The big win here, though, for P1 is they're going to try to get that first turret. Nice shockwave. Wow.
Sven should not have attacked there. He should have seen the shockwave was coming and waited it out. He actually loses his ult lead. Still great by Ryu. Buys himself the time. I think a little silly, but first turret does come through once again in the bot lane. The resource dedication toward Arrow and Shady is working out.
And to me, that's much more of a great play from Ryu than a poor play from Svenskeren, because how often do you see that play happen? Almost never, and that was really well done. To fully pull him out without even the damage coming through.
Yeah, that was pretty rare. Like, here comes the attempt at a dive. A lot of damage comes in. Hook hits Inori, who's tanky enough. Arrow gets a lot of damage through, but can't finalize the turret dive.
Yeah, they're trying to actually just chunk them out to now pressure this mid lane turret. They have a wave coming up. Nautilus is roaming down, though. Shen ultimate is available. A big fight could potentially break out, but I think P1 would have the edge.
Not too much picked up here. Sunfire Cape done for Hanser. He actually just he sat on the Null Magic Mantle and went all the way to Sunfire pretty early. Of course, Zig with the Doran's Blade and a Tiamat is physical damaging enough, and it gives Hanser some extra pushing.
And Inori is kind of the most likely person to make a visit to his lane that actually could take him out. Even if you don't itemize Spirit Visage or whatever, the Shen's likely not going to be able to do too much to you.
Yeah.
Whereas Inori could take you down, and having some of that extra armor is going to be helpful. Arrow is doing well, so it's going to help him out there too.
We are at the state of the game where Zig kind of has some priority over the lane. He's tanky enough. He's got
or
the
TSM
push.
top though.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to kite back in time though, and this time Zig's instincts do kick in. Arrow and Inori are heading this way, but they are still outnumbered right now. They don't have Shady just yet. Ryu almost takes down this mid turret though. He's 2 auto attacks away from knocking it down, but for now has to respect the team. He's gonna kite back. Arrow almost walked into the stun. What is he shoving in for? Because the rest of TSM are here. And Arrow's gonna lose his life for that play. A bit of a catastrophe. The dodges are not gonna be enough. Zig gonna drop next up. A double kill for Wild Turtle, and Arrow bit off way more than he could chew.
That was so poorly played from Arrow. Even with the dash in, he could have flashed the hook. He doesn't flash it. He gets hooked up, donates a couple kills over, and that's a fight that they potentially could have won.
Yeah, absolutely the case. The rest of the team was coming, and he just went too early, and it means that TSM are back on the board here with this one. They were actually starting to lose out a lot in this game, but back to tied.
Yeah, and here it is once again. The initiation onto Zig. He does have to retreat, but Arrow just dashes into a 2v4, has time to actually flash out, and then flashes out when he's already dead. So definitely not some of the best play there from Arrow. With the gold lead in the top side, on Inori and on the Lucian in this fight, I think they actually could have won that fight had they played it properly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So unfortunate and a rare mistake from Arrow, but it is one. TSM clawing back into this one. Still have not taken the turret down though. The reinforcements that came into the top side were able to keep that turret afloat. T1 very close to getting that mid lane outer. Again, it's at like basically 7 HP right now. And you can see Bjergsen playing very aggressively to try to wave clear it. And he is taking minion aggro, but it's going to drop right there. Unfortunately, local gold not gained, so a couple hundred lost that Ryu could have tried to walk forward to get. Means a less valuable turret than it could have been. Second Cloud Drake spawns now, and we'll see if as Phoenix1 are playing for the bot side right now. Zig going to dodge some attacks. Nice flay. Top one's already down. Good chunk of damage, and it'll be a trade of resources.
Exactly. With the bot lane showing top, we already know that Inori is going to be going straight for that dragon. He's easily able to solo it up. No real threat of TSM contesting, so they will grab themselves the second straight dragon and a significant movement speed advantage.
And I got to say, it was actually well played by P1. Zig tanked enough damage and kind of kept the turret alive that P1 could send resources bot lane, say, okay, Inori has it for free. Now get back top, Arrow, and don't let him pick that turret down. It looks like it's going to happen.
Arrow, though, okay.
Yeah.
Took the safe route.
There's no way you go up that way. You definitely got to jump that wall there. He's going to be all right. And he's going to be okay with this one. 900 gold lead Phoenix1 plus the double Cloud Drake. Rotation speed going to be nice to have. But it is not direct combat stat. They've got to use it in some way for it to actually matter. And we'll see as the boards get cleared back and forth. Ryu looking for some champions. And suddenly he is in a 1v3. He walked the reward. He's okay though. Cloud Drake moves speed at its finest.
If you look at Arrow's build, it's actually extremely defensive.
Yeah.
Grabbing the tabbies and then also going for that Kindle Gem first to work towards the Black Cleaver instead of going towards a Phage.
Yep.
So he's definitely, he's going to be a little bit more tanky. But that said, his damage is going to be a lot down because of this. He's not building a ton of AD with all that gold spent. I mean, that's 1,600 gold. For the only offensive stats is a little bit of move speed and some CDR if you want to count those.
Sure, and yeah, more Qs does help a little bit, but you're right, it is a defensive build. He wants to make sure he doesn't die to Svenskarn. But of course, he has 3 shielding teammates. I don't know if you need that defensive a build.
Yeah, I think it's a poor decision when you consider the fact that you have the Shen, the Karma, and the Ori.
There's the flash chase. Bjerg's gonna get this kill over Ryu. Here comes the Shen ulti to maybe buy some time, and Shockwave not gonna come down in time. Well played by Bjergsen through the shields, gets the kill picked off, and of course, Hans gonna have an easy time 1v1ing Zig in the bot lane. Nothing gained for P1.
And in that case, Zig couldn't have actually done anything with an earlier ultimate because Haunter was right there to interrupt it anyway. So you pop that ultimate just for the shield, not actually expecting to come through, but it definitely feels bad when you expend that ultimate and your teammate dies anyway, as it is a relatively long cooldown and it's one of the big powers of Shen.
Yep, and Ryu actually going for such a aggressive build too. Morello's into Luton's Echo. It's the standard build for Orianna, but the fact that he's behind, maybe he would have been better off with a Null Magic Mantle or something, or even haunting guys just for the HP.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's bad to just pick up a casual Null Magic Mantle and just sit on that. You don't have to build a full Abyssal or anything, but you can just grab a little bit of MR, which can make a massive difference in those sorts of all-ins, because he just does not seem to be able to survive against Pearson.
It's unlucky for Ryu, but it's the case that it's where he is right now, and he's got to try to withstand the rest of this. TSM have brought the gold now to equal a lot of this off the back of Bjergsen's hard work. He's got 3 kills, half of his team's right there. So far, not a lot being gained otherwise.
And Bjergsen has had a lot of help too. It's fair to mention, as Svenskeren has come time and time again with those ultimates. So it's not as though he's just straight up winning the 1v1.
Right.
You know, Ryu really has been getting picked on. And the fact is that Ryu's not that behind for how much attention has been paid his way.
Sure, totally. You can see him able to trade back right there. Gets the punishment back on towards Bjergsen. Of course, we know with a flash of Vladimir, he's a
Turtle
target.
pretty far up.
Okay, maybe a 3v2. They don't go for the play, but this was actually, I think, diveable. Instead, they look for Svenskeren, looking not to get the shockwave just yet. Able to get away with his ultimate. Maybe goes back in, but 4 men strong. P1 not going to be jumped on here.
Yeah, such an even game. You know, the one thing that I always kind of notice in games like this, though, is the team that hasn't taken any turrets and is even in gold is often the team that ends up getting the advantage, because there's more available for you to grab. There's more easy pickings. All the outer turrets are up. So if you ever win a fight, it often turns into so much more. I mean, if you look at the mid lane turret, the top lane turret for P1, they're both quite low, and that's going to be super easy for TSM to grab off the win fight.
Maybe looking for the grab on a Wild Turtle. Flash gets the slow. The Q, that's going to be enough damage. Kill goes to Arrow. And Phoenix One find the dive, the 3-man play, the shield, the haste from Shady helping it out. And this is going to be 3-0 in turrets in pretty quick order. P1 at least finding the openings in a very tight game otherwise.
Yeah, Turtle just moving too far up without Svenskeren having his ultimate to back him up, without Biofrost there to help him. He's a solo player. Even if it wasn't a 3-man dive, they could even set up a 2-man dive pretty easily with that. So it's something you gotta pay attention to, and you gotta be careful. You have to be willing to give up some of those minions and wait for your team to move into a position to defend you.
Yeah, and it's you can blame Turtle for defending the turret, and you can blame TSM for not defending the turret with more than just him. Either way, the association or the assignments were not accurate.
Yeah, well, and to me, it's one of those things where, hey, just because someone else made a mistake does not make your decision correct.
Turtle shouldn't be there alone.
It's like, exactly.
Sure.
So it's like, hey, maybe Biofrost should have been there in position, but since he is not, you then make the best decision remaining, which is get out of dodge.
Yep. It's surrender, give it away. And you're right that maybe Turtle as well as the rest of TSM for making this happen. But it is now this 1,300 gold lead for Phoenix One, the kill on the turret, and if they can keep their powers alive, maybe it's okay. A lot of damage on a Ryu. Shockwave buys a bit of time. The shield's not going to be enough, though, and Shady's going to be next up with a chopping block, but gets over the wall. Now Inori wants to re-engage for this. Haunter still taking the turret, but down to about half HP, and Hook's going to land into Inori. This is more damage out, but it's going to be the kill. But first the taunt, and the dodge zone. Still the single pool is enough. Will there be a trade? Oh, Bjergsen with the Zonia's Arrow should get this back, and he will do so. Right now it's a 2-for-1. Can there be more? Looking for the damage with the not ulti damage. Not going to come through. Arrow gets a shield, gets alive just barely. Wild Turtle wants to chase, lands the Q over the wall. Wild Turtle finds his prey. They're going to get one more as it's going to be Zig dropping out. 4-1 the overall trade. TSM with the lead.
And they're going right for Baron, it looks like. They have Kalista. They are low. Are they going to try to start it up? Yeah, they're going for it. The TP's coming back in. They will be able to take this, I think, pretty easily. Almost nothing P1 can hope to do.
You can see early smite for Sven to heal him. He knows that Ren is going to be enough to secure this.
That's theirs.
Shady and Ryu likely to not have their way with this one at all.
Definitely a frustrating fight for Zig, as he had so many people so low, but couldn't quite finish off anybody. And TSM has had such explosive starts to these fights, being able to burst down their targets through the Shen ultimate almost every single time. And, you know, this was a pretty early Shen ult coming in. Already the Mantra shield. Ryu has his own shield up, but they just blow him up through everything. And from that situation, it's very hard to win the team fight. I think P1 played it relatively well, but Biofrost was on point with his hooks. This was a fantastic taunt flash from Zig. He had 4 members and the parry zone, keeping Inori alive a little bit longer, which allowed them to fight back. But look at the backline. Zig had all these guys so low, but he can't actually finish anyone off, and does eventually get taken down. And Turtle with a nice snipe.
Yep. Even in partial fog, but of course he knew where he was going, and then that hook was great as well. P1, they could have made it a 1-for-2, and they looked for more and lost 2 members. I want to point out something that happened, by the way. Wild Turtle delayed his rend on Baron until Bjergsen respawned. He wasn't like asleep at the wheel. He waited until his mid lane was up, so they do have all 5 Baron buffs. That was Turtle having the patience to do so. Now 5 Baron buffs, the 2,000 gold lead. TSM looking for a lot, Sven. able to get his way out of this one, and Nori not going to get hooked. TSM should have everything they need to get a lot more. As you mentioned earlier, if the game is tied and you haven't killed turrets yet, when you get that lead, those turrets fall and the gold explodes. Top outer dead, mid outer.
Mid's gonna go down. There's almost no way to really defend this, I think, against a Baron if they want to contest. And ooh, Shockwave even expended there.
Yeah, and all it takes is Sanguine Pool and a Lantern, and over they go to the left-hand side of the map. Bot lane outer picked off by the solo split push of Haunter. No one's there to defend that. And P1, generally speaking, have to give away most of these outer turrets.
Yeah, I think the tier 1s are all I mean, you want to slow it down. You want to thin out the waves as much as you can, but you don't really want to commit to a full fight, I think, over these, especially not with Shockwave down now for Ryu, and TSM will just kind of wander in and take that out too.
Yeah, Gertz doesn't mind taking 2 turret shots there. He's got enough armor. Zonya's Hourglass is in. Needs to make that gold lead 4,000. Looking for a slow onto Bio. Frost going to land some damage here. Red Spite in for a bit more. One hit away from the kill. They're going to get the one.
Coming in.
A bit far up. They're going to wait it out, and Bjergsen going to get found. Nice flash to stay safe. Zig finds a bit of a slow bit of damage, but it's not enough. 1 for 0 and a forced flash. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, the pick there onto Bio and the flash forced on Bjergsen means that they may have stopped the bleeding a bit here. TSM may not be able to push for more with their Baron buff.
1 minute left on that buff. 20 seconds on Bio Frost, meaning there's only 40 seconds of 5v5 left on the map with the Baron.
It's actually P1 trying to force up here, get some damage down
choice.
with this turret. Looks like they're going for it, and Sven doesn't have his ultimate, so it'll be hard for TSM to actually fight back.
It's hard to actually do anything to Hansa right now, though. That fairly defensive build from Arrow is going actually towards a fast mortal reminder, which I understand via Vladimir existing, but you've got Umbrella Nomicon. I don't know if you...
Well, the other thing you have to remember is he's a Black Cleaver, so he's building health, so you actually, it's the anti-synergy with Lord Dominic's.
Sure.
You get much less from that.
I'm just not even sure he needs Armor Pen as a build that much, considering he can go like Rapid Fire Cannon or something.
Yeah.
I think it's debatable. I'm not sure.
I think this is simply just saying, hey, who am I going to get to hit? It's probably only the Nautilus, who already has, you know, Tabby's Frozen Heart and that Sunfire Cape. So it does make sense in that way, and I think that sitting on the Executioner's Calling would be good too. You certainly need that in any build against a Vladimir, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think he's making a choice again. It's one of those where I think it's debatable. Rapid Fire and Executioners could be a choice, but either way, it's the way he is. Now looking in towards Svenskern, getting to about half HP.
Bjergsen looking for the back line.
Looking for the play. Hook's going to land onto a Nori. The Assassin could drop down quickly. Zonya's to buy some time, and there's the first kill picked up by Sven. On the opposing jungler, Ryu still forced to cut away the flash. Anchor going to be grabbed up by Shady to buy some time. And a taunt in, but here comes Wild Turtle. Diving into the backline just like he's always wanted to. Finds a couple of kills, looking for Shady to make it the complete ace. And now it's only Zig staying alive, alone against the world, and TSM. They're going to be taking a lot out of this one. Mid lane, doesn't matter. Top lane, tier 2 is the one you want to knock down. Now 4 turrets picked up. They're in power play about 4,000, but there's more to gain. Bjergsen has aggro. Now this minion wave.
And Hotzer just doesn't take any damage from these turrets. Easily able to pull off that dive with him tanking it the whole way through. They should not be able to end here, I don't think, but they're going to try
maybe they can.
It. Yeah.
Zig against the world. He's going to respawn now. Look for the taunt. He's got to find a squishy to do it on, though. Looking to close it out. TSM wants to make it 2-0.
Nori is back. Arrow in 5.
Looking to close out the match. Turrets are gone.
Have to run.
TSM kiting off with just those as they run away. Going to be a lot of damage out of Nori. They land the slow. They land the taunt. They're going to get 1 kill. Now for Bjergsen, who goes back into the front line. Going to buy time some more and lose his life. A 2 for 0.
Then they get even more
for the 2 turrets. Well, it's already 3 Cloud Drakes. So they're going to chase really fast. This team will catch up to TSM.
And they can delay the bases, and they have a minion wave in mid lane. They can shove up and try to trade back an inhibitor. We'll see if they can actually catch anyone out. It's Haunter using the TP to evacuate.
He knows he's there, but it's not going to matter. Summoner TP. Arrow kind of knows it. And out they go. He pings, hey, there's teammates. Oh, they didn't realize it was TP, actually. So Arrow, okay, realizes now that the rest of them are gone. Mid lane will be answered. Ryu should have the damage. He will. This turret's going to fall. So TSM making the choice to go for Nexus turrets. Lose 2 champions in mid lane tier 2.
Works out fine, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was risky, but the fact that only 2 of them went down meant that P1 could not just march down and end the game or knock an inhibitor right back. So that is going to end up okay. And the gold trade ends up pretty even. And it's an exposed Nexus, which is always a big threat.
Definitely is. So we're going to see TSM find the funny plays. Of course, with the TP recently used by Hanzo to get away, that means he's not going to have it up again for when the inhibitors are still down. Inhib will respawn by the time his TP's back up, so there's no funny TP plays.
Yeah. I think it's less about that and more just about the fact that when you have super minions pushing in the top lane, there's not even any Nexus turrets to help thin out that wave. And that's the big deal to me. And that's partly why you see Zig so far up here, pushing so far, trying to utilize his global advantage to really even out those waves. And hopefully for P1, they can set up a good fight because they still are in the game. And TSM is going to try to force around that Infernal. I don't think this is the fight you take for P1 because they just don't have the vision.
Yeah, right now it's going to be the reset. They're going to give this one away. And Norway does not have Flash to be leaps for a steal. I don't think it's worth trying because if he's dead, you lose the game 5v4 outright.
Exactly. They just walk it down top lane, they end the game. That is not where you want to fight. P1 are going to have to give that up because of the map state.
Well, they can keep playing the rotation game. Triple Cloud might come into effect sometime this game. It's hard to say what's happened because of those breaks, but right now it is TSM who have the tools they need to close this out, end their season 15-3, end the split 15-3, and take that first seed. Cloud9 is hoping for a Phoenix 1 comeback as they stand to gain from a P1 win here. C9 would take first place instead, but that seems to be unlikely, cheering or not. TSM now going to play for the Baron buff that is likely to end the game and end the match.
I do think that P1 is going to have their chances to actually fight around this, though. They have some wards in the back of the pit. They have Shen split pushing, so they will be able to eventually force an answer and get some map presence out there. It's really hard to force both those globals out of the Shen to actually just get a free Baron in a situation like this.
And they're going to play inside the jungle. You can see the deep wards, the sweeper. They do miss one, but it's not that important. They know that the approach is dark. For now, this Rift Herald will let them know what's going on, or the Scuttle, I should say, and here comes the play. Zig has to ult in to make this happen. Baron losing health pretty quickly. TSM inside the pit. Bjergsen cutting around the backhand side. Good damage out from Arrow. Here comes the re-engage. Bjergsen wants to get the solo kill on the bot. Look at the damage output. Just solos him out. And here's the fight in the front line. Turtle stays alive, and Nori gets deleted. This is going to be 2 kills already. Make it a third in pretty quick order. No chance to re-engage. And in a 5v2, Guardian Angel pop, down he goes. 5v2, it's time for TSM to look for the Nexus.
Oh.
That is not a Faker caliber shockwave. It's not going to get the kills just yet. The poke's not going to matter. Ryu goes down. And now it is Shady against the world. It's not going to happen. TSM are going to close one out 2-0 against the number 3 seed. TSM going to secure that first place seed heading into the postseason. Number 1 TSM, number 2 Cloud9, number 3 Phoenix 1. That is where those teams will end up. TSM 2-0, some of their toughest competition. End out the week to gain redemption for their loss to Liquid yesterday. And they go for the KD at the end of it all. And down it goes. TSM victorious in the last match of the regular split.
And they look good. I mean, game 1 was an absolute stomp. Game 2 a lot closer. But Turtle down the stretch, I think, performed very well. A little bit of redemption for him, and Bjergsen was a monster as always. I mean, that kill on Arrow ended the game.
Yeah.
You know, yes, it wasn't over, but that ended the game. You know, they opted into a 2v1 on Bjergsen. He comes out the best in that, and there's just not much they can do from there.
Big damage on the Vladimir. 2 games in a row, he does the most damage on his team. This time around, both Ryu and Inori had better showings. I felt like Ryu was doing reasonably well for himself. He was getting dove a lot and it made it rough, but he had at least a lot of damage. Inori certainly was a big factor here. We started out 4-0-2 in a game where his team had 6 kills for a while, but unable to get the rest of it. And Arrow's Lucian failed to do what Sneaky did to him in the previous match.
I mean, this game for me, I think last game, despite them still getting stomped, I think Arrow actually looked better. This one, there were some more glaring errors in Arrow's play. I think notably the top lane play, dashing in, not being able to avoid some of these skill shots, kind of getting hooked up a lot, even sometimes with summoners available and dash available. I don't think Arrow looked on form today. And yesterday at C9, he certainly didn't. There's been a lot of holes that are kind of being punched out in his play in this last weekend, and people are talking about Arrow for MVP, talking about these guys for MVP, and I think that these last matches matter a lot for that. And with his weekend's performance, hey, that might have cost himself the award.
It honestly could have, especially when you consider what kind of stuff Bjergsen did this game. And in the previous one, he had that 1v3 double kill as they were chasing off the dragon. You saw him, use the lead he was given by his teammates in lane. But yeah, solo killing the bot laner in the climactic Baron fight. That's a game-winning play right there, as you mentioned. And that's the kind of thing that TSM expects out of Bjergsen, that TSM fans expect out of Bjergsen. Heck, things that Bjergsen expects out of Bjergsen. And those kind of plays are MVP caliber stuff.
And I mean, the only kind of cause for concern I have around TSM's play, for them going to playoffs is these last couple of games, it has seemed so predictable where they're doing. It's a nonstop mid lane. Haunts are roaming to mid lane on tanks over and over and over. Jungler, hardcore camping mid lane. It feels like they have kind of cut off the bot lane again. And when you do have very predictable patterns, sometimes teams, especially with preparation going into playoffs, can look to exploit that.
Sure.
That said, obviously there's a lot of practice for TSM before they go into it, and they can change up their game plan. But they have kind of defaulted back to this everything around Bjergsen style.
And that's true. And so we get to see kind of what TSM's going to be up for with this one. But either way, they do get the win. They get to watch the quarterfinals. They get to figure out who they're going to play and study them as well. We'll see what happens. But for more, let's check in with Captain Flowers and Bjergsen.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am hanging out here with TSM's mid laner, Bjergsen himself. You guys have just clinched the first seed in the playoffs, first place throughout regular split play in Spring Split 2017. How are you feeling?
Of course, it feels good to be first. That was our goal, and I wouldn't be happy if we weren't first place. Second is not something I'd be satisfied with, but overall, we're still playing pretty inconsistent, and we're going to have to fix those issues to do well at playoffs. So still looking forward and wanting to win the split, not just the regular season.
Now, speaking of those inconsistencies, you had a pretty strong series today against FlyQuest, especially in the first game. Yesterday, a surprising result in your match against Team Liquid. What is TSM looking to do as a team, as a unit, to fix those problems and just become an unstoppable force in the postseason?
I mean, there's no secret. It's just grinding out. Now we're going to have, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks to really work on our issues. And I think there's certain things that come up all the games that we do lose, or the game ones, the dreaded game ones, where we mess up. It's a lot of similar problems. We gave up some free dragons, free barons that happened against Team Liquid, even happened against FlyQuest in this game. And those are some things that we just have to fix to do well at playoffs and MSI.
So with those goals, obviously you guys have in mind what you need to be fixing, what you need to be working on, what your game plan is. And right now, when I look up at the back of the stage up here, there are a lot of TSM banners. I'm taking it you guys are planning on adding another one to that at the end of Spring Split 2017 here.
I mean, yeah, no doubt. TSM is all about winning. I wouldn't be satisfied if we didn't get first place, so we're going to get first place.
Well, best of luck to you and the rest of the TSM guys as we head into the playoffs. TSM, ladies and gentlemen, clinching the #1 seed. We're going to go ahead and throw things back to the analyst desk now to see what they make of it all.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Some confidence out of Bjergsen there after securing first place in the regular season. 2-0 fashion over our third place team. And I think, at the outset, that's the most important thing to recognize. Having sustained a loss to the 9th place team yesterday, we wanted to see TSM bounce back and in somewhat dominant fashion. Getting a 2-0 here serves to calm some nerves maybe for any worrying fans out there.
Yeah, I mean, TSM fans tend to react a little over the top when something doesn't quite go perfectly. I think, you can see after this series that they're still a really dominant team.
Right.
They always had that risk of losing a game 3. It finally happened at the very end of the season, but nothing to worry about. They're still, I think, quite clearly the top team in the league.
All right, before we talk about the postseason, playoff picture, and all that as a result of this series, let's dive into this game 2 real quick. Let's take a look, working backwards through the game. 29 minutes. This is really the game-ending fight to a degree. TSM going to get 4-0 plus an inhib off of it.
Right, this is right after they grab that Baron buff, and you see that P1 wants to move quickly and make a fight happen before they give up a lot of resources, give up a lot of that gold. They try for it, but Inori gets blown up really early on in the fight, and then it's a really good kind of front-to-back team fight for TSM.
Aggressive Wild Turtle here.
I was about to say, front-to-back for the most part. Turtle decides he wants to be on the back line of the enemy team, but he's able to do so because there's not that much threat, and he has a really good dive comp to go with him. Obviously, Vladimir doesn't want to just be hitting front line the entire time. He wants to find that opportunity to go in.
I can't help but point out that was a flashing forward Wild Turtle. On
it's
TSM.
not always bad.
On TSM, and it worked. No, I love to see. I love aggressive flashes, just personally as a player. But it's good to see him, taking those kind of stabs and leaps. And we saw Kalista play today. What do you think of the Kalista, just real briefly?
Some people have been trying to tell me it's really good. I think it's okay. It's playable in the meta, and especially when you see a lot of 80 carry bans, which were thrown that way because they were taken in the second rotation after the Lucian had been taken away. Ezreal was already banned, so you see these other bans come in, and it's something that he was forced onto. I don't think he would want to take that, and
right.
It's situationally fine.
You're not lunging at it.
No.
But they made it work this time around. Let's take a look at another fight. Only 3 minutes before that one that you just saw. Baron here, 4-for-1 plus Baron for TSM.
There have been a lot of fights forced around the mid lane. Bjergsen playing very aggressive over the course of this whole game. Once again, Hanser, nice hook to blow up Ryu right at the start of the fight. That was the problem, was Ryu was super shut down this game, and it's really hard to win from there. P1 almost make a good opportunity at turning this back because TSM was caught up in the terrorist. But Biofrost snipes out Inori. Huge hook there because if Shen comes in from the backside with his 4-man taunt and Inori's not almost already dead, maybe he's able to go in and start getting a couple kills. Instead, Inori dies right at the start of the fight as well. Arrow's doing his best to try and maximize his damage, but it's just a little too late. Wild Turtle finally shows back up, is able to help get Biofrost onto Arrow. That lets him finish him down. A nice snipe over the wall here.
Great.
Yeah, good final shot by
This
Wild
is without
Turtle.
the vision toggled. Technically, he couldn't see where he was, had an idea of where he was, but throws it blind, secures that kill. And ultimate for Furrow with the Baron. The Baron then went into the inhib, and we saw TSM, again, always operating comfortably from a lead. But if there was going to be a criticism from their regular season, it's that sometimes they can't establish those leads, and particularly in game ones, they have the potential to lose them because they don't start so hot.
Yeah, and you saw them playing very heavily around mid and top over the course of the series. Game 1, Turtle did kind of get crushed in just standard laning phase. Good bounce back game too, especially given that he was targeted a little bit more in the pick ban phase. So it's good to see that Turtle isn't just going to be this complete liability in the playoffs, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about, given how we've seen kind of the final weeks shape up. But Arrow not having the best day overall.
No, we heard the casters talking about that a little bit. How does this bode for his MVP votes? And I want to discuss that in just a moment. Before we get to that, though, let's talk about FlyQuest and their approach to this series in particular as a whole. Because as was stated at the beginning of the day, this series had no effect for FlyQuest, right? In the sense that they finished third no matter what. Now, of course, it could have determined who they might be playing later in the playoffs. But they opted to try Inori in both games and Shady in both games, so still experimenting with that roster.
And I liked what I saw out of Inori this series. He wasn't being hyper-aggressive, it was more reacting to TSM plays. We see him turn an overdrive by an aggressive Bjergsen in the mid lane, turns a dive there by Svenskar, and then once again here being able to punish TSM, clearly having a game plan of wanting to focus more around the mid lane. And overall, it was nice to see that out of him, but the rest of the team didn't quite seem up to par.
Right.
The early, ban influence that they threw at Turtle did not stop him from having a decent game. And I mean, not like Inori played perfectly either. He did walk up and get hooked in that important skirmish around the mid lane, but that was a pretty good performance to see out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like he had a pretty good sense of where Svenskar was going to be, right? Showing up, being in the right place, right time. In the support position, though, that's where I come away from the series, and I feel like I have no sense of which is the better support player on FlyQuest and who should be played through the playoffs alongside Arrow.
It kind of feels like the Ray impact situation at the start of this, when we're like, what's really the point of this? I see that obviously there's a little bit of a different champ pool here, and in the first game, if they're looking at TSM losing to Team Liquid and saying, let's try and exploit Turtle as hard as we can, they go with a brand pick, and it actually worked out pretty well. I can understand that a little bit, but the second game, you're just playing Karma, I think it was, and I think Stunt obviously can play that champion and has a little bit more synergy given that he's been on the team longer. Who knows exactly what P1 was thinking over the course of this series and why they used each player.
Yeah, but as we were focused on the bot lane, let's talk about player of the game going to Biofrost on the Thresh. Have loved seeing him on this champion anytime TSM has the opportunity or finds a comp that will work with a Thresh. One of that mid-game or that mid-lane team fight that we saw, 2 crucial hooks coming out of Biofrost to help turn that one in TSM's favor.
And it's funny, I think it was just yesterday I was talking about how Jat and I were saying, oh, it's hard to give player of the games to like Karmas because it's not always the most impressive champion. But give him a Thresh. Those player of the games start reeling in real quick. So he was.
Yeah, anybody remember a player named Bunny Fufu?
Yeah, he got a couple.
Got a lot of player of the games.
And just to talk about Biofrost a little bit in the broader scope of things, last split, I think a lot of people, despite having great stats, were critical of him, saying, well, what is he really doing? Kind of just following up on Doublelift's aggressive
the other
play
great
style.
Plays from player, yeah.
Right, he was on a great team, wasn't heavily relied on for shot calling, had a great laner in Doublelift, and I think this split you've really seen him come into his own and continue to be that huge force for TSM in the bot lane. He's very reliable. You almost never see this guy caught out of position, whether it's in lane or face checking brushes while going for vision. He does almost everything correct, which is what you want to see. And it's not the best meta for racking and player of the games, but he's still clearly 1-2 with Smoothie as best support in the league.
At the end of the day, TSM secure their first place regular season standings. That's not all the league we have in store for you today, though. Up next, FlyQuest take to the stage against Team Liquid. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the North American LCS.
Watch out. Nice. Lucian, give me there. Cover. Give me a Baron. Caster jumped in. Help the Lucian's there. Lucian's there. There's TP behind us. Play together. I'm coming. Run up the river.
So.
Run up the river if you can.
He's dead. I'm telling us.
Help me. I'm on the way.
Lucian's super low.
I'm here. We can fight.
Callista's here now.
I'm up.
Callista. Lucian. Kill Lucian. Lucian flash.
Alright, flash.
Nice. Get Baron.
Welcome back to the Battle Arena, everyone. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and I've recruited Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler to help me close out the regular spring split season. How you doing, buddy? Let's do it. Let's both sign up. Let's get it going on. Despite this being the last match today, there are still some high stakes in this showdown between FlyQuest and Team Liquid. It's do or die time once again for Liquid. A win here will secure them 8th place, but a loss will send them into next week's promotion tournament.
Exactly, and fortunately for Team Liquid, they are riding high after a very surprising upset yesterday against the first place TSM. Doublelift himself played very well. Matt as well was a huge part in that series. Coming out of the lane, pretty much always either ahead or at least even for all of those games. Now they are going to need to perform once again today because Piglet, he has not been doing so well for the team in his new role in the mid lane. A couple of stats there to show for you guys. He is negative 16.7 CS at 15, which is 12th in the league. 606 gold in the hole at 15 as well, also 12th in the league. This is including substitute mid lane players, by the way. And Golden Glue, just for comparison, CSD and his goal difference at 15 were actually better than Piglet's.
And I know it includes subs, but when you're 12th out of 10, it still feels pretty bad, man. But depending on the match between Team Dignitas and Immortals, FlyQuest may only need a single game win here to earn themselves a playoff spot. Without the results of that match, though, it's still ongoing. FlyQuest should treat this match as a must-win.
Yeah, and the players are definitely fired up if social media is any indicator. As well, with looking at Piglet, in the bottom lane, we can also look at Altec down there. He actually had a very good series coming to this set as well. He didn't die a single time versus Echo Fox, so they might want to send some more resources towards his way. Piglet as well, though, is another option for FlyQuest to actually try and attack, as High and Moon are the classic combo that really got this team a lot of their major wins early in the season.
Lemon Nation isn't quite sure of what to make of Team Liquid's new roster, though, and how tough they're going to be.
Well, they look a lot stronger than before, for sure, TL. Ever since they got, mid-lit and double-lift. Honestly, I'm not sure how strong they are now. Besides better than before. So we'll see.
Thinking maybe they're going to be good. Maybe we're going to have trouble
Lemon
with
interviews. He's always deep in thought.
Always thinking about what it's going to be. What's this going to come down to, Kobe? I don't know.
They just beat TSM, so maybe they are.
I mean, yeah, they got to be on some kind of a hype after that. But let's go ahead and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's FlyQuest with Balls in the top lane, Moon in the jungle, High mid, Altec bottom, Lemon Nation supporting, and Coach Thinkcard.
And on the red side, it is Team Liquid. Up top is Lorlo. In the jungle, Rainover. Mid, Piglet. Bottom, Doublelift. Support Matt and Coach Kane now for the guys.
And we made a little bit of a quip about it just a second ago, but beating TSM yesterday was a really big surprise. Liquid had an
Hugs all
upset. Hugs all around. Everybody was happy. Everybody was having a great time.
Not everybody.
Except for the TSM fans. They were not very happy. But the Liquid fans were, and Liquid players were, and now Liquid has this opportunity where they can actually completely avoid the promotion relegation tournament if they win this one. This is a big match.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of the goals. When they first started making all the roster switch, they were like, maybe we can make playoffs with the Piglet switch and Doublelift. And, they've been a little bit more realistic since then, and the new goal is not to get relegated, not even to play into the tournament. So there you go. This would be the series to do that.
Well, let's see what they can do going up against FlyQuest, because we know this is a team that started off at the beginning of Spring Split 2017 just looking awesome, surpassing everybody else's expectations. But now recently, in the second half of the split, things have been a little rougher for them.
Definitely true. And let's see where they start to target and pick bans. That could definitely give an indicator as to where Moon will go early on. We did talk a little bit about the High Moon combo where they started off the season roaming a lot together. Oftentimes that was towards the bottom lane. And even though Doublelift is this star who's just shown up versus TSM and everybody's very careful around him, they might actually decide to try and attack the strengths of Team Liquid rather than prey on the weaknesses instead. So far though, Lucian's banned out. Y'all know that is targeted at the pocket pick.
The pocket
coming
pick.
back.
But they're also going to be targeting the Olaf from Rainover. They saw how he was able to dismantle TSM with that yesterday. So they were like, we don't want to lose the first game based on the Olaf and then realize to ban it. So we're just going to ban it at the start. Graves also banned away from him as the top lane's targeted by Liquid.
Exactly, and the Graves as well, another ban right there at Rainover, who had a lot of very good games on Graves earlier in the split, and don't want to let him get that away. So very quickly, they will try and pinch that jungle role here for Moon. He's very confident on the Rengar, and has spoken about it quite often. And with the Olaf and Graves already banned out, they are really shrinking the pool for Reignover as far as champion select here. Definitely expect Liquid at some points in the first round, these first 3 picks, to grab a jungler. They don't need to do it in the first 2, though. And can grab up the high priority Lulu that everybody's after.
Yeah, taking the Rengar first when you're on the blue side means you do leave that Lulu open. Everybody's going after this pick these days, and Team Liquid going to be more than happy to pick that one up. It's actually in the series they played yesterday against Team Solo Mid. It was Lulu games that they won both of, and the one game they didn't have Lulu was the one they lost.
Interesting correlation. Lemonation is always, though, one of those support players that not phased by any meta picks or any of the standard ones. So we'll see what he draws out here. Maybe it'll be something, you know, more oddball, or it could just be a super standard. Karma or Nami are the 2 main picks people usually use into the Lulu. Zyra, not oddball at all. It is kind of a Lemonation classic along when he used to play with Sneaky, though, the original Ashe-Zyra combos a couple years ago.
Well, we're not going to see the Ashe with the Zyra today, but Caitlyn's going to be locked in for Alltech, and that'll be the bot lane and jungle combination picked up before the second half of bans arrive here for FlyQuest.
Caitlyn definitely a big part of why he didn't have any deaths earlier in their matchup versus FlyQuest as well. You know, full range, shoving the lane, can do a very similar thing here with Zyra that she can do with Lulu as well. So Zyra, Caitlyn, extremely long range bottom lane. FlyQuest are very clearly, you know, trying to have a good lane phase for themselves early on and not let Double Lift get off the ground too quickly. He will be piloting the Ashe, though, so watch out for the arrows.
Going into the second part of the banning phase, we're also going to be looking at strictly solo lane bans. Both teams still got to pick the top laners, still got to pick the mid laners. We'll have to see what they decide to target before anything else. Orianna banned away by Liquid, while FlyQuest takes the Vlad off the table.
Yeah, and just a little refresher for you guys. Piglet did play 3 Taliyah games versus Team Solo Mid yesterday, so maybe he will go back to the champion, see if he feels comfortable on it or not. So far, Vladimir and Orianna, 2 of the highest priority go-to mid lane picks.
Gragas taken out for the top side from Team.
Now, if I see a Gragas ban, I'm very scared of an early Nautilus. I feel like Nautilus is super strong up there with the Shen, Rumble, and Gragas all banned out. Maybe they actually will throw a ban here at Lorlo. Lorlo, one of his best champions, and by far his most played champion at least, is Nautilus.
Well, FlyQuest, you got 4 seconds to make the choice. There you go, agreeing with Kobe. They recognize the plan, they take that off the table, but now Team Liquid's got their choice to find something else here. Gonna go ahead and look towards that Maokai, pick up the big tank in the top lane, and leave the counter pick available for Piglet.
Gonna be able to grab that up. Next best thing here. Maokai still scales very well into the late game, and Team Liquid's composition at the moment is looking very standard team fighting. They do have the options of getting, you know, picks or just starting off fights with the Ashe Arrow. Lorlo will be very happy to lead the front line, whereas FlyQuest a little bit more about opening up some room on the map with early tower pushing and Rengar to be able to work between lanes and pick people off.
Renekton being locked in, always real deadly, real scary as well, especially if you're just an Ashe hanging out, trying to have a good time, farm some lanes, and Renekton jumps on you. But
or even a Maokai looking to get bullied a little bit in lane. Let's see if Balls can actually pressure Lorlo in this matchup. They have had a couple of DPS champions for Balls before. The Rumble, he has had his ups and downs on this time around, but the Camille, definitely a bit more of a struggle for him. We'll see how it can do on the Renekton here. A lot of early power, a little bit less scaling for himself, though, as far as the front lines standing toe-to-toe go.
Just a little bit. Liquid gonna be hovering over that Taliyah. It didn't go well for them in the 3 games yesterday, but they're gonna go for it again here, taking that up against the Victor for high.
And there we go, right back to the similar champion. One thing when you do switch roles, it always is nice to repeat champions, right? It is always, you know, at the very beginning when he moved over to mid lane, everyone's like, oh my God, he's just playing all these champions.
Yeah,
People are
5 games, 5 champs, what is this?
But a little bit more consistency, you might see some more of those incremental improvements where you don't have to think so much about the individual champion you're playing, and work more with team play. It also does open up the roaming aspect. We always talk about High trying to roam from the mid lane. Now he's actually the wave clear victor here, and Piglets if Piglet especially does get some jungle attention on Talia, you always set up Talia as a possibility of using that Weaver's Wall offensively to these side lanes.
That said, one of the criticisms of Piglet yesterday was the fact that he was not able to find a lot of successful roams on the Talia. Generally, it is one of the reasons that you pick the tip. 4 times the charm, exactly. Yesterday, that was the warm-up match. This is the one that's for all the marbles. This is the one that gets you out of the promotion tournament. This is the one that Team Liquid needs to win. And for what it's worth mentioning, it's not just Liquid's fate that's on the line here. We talked about FlyQuest's role potentially changing depending on who wins the Immortals match. But it's also this match that's going to determine the fate of Echo Fox, because if Liquid's not safe from the promotion tournament, Echo Fox is. So Echo Fox is really hoping that FlyQuest wins this game.
A lot of eyes on this set, and we'll get right into game number 1 to get this one kicked off.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on to Summoner's Rift for the first time in this best of 3. One of the final series of regular play for Spring Split 2017. FlyQuest out the gate, Liquid the same. Liquid moving 3 bodies there into the bottom lane. Might be looking to set up a surprise brush if Lemon Nation tries to get those seeds too far forward.
Definitely a possibility.
They did this yesterday too.
Yeah. Let's see if they actually get something from it here. Sneaky, sneaky.
Into the brush they go. All right, there's the volley saying, hey, it's just Ash and Lulu here. Don't mind us.
Lemon knows that something is amiss.
All right, they don't end up walking too close to it, or
Plant some
do
more.
they?
Whoa.
Okay.
It's not going to be enough to kill him or anything. He actually didn't turn around and throw any spells because he was a little bit worried about the offensive flash and ignites and stuff coming in to try and kill him. Sometimes you'll see the support a little bit greedy turn around to get your spell thieves procs.
Yeah.
That scenario.
Decided against it though.
Decided against it. Probably for the better.
Look at that fan vote, Kobe. Team Liquid fans out in force today. 75% of people think that Liquid is walking away with the win here. And that's surprising considering, like we mentioned earlier, FlyQuest was a team in the first half of this split that looked so good, and then things have just been slowly declining for them over the course of the second half of the split.
True enough. Moon going to start here with the Rengar Raptor starts. No problem with the small ones. You get his level 2 off there. Does take quite a bit of damage nowadays, though.
Nobody doing any cheeky stuff trying to steal away the tiny ones either. Sometimes we are seeing that these days. The mid laner tries to walk over and just grab one of them to mess up your level 2, but High and Piglet both more concerned with each other at this point in time.
High going for some offensive trades pretty early on. No surprise there. We'll see if either of the junglers actually do visit mid early on, though, because this is definitely one that can be swayed fairly heavily. And as we said, mid laners, especially High for his team, has been very crucial to how FlyQuest operates.
Seems like every single time we have a conversation about FlyQuest, High is always immediately brought up because of how important he is to this team.
I mean, he's one of the members who brought this team from Challenger into the LCS, along with Lemonation, Altec, and Balls. Moon then joining as contracts moved up. And he's always been the captain, the shot caller. Definitely a focal point here. People are wondering, are they going to target Piglet and try and prey on this role-swapped laner? At the moment, though, we just see Moon returning to his blue side.
Targeting Piglet's definitely a strategy that can work. I mean, you don't exactly have to not fight dirty. If you know the guy switched roles recently, you can go after him. You can try to take advantage of that. Use everything possible to win the game.
Big smile on your face when you say that. You're one of the, oh, I didn't know you were AFK. Sorry, I had to kill you.
Yes, whoops.
Thought you were baiting me
whoops.
There. Always ready to take advantage. See if they are actually able to do it, though. Early recall there from Lemon.
Oh, Lemon Nation going to be first blood, and Matt and Double Lift just take them down 2v2.
So, about that Caitlyn Zyra long range pushing.
Yeah.
This is going very poorly for the FlyQuest bottom lane, to say the least. And Double Lift, once again, off to a magnificent start. Actually, the CS will get even worse here. It was a big wave that was sitting in that lane. They're going to shove it up pretty quickly here. And Altec by himself is trying to CS, but there's no way he does catch up and make up all of those 20 almost CS that he is down to double F in addition to the kill. At least 4 FlyQuest that went over to the support. Meanwhile, Moon trading with Rain over here.
Jungler fight, 1v1. Moon healing himself back up a little bit. Both of them going to take a little bit of pain, but they'll walk away.
Danced it off. He's able to walk out here. Does have a control ward. Decent amount here for Piglet as well, though. Protecting his mid lane.
Yeah, the CS across the board, well, not across the board, but at least in the solo lane board, looks good for FlyQuest. But then that bottom lane that you brought up
don't
is
forget
just
a bottom
the
lane.
opposite story.
Everybody's well aware that the power for Team Liquid is sitting in the bottom lane. Lemonation, actually, speaking of the bottom lane, rotating up here towards middle. Matt finds him out.
Not gonna shut that down real quick. Not allow him to make any sort of a surprise play there onto the mid lane, but there's that targeting that we were talking about. There's going after Piglet. You're saying, you know what? We died 2v2 against Doublelift and Matt. Let's just go ahead and walk up here, see if we can change the plan up a little bit. Sadly for them, they won't be able to find that success. Lemon Nation walks himself back to safety in the bottom lane. But it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in Champion Select. That's why the Lulu is so good for this team. When you are depending on Doublelift to be this carry, to be this victory condition, Lulu is awesome.
Yeah, and it is a bit weird that FlyQuest went for the first pick Rengar. Yeah, they have had a high priority on it for Moon, but in addition to really playing to Team Liquid's strength of Doublelift there and being able to buff him up, it also does a lot to shut down the Rengar pick itself, especially if he doesn't get off to a super early lead, and Matt can time his ultimate well. Can do a lot to shut him down. We shall see, though.
Yeah, neither jungler really off to anything too fast so far in this one. 6 minutes into the game, all we really saw was that little bit of a 1v1. High using the Chaos Storm mid lane to just sort of force Piglet back, clear out the wave a little bit, maintaining that CS lead still, but with very low mana and only half HP, he's going to be heading back.
Yep, looking for his recall here, able to get a good timing now because of the ultimate. Meanwhile, on that bottom side, a little bit of a snare onto Doublelift.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto him. Heal's going to be forced out to prevent that headshot from being lethal, but very nice trade from Lemon and Alter.
Stabilizing a little bit is good news for the FlyQuest members. Doublelift and Matt have to be fairly careful. I don't think they've had vision of Moon recently, and if the Rengar is down on the bottom side, you know, going for that control ward kill is very risky. So you see they wait for Rainover to come down before they start pinging onto it. Rainover now going to lend some support to this side of the map, and maybe they can actually make something happen. I do like Team Liquid playing off their strong side here.
Oh, here we go. Jungler 1v1. Both of them have ults. Flash over the wall from Moon. Rainover going to be chasing after him with the leap. Now pops his own flash. One more Q's going to do it. Rainover looking for the damage. Got it! The Void Spike finds the first blood, and Liquid's actually going to get themselves another.
Yeah, hindsight 2020, but this
not the first blood, the second blood.
Rengar picked awkward. Yeah, they've got all 3 bloods.
There's a lot of bloods on the table, and I mistook the first one for the second one, but it's still bloody, and it's all for Team Liquid.
Number 1, 2, and 3, all on the bottom side of the map. Rainover invading over there. Ooh, able to get that red right before a quick escape into the Infernal. What a jungle combo there, Captain.
Absolutely, the Blast Cone and the red and the Drake all working together, and Team Liquid is finding some awesome success so far. Even the Drake RNG is on their side. Cash in on that juicy bonus damage as their very first one, only 8 minutes into the match.
All right, let's take another look here as the defensive vision you can see from FlyQuest is placed in that bush along the mid lane. And the only problem with that pink ward there, the control ward, is that you don't see the top edge. If the enemy jungler invading hugs that wall on the ramp into your jungle, it won't see them. That's exactly what Rainover did. Was able to sneak into the red quadrant here and catch Moon unaware. Kha'Zix obviously does very well if you walk into his brush, nice and isolated.
Yeah, it's just kind of setting him up exactly where he wants to be, and the Kha'Zix ulti works a lot better in a 1v1 than the Rengar ulti does, unless you're just going to insta-nuke somebody.
Definitely true. Balls goes for the steal, a little bit too slow though, and Rainover still 1 step ahead here, also 1 level ahead now after the kill.
Those evolved claws, he's very ferocious in the 1v1s and small skirmishes, pretty much anywhere that he can get that ISO damage. He
is going to be a problem. Moon, 0, 1, and 0, hasn't really been able to utilize that ultimate to find anything yet. Which, if you're looking for the high Moon combination to make the plays, is kind of a problem.
Yep, definitely a kicker that not only did he die there, but also used his ultimate in vain, trying to escape, taking a little bit of the counterplay off. Now it's back up though, Captain. See if he can try and make something happen. I don't think he's going to want to focus bottom side though, as Team Liquid are just dumping all their resources down there. Doublelift and Matt earned their own lead first, by the way, then called Reignover down to really play off of that.
Doublelift and Matt continuing to shove up down here, continuing to maintain that CS lead they had earlier. Piglet's now looking to make the rotation down. They've got Reignover here too. This is going to be a 4v2 dive. Moon might be able to make his way down to try to save him, but I don't know if it's going to end up working out. Matt going to be soaking the turret damage, gets himself away. Lemon and all deck making all kinds outplayed. Ace in the hole, blocked by Doublelift, but Moon's coming in with revenge on his mind. And Doublelift on the ground. Reignover goes down next, and FlyQuest will tie this one up 3-2.
Holy moly! That could only have gone worse if Piglet also had died there. All the flashes burnt from Team Liquid, all the deaths coming through from Team Liquid. First turret is now gonna go to FlyQuest, and holy moly, the bottom lane hold that they had on this game just explodes in their faces.
That was the worst outcome ever. That was just not okay. Team Liquid with the botched dive.
All right, let's take another look at the start here. Matt is the one with the aggro here. Flashes still in turret range with the ignite on him. It was a good snare there by Lemon. Good zoning as well. They still had the heal, and none of the Team Liquid champions are particularly great tower divers. None of them can drop aggro without getting all the way out of range, and none of them got out of range except for Piglet, so he was the only one to live.
And you know what's funny? Doublelift was being a top-level team player by flashing to save Reignover, and they still both died, and he might have got away if he didn't do that.
He definitely would have got away if he didn't do that.
Sometimes you got to throw your teammates under the bus.
Yeah, sometimes you got to cut him loose. No saving him. Yeah, but using his flash forward there to try and take the shot, he did save him for a few more seconds. A couple more seconds of beautiful life to live in the bottom lane. Top side though, quick switch here from the Zyra Caitlyn combo. No surprise, bottom turret is dead. They want to keep those bottom turrets chaining. This is how they would have wanted to play the game if they hadn't lost bottom lane so heavily, you know, early on, just straight up in the 2 versus 2. Right. And because of that missed dive by Team Liquid, it's kind of righted the ship here for FlyQuest, and now they're poised to actually, you know, not only take some early turrets, but also even contest the next Infernal Drake that comes up, which could have been a huge snowball.
Oh, the arrow Doublelift with a nice shot. Reignover's there to make sure that it counts all the way to the spawn platform. That's where High's going to be in 30 seconds from now, but Team Liquid with a nice pick.
Yeah, cross map here from Doublelift. Very nice shot there. Able to find High and get the kill. Now he gets to farm on the bottom side as well. The question is, will Team Liquid be able to turn this top pressure around on FlyQuest? Second best thing is just to defend the turret so they don't lose anything, because Doublelift is farming in the bottom side right now and getting some extra CS for himself. Stack that right on top of the lead he already had. Should be feeling very confident.
Getting close to that Blade of the Ruined King too. A lot more people building that after the changes that were made to the item. Extra AD, less attack speed, extra lifesteal.
Just great for an early spike for an AD carry. And a lot of the success of the AD carry role has been when early builds are at their best. Lethality was first buffed, that was the best. Blade of the Ruined King now more flat damage rather than attack speed, which is more of a scaling stat. And we shall see if they actually try and answer this with anything besides Lorelo. They aren't moving to put Doublelift up there. They're just sending Doublelift back down there to farm up bottom lane. And with the constant shields from Matt and self-healing from Lorelo, they're able to hold this top side. So Team Liquid doing a good job of, you know, not panicking after that dive went wrong, stabilizing a bit here. But again, that crucial second Infernal Drake that we mentioned is definitely within FlyQuest territory at the moment.
15 seconds from now, it's going to be up. High does have the ability to clear these waves very effectively now on the Victor.
Very true. You do want to slip over to the mid lane, push the wave, and then transition back into this vision. The Ash Arrow's back up for double lift, so the pick is definitely a possibility for Team Liquid here.
They got to be careful about fighting in some of these skinny pathways, these choke points too, up against FlyQuest. FlyQuest with the Zyra, the Victor, all these different tools that can really punish you hard in those kinds of situations.
Yeah, even the Caitlyn traps, walling off a couple of those corridors, playing the Peacemaker on through.
And honestly, the FlyQuest team can do a lot to counter-engage if Liquid botches going in. You saw it bottom lane, but Stranglethorns, Gravity Wells, Chaos Storms, there's a lot of things that can just be unloaded by FlyQuest that makes Team Liquid have to thoroughly consider going in.
Definitely true. Gonna have to dodge that arrow first. Hope that you don't get 100%ed within the stun. All right, Lemon, you're up. Are you gonna dodge it?
Here it goes.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
he dodges it. He walks to the right, and that gets him away.
We got a golf clap from the audience there as well.
Yeah, a fine play.
Mobility boots will help out with that.
Lorlo's still hanging out in the top side. TP ready to go. Balls, Proxy in the wave. Both of these two ready to get themselves down here at a moment's notice should the Infernal Drake fight break out, but the Vision is the name of the fight for now.
Let's see, Balls shoves the wave, just as he said, takes it out very quickly, and now rotating. If they actually get vision of the Piglet recall, that, I don't think they got vision, he was around the corner. But they could still go for it. You know, not seeing Piglet at the turret. Yeah, start up that Infernal Drake. Balls is already here. And Team Liquid would be playing catch-up if they really wanted to contest this. Now the question is, does Balls get back to top lane in time?
Lorlo's not exactly the most damaging top laner for a turret.
Sunfire or Bami Cinder does not exactly burn down stone. So.
Nope, doesn't work that way. Balls dashes himself over the wall. Blast cones himself just a little bit further. And he'll get back there easily in time. He's actually got the biggest CS advantage on the map right now. His is even greater than Double Lift compared to Alltech, farming up over Lorlo, over 30 compared to his opponent. Black Cleaver now done too, so very scary Croc.
Very scary Croc in a very scary position. Can he 2v1 though, Captain Flowers?
Well, I guess we're gonna get to answer that question right now. Rainover jumping in, Ball's trying to get himself out, popping the heal, trying to get out. Call the Meek, keeping him alive for just a moment, but Piglet says 2v1's not even the name of the game. We're gonna make it 3, and Balls falls.
With the turrets very low though, let's see about the counterplay here from FlyQuest. Mid lane, they might decide to try and shove on Double Lift. He's doing his best to clear out the wave here first with the volley, but I don't know if that will deter Lemon and High. Couple of shots. Team Liquid do finally claim their prize of the top turret.
There we go, gonna bring the game back within just a couple hundred gold. Both these teams just going blow for blow for blow for blow. And nobody is actually getting super far ahead just yet.
All right, Double Lift looks like he's trying to aim.
Oh, just slightly off. Piglet gonna be targeted now. Ace in the hole connects. Chaos Storm comes out. I just scare these guys away long enough for them to take down the turret, and that's gonna be FlyQuest's number 2.
Top as well is super low, so number 3 might be short to follow. This is another look at that gank from Rainover. Just walked right through the tri-bush. Talking about, do they need Piglet? Give it a safety, yes. Probably didn't necessarily, wasn't mandatory for him to join that, but 100% secure it a little bit quicker, and ensure that they are able to take the turret afterwards. So Team Liquid, as you said, pretty much right back in there as far as the stand-up gold is concerned. And now the question becomes, Ash Arrow into Talia, are they going to be able to pick someone off? You also have to watch for deep wards. Teleport from Maokai can hold someone in place, make the arrow a lot easier to land.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that they might be able to set it up. They've just got to make sure that they go through all the proper steps to enable one or more of those ways, then get the fight that the way they need to get it, as opposed to another one of those sort of forced scenarios like we saw bottom that FlyQuest is then able to punish. Now Liquid moving onto the tier 1 turret bottom side. Focus Fire putting some decent damage into that, but Alltech will be able to clear out the wave in time to keep it alive. And by the way, Kobe, we are having the best possible Drake RNG because 3rd Infernal is going to be coming up with number 3, so that should be even more stuff for these teams to fight over.
All right, well, both top laners are equipped with teleports as we mentioned. So they could stay up there pushing the waves until the dragon spawns. 1 more minute. Norlo's doing a good job killing the minions before they get to the turret, so Paul still has not been able to get any more damage on it, even though it's been sitting at exactly 1,018 health. Actually not that low.
It's lower than they'd like it to be, but it's not so low that it's just going to fall over if you look at it wrong. But as close as it might be or might not be, Balls is still not getting it any closer anytime soon with Lorlo constantly standing in the way like that. Ninja Tabi and Sunfire Cape is enough to clear out the waves very effectively and also resist the damage that Balls is doing to him to the point where he's not afraid of hanging out away from the turret. He's not really that scared of Balls, even though he's got the Black Cleaver and the Tiamat.
Yeah, trading farm with Maokai is definitely Maokai favored here this stage in the game. And you get a little panicky as you're connecting. You're like, oh, he's going to outscale me. He's going to get super tanky. I got to do something. And we'll see if FlyQuest are able to actually create any action. 1 minute, 45 seconds left on that Infernal Drake to come up. They're laying the vision now, preparing for the bottom section fight.
And you know, FlyQuest is a team that earlier on in the split, we were talking about how much crazy plays they did and all this ridiculous coordinated stuff and High and Moon and the shot calling. And this game, they've just been kind of taking it a little bit easier. But you can see right there, the stats on your screen, FlyQuest with a lead at 20. Really a pretty good sign.
Yeah, definitely always have to take team compositions into account, especially with looking at those stats. This time around, super deep vision for FlyQuest all over this blue quadrant. So they definitely have a little bit more Fog of War to work with. Team Liquid has to be fairly careful about transitioning through their lanes to try and go farm. At the moment, though, they're very happy to continue to just trade farm with FlyQuest here.
Reignover's Kha'Zix also evolving the Spike second, as a lot of Kha'Zix have started doing in Spring Split 2017. The extra slow, the extra rockets, extra. Generally makes for a very nice poke mechanism, team fight mechanism, disengage mechanism. You can do all sorts of utility-based stuff with it.
Definitely gives you more options, because it's still pretty good in 1v1 or isolated scenarios. Because you do get that giant slow if they're isolated. However, here comes the Drake, and here comes the fight. Ball's looking to teleport.
Reignover got himself in a bit of a shaky spot there for a second. Gets away without taking too much extra damage from it. Acing the hole onto Piglet to scare him back.
Yeah, FlyQuest actually getting a decent health lead here, preparing for the fight. Damage on a couple of the members that don't get it back very easily here. Reignover and Piglet with a decent little chunk there. Piglet starts chugging. Gets some of his health back. Reignover goes into the jungle to get his.
Altec setting up that trap line as well to make sure that if Liquid does decide to pull the trigger, they've got a wall to go through if they want to get there. Lorlo not really too concerned about the damage coming his way, but has to be careful that he doesn't soak too much of it.
All right, those jungle corridors you caution Team Liquid against. We'll have to keep an eye here as they're looking to route around rather than funnel through.
Wall of space cupcakes laid down at the entrance to the Team Liquid jungle. FlyQuest saying, nope, can't come through that way.
They made it all the way around.
The Drake's been started up. Lorlo gonna be the one tanking it. Rengar ulti pop. FlyQuest looking to make this happen. Piglet with the ulti in the middle of the fight, but Moon's gonna be trying to go around from behind, gonna be forced off. Reignover looking to take him down if he can. The damage coming out. One more hit would do it. He's not gonna find it. Instead, it's now gonna be Balls jumping into Team Liquid. He's taken down instantly. High's gonna be stunned up. Stranglethorn's trying to shut down the fight. Matt hit only to be killed by Altec. It's 1 for 1 so far. Neither team has found the Drake, and this is just chaos.
High's out of mana now, though.
Reignover trying to secure this Drake if they can. This is what Infernal Drakes do to teams, Kobe. They're not willing to walk away. They grab it. Reignover's going to be killed for it, though. Altec gets the kill, but they lose. They're all... I'm trying to see who they lost. There's so many dead bodies. I'm like, wait, who's dead? Who's actually flashing? No, it's Lemon for Reignover at the very end.
Pick them all up, Captain.
Put them all in a big bucket.
The biggest thing, though, the reward of the Infernal Drake, the last Infernal Drake that we will see, because only 3 of the same type can spawn in a game, does go to Team Liquid. And with the kills being fairly close there, as far as the ones traded over, definitely a victory here for Team Liquid. Moon engages on the top side here, has to flash that wall, but Rainover, right on his heels, actually gives up the chase here as he sees the bottom lane coming to protect him, and I think his eyes are already towards his Drake. This is where it turns actually poorly for Team Liquid. Matt flashes into the Drake, gets hit by that Peacemaker as well at the same time, and is instantly out of the fight. If not for that, Team Liquid would have had an even bigger victory here. But FlyQuest stick around to try and poke them at the objective. Altec being very annoying, putting those traps down to try and zone Rainover, and Lemon moves in for the snare. They get one kill, but Lemon gets shot here. And the end as Rainover gets him with a Q as well to trade his life in the end.
That's why I love Infernal Drakes, because you don't do that for a Cloud Drake.
True, that's very true.
Those are the kind of Drakes that make the fun stuff happen, but sadly we don't get to see any more of them this game. You can only have 3 of one kind every game. I wish you could have like 5 or 6 or 7 of them. That's just not the way the game is built. Next Drake is going to be Mountain, though. That's still pretty desirable.
With 7 Infernal Drakes.
Yeah, that would be
those numbers.
A balanced gameplay interaction right there. But with the Infernal Drakes now done, a 2-1 lead in terms of those for Team Liquid. Mountain Drake going to be coming up next. And of course, Baron is live 25 minutes into the game. Team's going to be needing to pay some more attention to that as we get deeper and deeper into the mid-game. You can see a lot of pings coming out on that northern river.
Yeah, doing a little bit of vision work here for Team Liquid. As far as Team Liquid as well, I mean, we set up that Piglet had not been doing well, in the recent series, and he was playing a bunch of Taliyah. This time around, even though he lost his turret fairly early due to a lot of pressure from FlyQuest, keeping up just fine with the CS. He had not 1, not 2, but 3 roams on the Taliyah fairly early, and even though it was a huge part of the plays for them, definitely more of a presence. And High actually.
High?
Piglet flipped him in there. That was a Piglet move.
Piglet taking advantage of what's going on. High grabs the kill onto Matt. All right.
Chaos Storm indeed.
All planned.
Yeah.
All planned.
Somehow Matt always just ends up dying. Whatever play is going on. It's like, oh, me.
Matt finds a way. Team Liquid, a good toss from Piglet, but High almost taken down, but gets himself out. The master calculations provide the kill for himself, brings this game up to 6-7, and FlyQuest, although they're down in kills, their lead in turrets and in farm brings them to about a 3,000 gold lead.
All right, 3,000 gold lead, bunch of wards in the Team Liquid side of the jungle as well. Should be able to set them up for some Rengar play. The Rengar, honestly, has not been the star of the show for FlyQuest.
No, not at all. 1-1 and 2 compared to his opponent, who's 4-2 and 0. That's just a lot of work being done by Rainover, and not as much being done by Moon. Arrow comes out. Altec barely getting out of the hitbox from that one. Stranglethorn's going to be finding Piglet. Elimination looking to drop some more plants as well. Threaded volley coming back in onto him. Balls over the wall, looking to maybe grab somebody if he can. Moon into the fight. There comes your laser, but Balls is going to be bursted down very, very rapidly. Double lift, grabbing the kill on that one. Team Liquid takes advantage of the fact that Renekton is not as tanky as some other top laner.
There's no way that he does become as tanky as Maokai, and that's the kind of panic in lane we were talking about before. As a Renekton, if you're not getting some early advantages, the tree will grow up to be a little bit stronger. Very hard to burn through him, whereas Balls gets melted pretty quickly here, and that leaves Team Liquid with some map control for once. They're trying to get some vision back. They've got Piglet still pushing on the bottom side to get one of the outer turrets down for themselves. Starting to turn it a little bit back in their favor. High gonna walk right into said Lorlo.
Base checks Lorlo. Lorlo's not in a spot to do anything about it. Gonna be chased down. Altec and Fly both on the hunt. A little bit more damage will do it, and High grabs the kill. Now FlyQuest looking for more control over the Baron area. A little gymnastics there from Moon, jumping into the blast cone. And
it'd actually be cool if you could change directions off of the blast cone, because if he could hop to the blast cone and Q to go the other direction,
so that you jump onto it and then you Q and he does this really weird animation.
Then he could have jumped over to Rainover, but that's not the case. Using your Q just cuts it a little bit short there.
Extreme.
Good attempt though, I like it. Test out the gymnastics.
Well, at least he looked cool doing it. Getting on a little bit tankier for himself now. Spectre's Cowl built as the 3rd item after the Black Cleaver.
Yeah, as far as they're going over items as well, definitely need to check in on the Caitlyn scaling, because we always mention that sort of awkward period between her flat attack damage, early laning phase where you can chunk down these turrets, and trying to build up your crit multipliers. Now, finally, at least onto the 2 item crit multipliers plus the cheap little last whisper there, so you can actually put a dent in the Maokai. This is where Caitlyn starts to feel better and better and better. That being said, Doublelift is not feeling too shabby himself with the Ashe. 3 items completed for himself. Also has his multiplier starting to come through.
Yeah, he's not slacking anywhere either. Infinity Edge and Runeance for both. Blade of the Ruined King that we mentioned earlier, completed on the side of Doublelift. Rainover trying to start up this Mountain Drake, but with FlyQuest moving towards it, he's going to go ahead and back away from that one, decide for the Scuttle Crab instead. It's a little less intimidating than the Dragon. Just a little.
I don't know. The Scuttle Crab sneak up on you.
To be fair, though, I think having a Scuttle Crab like randomly juke my skill shots has been more tilting than any Drake has ever been. So Scuttle Crab can be a scary guy sometimes. But Mountain Drake's going to be secured. Team Liquid ends up grabbing themselves. That one goes up to a 3-to-1 Drake advantage. They're going to have extra objective control through that. And they end up taking it at a time where the next one is going to be just past the Elder Timer. The last Elemental Drake we're going to see this game. And that Elder buff, the bonus that they would get from that, is going to be very potent for Liquid this game.
Definitely could be, and Team Liquid are set up really well, actually. The next pick that they make could really blow the game wide open. I mean, they've got Ashe Arrow, Talia, Maokai, everybody's ready, for this initiation. They're trying to find a pocket of Fog of Ward of Fire from. FlyQuest do still have a couple lingering wards, though, that have spotted them.
And I mentioned it earlier, but it is really surprising to see how safely FlyQuest are trying to play this. Like, they're not going for those crazy do-or-die type moments. They're not trying to just say, okay, look, this game's going to be something ridiculous, and it's going to happen, and there's going to be a fight that's going to be right here. Everything's a bit more methodical this time around. Team Liquid decides to start up Baron.
You mentioned some chaos. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Team Liquid burning it down real fast. They've already got it. The zone away from Piglet, utilizing the Weaver's Wall, making sure FlyQuest can't get in there. Now they're going to try to get the inside track here onto the Tier 2, at least get a consolation prize, but Liquid now armed with Baron. Very scary.
Yeah, very nice cutoff there from Piglet. The double Infernal plus Mountain. Kill time on Baron becomes very trivial, and FlyQuest, not enough respect there, keeping enough members around to contest it. That is back-to-back neutral objectives just snatched up by Team Liquid. And without too much answer here from FlyQuest, they do get a couple of turrets, so some gold to work with, but I definitely value the longer-lasting effects of these Drakes as well as Baron buff for Team Liquid. We'll see what they can do with it. Doublelift currently split pushing, so FlyQuest, if they're feeling antsy here, they might try and force something away from Doublelift. But all the recalls would suggest otherwise. The Baron-empowered pushes are too quick for them to catch up.
Yeah, the Baron-empowered push, now the name of the game. Getting Baron is great, but getting 4 or 5 turrets off the back of it is even better. Team Liquid still has about 2.5 minutes left. You can see the Baron buff timer there in the top right part of your screen. That tells us just how long they can still work with this, how many opportunities they're going to have to utilize these enchanted minions, shove them up, get these turrets, and get as much map control as they can with this buff that they manage. Tier 2 goes down pretty much instantly, and FlyQuest is not able to defend it at all. Chaos Storm.
Yeah, another laning Chaos Storm here, trying to get some damage, chunk him out.
I mean, it clears the wave away, but at the same time, now they know, they're like, hey, if we want to force some kind of a crazy fight, that's not there.
Just got to keep track of the big cooldowns for the team fight that comes up, and they're right back up onto the field, so it's a possibility. Doublelift would hang back a little bit more, though, if they're actually looking for it. Kind of give a tell there that he's looking for an Ashe Arrow. Not the case currently, as Team Liquid do put a couple more wards down. They're trying to move up a little bit into FlyQuest territory. FlyQuest still with that gold lead we mentioned, but it just starts meaning less and less as time goes on here.
Yep, Liquid taking baby steps into enemy territory, just making sure they play this one slow and steady, pushing up the lines, inch at a time. Now the ultimate's going to be used bottom side. Arrow comes out, ball's going to be stunned up, high into the back line, taken down instantly. Lorlo grabbed that kill, as Moon is going to be the target next. Lorlo still just not taking any damage at all, Kobe. They have to hit this guy for years and years, and it just does not matter with their mid laner dead. FlyQuest now having to deal with the prospect of defending this without him. Rainover eating a couple auto attacks from Altec, but the traps aren't going to be enough to keep that tier 3 alive, and Liquid will break open the base.
Well done there from Team Liquid. Another nice Weaver's Wall from Piglet. Look at that, 4th time is the charm.
4th time did it.
Multiple good plays from Piglet this game. Still 0 deaths. Just needs 1 series to learn it. The champion, no problem.
That was the practice time. Today, the Weaver's Walls have been blocking off Barons, they've been blocking off turrets, they've been blocking off dragons. He's honestly used them in pretty much every big objective fight, and they've worked really well. Team Liquid showing that they've got faith in Piglet, showing that they've got faith in his Talia, and it's paying off this game. Leandri's Torment, Morello Namicon, Abyssal Scepter, he's pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely strong. The team working well together. They do have a very standard move forward here with super tanky front line. Ash Arrow once again at the ready for double lift. They spy any members of FlyQuest out in the open. Good look to pressure once again. 45 seconds left on that Elder Dragon. And there's another picture of Liquid Weaver Wall here from Piglet. He jumped off a little bit early into Lemonation there, but just a support, and he flashed away from it off screen. So it did cost him 1 extra summoner spell, but definitely worth it there as they were able to get the turret, plus a bunch of kills, plus the inhibitor.
Yeah, for what they got, I'd say Flash any day. You'd trade that for that, but Baron Power Play around 3,700 gold. It popped up on your screen just a moment ago, but that's a pretty solid one. Normally, Baron Power Play is around 3 to 4K. That's exactly what Liquid was able to get. They're happy with that. It put them in a spot where they were on their back foot, and now they're in control again. And with Elder Drake spawning, FlyQuest knows that they cannot just give this one away to Liquid. They've got to prevent this from falling into their hands, further enchanting those multiple Drakes that Liquid was able to pick up.
Definitely looking very scary here for FlyQuest. This extremely tanky Maokai now has a Guardian Angel, and here they go on to Piglet, though. They got him.
Not where he needed to be. Caught out, isolated, and brought down. Now Liquid having to find a way to deal with this situation. 4v5, FlyQuest moving in towards the Elder Drake.
4v5 through a Caitlyn trap line. Lolo's going to eat the first, and everyone else would have to funnel behind him, which would set up lasers really nicely. FlyQuest forcing.
Ball's going in, trying to make this happen, but Double Lift going to be burning him down so fast. Guardian Angel will bring him back here in a couple of moments. Lorlo going to be seeing the same fate for himself. Rainover trying to retreat. Guardian Angel still available onto him. Lorlo going to be brought down for real this time. Elder Drake still at about half HP. Matt blocking the ace in the hole onto Rainover. Void Spike still being fired off. FlyQuest will take the Elder Drake.
Just a 1 Elemental Drake Elder Dragon here for FlyQuest. So Team Liquid decide not to go for the suicidal steal from Rainover, and they just back off instead. Definitely something back here for FlyQuest, though. Let's see what they can do with this extra power added to their team fight. You can see there, even the 4 versus 5, Renekton got melted pretty quickly. Both Guardian Angels of both tanks are now on cooldown, and it's just the jungle Guardian Angel here for Rainover that will be left up for the next fight.
Back and forth, and every single time, neither one of these teams will end up giving it away. This is going to be one of those games that we don't know who will actually be the winner until the very last team fight dust settles. But 38 minutes into the match, we're getting closer and closer towards that late game potential. A lot of players completing multiple 4th, 5th items now. You can see the Mortal Reminder and the Mercurial Scimitar completed onto Altec. Lord Dominic's Regards and QSS completed over there for Double Lift. Both of those two respecting the CC coming out from the enemy teams, wanting to make sure they can cleanse that, prevent that catch opportunity.
Yep. And even as we get to the 6-item stage pretty soon here, with everybody trying to fill in their last slot, there's no really catching up to the Maokai again. We can revisit why he scales so well, and a lot of it does have to do not only with his passive for self-healing, but his ultimate with that 20% damage reduction from any non-turret source is just, there's no way Renekton can ever get to that same level. As long as Lorlo puts up the ultimate, should be able to last longer on the front line, because Caitlyn and Ashe pretty comparable at the moment as far as tank busting. Doublelift might even be a little bit ahead there with the Blade of the Ruined King helping with percentage health.
Well, Balls has got tank here. Remember, he started this off with just HP. So at least stacking the armor now, he's a little bit more effective, but Mortal Reminder will also shut down plenty of that. Well, Lord Dominic's regards, I should say. Mortal Reminder actually on Altec this game. Team Liquid holding the line near the Baron Pit. FlyQuest looking for an opportunity with Moon's ultimate. Not exactly getting too close with it just yet. Arrow gets fired off. Moon gonna be jumped on. That might be what they're looking for. Oh! They're gonna be cast out. Rainover grabbing the kill onto High. Ball's gonna be going down next, and FlyQuest is being absolutely destroyed. Elimination gonna be jumped on next. He's bursted down. Moon in retreat. Altec in retreat. Bad news, boys. You're running backwards, and Team Liquid has the ace for 0.
Doublelift with the arrow to the head right in Moon's face, and the easy fall up there from Team Liquid. Rainover stuck around the side. It looked like he just soloed High right off the bat, taking enemy mage off the table. Super clean. Nobody dying.
Is this the end of the game?
Probably. Flashes are being expended inside the base. I would signal rush on to the Nexus here.
We're smiting the melee minions. We're rushing towards the base. The Nexus turrets are just dissolving in front of our eyes. And Team Liquid, I said we wouldn't know until the last team fight settled, and that was it, Kobe. They're going up 1-0.
Team Liquid take down TSM yesterday. Open up here 1-0 versus FlyQuest. They are making a late season surge. Just in the nick of time.
Just in the nick of time. They don't want to be going to that promotion tournament.
They definitely do not. Made a lot of moves to make sure that they don't. We'll see though, because more games are left to play in this series, and FlyQuest have a chance to bounce back. That game though, look quite good there from Team Liquid, especially the bottom lane. We thought it might be a problem. Did go very well for Doublelift down there. They got the 2v2 kill. Then Rainover was able to move down to that side of the map, and they played off that strong area for themselves. FlyQuest going to make a couple adjustments, you would think, going into game number 2, especially around that area.
Yeah, FlyQuest will have to make those adjustments, and we can't forget that Team Liquid also had some errors of their own. The botched dive, trying to make the play when they were up 3-0 in the bottom lane. That was a really tragic mistake for them.
Definitely want to avoid doing that again.
Yeah,
no repeat there.
If we could pick something on the list that we don't want to do again, kill 3 of our own guys after having a 3-0 lead would probably be pretty high on the list. But we're going to go ahead and head things over to Dash and the analyst to give us their thoughts on the game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Team Liquid, I mean, week 9 must be,
figured it out finally.
It's the savior week for them here, getting the first win in the series against FlyQuest. Of course, they still have to win the series as a whole to snag 8th place. Just this game win won't do it. On the side of FlyQuest, remember that all they need to do is win a single game within this series to qualify for playoffs. So still very much alive, and funnily enough, there's a situation where both these teams end up happy coming out of this series to some degree. But let's break this one down, because once again, we saw some early kills picked up by Team Liquid, also centered around the bot lane. So definitely seeing their way to victory through Doublelift, but some rather now very characteristic mistakes of Team Liquid to kind of make it an even game through the mid game and come down to a final fight, a late game team fight.
There's definitely still some coordination issues that exist on this team where, okay, your bot lane, they're getting kills on their own. Rainover has a good job catching Moon out, and they get a kill there. And then when they try and make their big play, like the kind of back-breaking play where you get this 4-man dive in the bot lane, they totally botch it. People are getting targeted by the turret kind of at random. They're not focusing on the same target. And then it gets totally turned around. They lose the first turret of the game, which is like, you have the opportunity to kind of put the nail in the coffin right there, and they let it slip away. And it almost feels like that happens every time where TL can, they have great early games on and off. They had one against C9 previously.
Except in the mid lane.
Yeah, except in the mid lane. If you want, I don't know if you want to talk about that.
You want to look at this one of the stats.
You want to tackle that? Yeah, maybe no, forget about that point.
Well, okay, but let's talk about the mid lane here, because actually the Baron secure by Team Liquid in the mid game was a result of a good Taliyah ult from Piglet, helping secure that Baron. And there's been a lot of criticism thrown towards him, especially on this pick, let alone the mid lane as a whole.
I mean, it seems just kind of a little bit bizarre to me because it's his 4th straight Taliyah game. I feel like Taliyah is a very hard champion to play. I feel like if you're not an absolute master of it, if you're not roaming well, if you're not getting a lot done, you don't have a combat ultimate, you're not really a supportive champion. So your effectiveness is super low if you're not just doing really well, right? And in general, Piglet has had a good game here or there on it, but he's almost always losing lane. I mean, if you look at his laning stats, yes, there are games where he has one lane, but he's 12th in the league on CSD, 12th in the league in gold differential. Like, that means not only is he last, he's worse than the 2 people who played subs for mid lane.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got worse stats than the guy who he replaced in the mid lane. I do want to take a look at the final fight of the game, 5-0 for Team Liquid, because he actually does play out this fight quite well. So it's what you're speaking to, Isaiah, where there are some moments of brilliance or good play from him, but as a whole, is it worth the hole that he finds himself in from lane phase to get something like this in the late game?
I mean, it's a hard question, but even in this fight, I mean, the ultimate was okay.
I'll answer it.
The ultimate was okay, but even his ultimate there, what does it really split up? Reignover's already on the AD. The ultimate actually ends up locking Reignover into it, and he gets stuck on it. So the only person he actually disrupts with that is his own jungler. Like,
that team fight was basically high split away from the team and let himself get sold out, and then it's too hard to win without your late game victor with a Maokai running at you. So, and then to top it off, everyone kept flashing the Maokai on top of Moon. Moon was trying to run away. It happened twice in that fight. And like you said, Reignover got boxed out from being able to go off on Kha'Zix and get the resets because the Taliyah ult blocked him out of the fight.
And I mean, the fact of the matter is, just even looking at the damage charts, when your Taliyah, who is like a pretty high consistent DPS teamfight mage, is doing significantly less damage than your Kha'Zix, right? You're probably not the reason you won the game. Like in that case, you're more winning in spite of the person instead of because of them. And I think that Piglet can have some solid games, but to me, Team Liquid's recipe for success has been bot lane dominance. I think Loyal has been solid, but it's always been when Reignover has a good game, it's enough extra that they win because their lanes are solid, especially top and bot. So if you get them going with Reignover, then you can take over. But just the lanes winning by themselves is not enough.
And it's a similar story with FlyQuest, where it feels like Moon has become very hit or miss compared to the beginning of the season where he was almost always going off. Now, if he doesn't get off the ground extremely early on, he tends to kind of fall behind and lack the ability to make a lot of plays. We saw him kind of bump into Reignover in the jungle and get killed in his own jungle. So that's a big concern. If Moon is not able to find an opening at the start of these games in this series, it might be the case where FlyQuest is unable to pick up a game win here.
That's the thing. We got a glimpse of FlyQuest there as you were speaking, and nobody looked very happy there to take the loss. And of course, they're probably very aware of the playoff situation, knowing that, hey, all we need to do is pick up a game victory. But even still, you'd like to end the season on a series victory, and that's what's going to put so much importance here on Game 2, because it is do or die time for FlyQuest and their qualification.
It's the most important game of the season for them, right? Like this game is your whole season at this point. If you lose, your season was essentially a failure. I mean, we heard Balls top of the day talking, if you don't make playoffs, the season is essentially a disappointment. It's a wash.
So what does FlyQuest do? Because I'm going to kind of bring these two things together. Player of the game goes to Doublelift, and as we mentioned, Team Liquid has found some strong lanes, and if Reignover can get those lanes going, they have found success. How does FlyQuest in particular deal with the focus around bot lane that Team Liquid has been bringing most recently?
Well, the scary thing for me is the fact that they did try to do what I would have suggested, which is get a good lane matchup and just don't let yourself get bullied in the early game. And with Kate's Zyra, they still died and lost that lane, which is the scary thing, is that you're picking almost the most lane dominant thing you can take right now. And so I don't know how else they will do it. Maybe you take a more go for the Ashe, something that can survive the laning phase, be useful later on. So you can look at these other strategies, but if they can't find a lane matchup that they're happy with, they're in a lot of trouble.
I think you play to your strengths, not your weaknesses. You play passively bot lane, play something like Nami Ezreal or whatever, farm under your turret, and exploit the clear weakness on TL. Try to snowball high, focus Piglet in the mid lane. I mean, pull a TSM, send Moon mid lane over and over, draft a good 2v2 type composition there, and I think that's your key to winning, because Taliyah is easily exploitable.
Yeah, don't just send Moon, send balls too. We've seen this team throw balls down there a lot, right? Trade top laner flash for mid laner flash, secure early kills, and maybe attacking the mid lane, and Piglet will be the recipe for success for FlyQuest. Let's see, though, if Team Liquid can finish off a 2-0 to dodge the promotion tournament, or if FlyQuest can strike back. Don't touch that browser.
Start staring at the Moon. Keep staring.
Who should I stare at, though?
Everyone stare at Lolo.
Just try to get one to look back. And if you stare at someone long enough, they'll tend to look back.
I'm going for Nexon. We kill Victor. I'm on Kalen. Yep. Keep going. Go.
Chase him down. Kill him off. We can't end. We can get Baron, guys. We can get Baron.
I can be on Kalen. I slow up. Keep going.
Yeah, look at Baron, guys. Look at Baron.
Nice. No, look mid and mid. Do not go Baron.
Actually, yeah.
Welcome back,
We always
ladies and
find
gentlemen. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Liquid versus FlyQuest. And the teams themselves aren't the only ones. Acadian in there, like we said, Echo Fox hoping the FlyQuest can win this one because that'll keep them out of playing in the promotion tournament instead of Liquid. But
they'll be disappointed with game number 1, but we got more games to come.
yeah, we still got potentially 2 more games if FlyQuest can win here and tie it up, or Liquid might just make it a 2-0 series. After that first game, both teams had their good moments, both teams had their bad moments, but Liquid ultimately found the best moment and locked the game away right after.
I love that moment when the enemy Nexus explodes. Isn't that the best?
That's my favorite moment, Kobe. As soon as you see what the victory looks like on the screen, you're like, that's the moment.
Yeah, all right. Well, Team Liquid are going to look to repeat that moment this time around. They're probably going to look to do it the same way too. You know, play around the bottom lane, play around double lift, That has been at the core of the resurgence of this team. Took them a little while to really get it going, but probably will be a return to the standard there. So FlyQuest, let's see if they attack it or actually just try and move to the other side of the map. Definitely a possibility.
Be interested to see what they change up in the draft as well, because we mentioned it in game number 1, talking about the Renekton versus the Maokai, and Balls just seemed like he never had a chance in any of the team fights, was just constantly being removed from the equation. The damage was way too much.
I think the FlyQuest success correlates pretty positively with Balls on a pure tank. They had so much success with Shen, Nautilus as well for him. He actually gets solo kills on people with Nautilus, which is extremely rare. And maybe we'll look to see FlyQuest focus that a little bit more.
Well, FlyQuest is going to ban away the Talia. They don't want Piglet playing that one here in the second game. Also going to ban that Graves away from Rainover, just like they did in game number 1. The bans from Liquid, targeting mostly towards the top lane, but also towards the support role. Malzahar, Camille, and Shen all going to be taken away.
Yeah, interesting. Anytime a player plays the same champion a whole bunch of games in a row, you have to start to wonder. And they don't just leave it at the Talia ban. Actually going to his Ahri, which was also one of his best champions as well. The other one being Ryze, which is recently nerfed. So pretty good, actually, flex here from FlyQuest as they change their direction, and they are looking to attack Team Liquid's mid laner instead, at least in Champion Select here.
Fast lock-ins coming in, though. Liquid immediately picking up the Rumble. FlyQuest saying, all right, boom, Lulu Rengar.
Yeah, I don't think FlyQuest were surprised at all by that. Very clearly going to be able to take away both of those priority picks this time around. Not only does Moon get his Rengar again, which he's happy with, even though didn't have the most influential performance last game, paired with Lulu, it just gives you so much confidence as Rengar to be able to go full DPS and be able to use your empowered Q rather than, you know, stick around and have to run out with your empowered W, breaking CC and stuff like that. Look more with the DPS. Rainover, though, back to his old standard.
Get the longboats, Kobe. We got the Viking again. Rainover going to be on that pick that he causes so much trouble with yesterday in game number 1 with Liquid versus TSM. We saw him go completely crazy and just absolutely run away with the game, getting double lift set up, getting the team ready to go. Just phenomenal performance. We'll have to see if he can reprise that today as they lock in the Jhin for double lift as well.
Wow, an interesting return to Jhin here for double lift. Definitely has a lot of time on the champion, but it's lost priority across the world. Got a lot of those nerfs coming in. Right,
not to mention, you're a Jhin, 2 of your abilities root you, and you're up against Rengar. And that can be tricky.
So here's my thinking with this. Team Liquid, their team crop, they're looking very offensive right now. And Rumble really preys on flat magic penetration. Runs out to the Sork shoes, into the Haunting Guise. Jhin do a similar thing with armor. So either way, you're going to have one of these defensives fairly weak, and Team Liquid are probably going to look to prey on that early spike of both Jhin and Rumble getting flat penetration items for the differing damage types. Because if they wait around, very clearly the Nautilus plus Lulu is going to be a very tanky front line. And I think that Team Liquid are just looking to turn up the tempo here in this game.
Plus, you've got just the jungler to do it. You've got the Olaf. He's so hard to duel. He can take over the jungle. He can farm away everything if you just give him a second. Very, very excellent jungler. An excellent player on it to make that one happen, get those 2 set up in a spot to carry the game. As we get into the second part of the bans, it's going to be Zed taken away by FlyQuest and Caitlyn taken away by Liquid. Vladimir, the final ban from FlyQuest, they really, really hate Piglet.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And Vladimir right now, I'm definitely a fan of banning the champion out. It just, once he gets to the Proto Belt, and if the mid laner does take Ignite, so much burst damage even for such a tanky champion who has multiple invulnerabilities at his disposal. Once he gets the Zhonya's, really makes life hard for AD carries. Meanwhile, not going to be a problem this game though. And as you said, they are focusing Altec, taking out his go-to champions. So not going to be able to rely upon that Caitlyn that he has done so often recently, and that FlyQuest has really utilized to get their early turrets rolling and get that gold. Which has really saved them in a lot of the games where they made individual mistakes, but were able to rally around a pushing Caitlyn lane and start to get some momentum back that way.
Well, FlyQuest is going to have this game is the Orianna there in the mid lane for high. So he's got the ball delivery system with the Rengar to toss that in there. Can potentially have some huge combos with the Shockwave.
Definitely a powerful group here for FlyQuest. Looking for some 5-on-5 action. As we said, though, some more early power here for Team Liquid. Very diverse damage types. Zyra also going to add so much of that AP damage that we got a small look at in the last game. This time around, though, Matt will be taking the counter matchup. Let's see if the FlyQuest bottom lane can do a similar thing to the Team Liquid bottom lane this time around. Ooh, la la.
All right. Liquid's like, all right, we got 4 bans targeted towards Piglet. What are we going to put him on this game? And the answer is the Jace.
Honestly, if I see double Ghost Blades on the Jace plus Jhin and then double Sork Boots on the Rumble plus Zyra, it would
penetration.
It would be exactly what you're looking to split damage types there. Honestly, though, the support Zyra will probably go just with the more standard support builds, but you never know, and we'll see if Rumble's magic damage will be enough to take care of it.
Throwback to 2 patches ago, Jhin Varus. Here we go.
Definitely true. The builds have changed, the masteries have changed as well, but we got a little rematch here.
FlyQuest has got to be able to find their win here. If they don't, that's the end of the series.
If they don't,
we walk away. This is the
chance.
last game they get to play, potentially, in Spring Split 2017. They did come close to being able to win game number 1. They had some good moments. They were able to punish some Liquid mistakes, but ultimately it just didn't work out the way they needed it to go. They're going to need some of that high mastermind shot calling. Try to get High and Moon off to that start that we were talking about in game number 1. See if these two can just take over the map like they did every single time they were winning in the first half of the split. Have Moon be that carry.
Yeah, I mean, what they're going to have to do is stand up to these lanes because Team Liquid are coming out with some very powerful lane matchups and should be able to get some pushing going. We'll see what Reignover does with pushing lanes if Team Liquid are able to abuse these early power spikes.
One last look at the crowd getting hyped up, fired up for game number 2. Could potentially be the last game both these teams play in regular split play for Spring 2017, but FlyQuest definitely does not want that to be the case. Liquid would be pretty okay with it. Heading off into the bottom lane as 3 yet again. Liquid really likes this plan.
Piglet started out as a bottom laner.
He's just forgetting. It's not actually the plan. He just keeps forgetting that he's mid lane now.
It's still in the programming for him to start games by going to the bottom lane.
Run bottom.
Like this.
Type in the chat, Jace go mid, WTF.
Ah, he's wise to Piglet's tricks.
All right, they figured it out this time.
Finds it out. Meanwhile, the classic Raptor wards here. They will see Moon start on his Raptors, if indeed he does not alter his path. No counter ward actually for FlyQuest though during that time. So they will actually be in the dark versus Reignover. Being in the dark versus Reignover is very scary. Jungler versus Reignover, he's definitely one of the most intelligent junglers that we have here as far as planning out his early route. And if he has extra information on you, it gets very scary. Not only extra information, but it's an Olaf, which what could be very strong pushing lanes for his team. I think that Reignover should be set up to make a lot of early proactive moves. And even if you look at the mini-map already, a couple of curious pings and Lorlo moved up there on the top side.
Piglet wants to try to steal these Raptors in phase 2. Looks like, nope, just moves himself away, was hanging out in the brush.
Yeah, I always got my eye on those sneaky laners trying to...
Yeah, I keep an eye on those Raptors. Now that that's the name of the game, you got to be careful about your chicken.
See if Lorlo gets some extra damage here on balls. Just a little bit of Deathfire touched here. Flamethrower.
All right, you just sort of tickled him a little
Unfazed.
bit. Ball's like, I don't care about this, what are you doing? Let's get to the minions.
Get me to the money. Reignover as well has so much information. Lorlo used his Trinket Ward on the Krug camp there up on the top side. So not only does Reignover know it was the Raptor start, he knows that it's also not one of the red quadrant clears there for Moon. So by process of elimination, Reignover should know that Moon is over here clearing his blue quadrants. Olaf very easily able to power through his own jungle. You get super low by yourself. You don't need a pull. You get more attack speed there. Doesn't have to use any of his potions until he's looking for fighting with champions. Actually would be a detriment to your clear speed if you did.
It's kind of counterintuitive, but it is the way that Olaf has played in the jungle. You gotta let yourself drop low.
The one thing, though, is he has to be a little bit cautious about a Rengar invade on him. Because he didn't technically see Moon not do his red buff. And a Rengar can go for a red buff invade, especially on an Olaf that gets low. That's why if you watch Rengar on that mini-map, he pulled his red very close to the mid lane, away from that brush. And they're even pinging caution marks on that area of the buff, just above where Rainover is now, that bush right there. You can tell that there was a possibility, and they accounted for it. Sometimes you can punish the Olaf for getting very low in his jungle. Moon did not attempt it, though.
Now, Moon just going to be farming up in his own right for now, delaying that red buff for quite a while. As Rainover walks over a ward bottom side, Deadly Flourish doesn't find anyone. Matt can't exactly get himself in a spot to lock these guys down just yet. Lorlo's going to be seeing Moon here. Nope, no he's not. Just throws the ward down over the wall, sees that the Krugs aren't there, and says, hey!
Man, I wish my top laners would do this much counter jungling for me, or counter warding for me.
I wish my top laners would do anything.
Rainover going to be able to claim the crab on the bottom side. Moon was not spotted by that ward, though. And they actually know that Lorlo went to use it, so he's using this to his advantage to try and get a little bit of deep vision of his own to work with here.
All right, behind enemy lines, laying down some wards, getting some information, and getting out.
He doesn't want to reveal that he is over on the side of the map by popping that Scryer's Plume, even though he could check for any enemy wards. Does give away your positioning.
Decides to play close to the vest instead. That control ward is going to spot Rainover out. See that he's farming up the Gromp, so now it's Moon who's got the positional information on his opponent. Rainover slightly behind in terms of EXP right now.
Tides have turned in the jungle spy ward.
And it is a spy war. Like, nobody actually knows. There's no abilities being flung at other champions. There's no actual violence and health bars going down, except here in mid lane. High getting the best of Piglet right now. Both of them almost completely out of mana, though.
Yep, High. Actually, a pretty good control over this lane and over Piglet. Able to get, Raptor camp. Maybe Moon sets up for a kill here or waits in the bush. Nah, just going to steal it away.
Nope, just
but that's all afforded by the ward High just put over that wall. Too risky to go for any kind of kill on an Olaf there, especially when you don't know when Piglet will return to lane. Yeah, you know he just recalled, and you can account for 25 to 30 seconds or so on returning to lane. Not long enough for them to actually pull anything else off. Good steal away, though. Nice camp.
They take advantage of a window that opens no matter how small it is. Alltech going to be shot by the Deadly Flourish. Gets himself taken down pretty low. Double Lift running out of mana, though, so not exactly a whole lot to follow up on that one with both AD carries completely out of healing. Ball's going to be attacked in full force by Lorlo, who drops the equalizer, but overheat means he can't take that one any further, and instead just takes complete lane control.
Yep, the Rumble here pushing up on the top lane. He's been doing it for most of the game, and it's resulted in just a couple of Krug wards. Not too big a deal. I think Moon and FlyQuest are very happy, actually, that things have not actually progressed much quicker than this.
Double Lift and Matt haven't got a 2v2 first blood kill this game yet either.
I mean, this time around they didn't get the Uber Lulu pick for support role.
Yep, things are backwards compared to what they were in game number 1. The champions have switched for the support role. Double Lift eating the piercing arrow there. A good shot from Alltech. Elimination going to be taking plenty of return damage from those plants, getting the Thunderlord proc onto himself. Just overall, not a good time. CS very close between the 80 carries, very close between the top laners. Very close across the board, if we're being completely honest. The biggest difference being a 6 discrepancy in the mid lane.
Let's see if the champion numbers rise here. I don't know about this dive, though. I mean, it would be very sketchy.
FlyQuest knows what happens when you do a bad dive on a tier 1 bottom.
This one, however. Balls, how low is he? About 50%.
Oh, Rainover's got the ghost. He's looking to go. Reckless swings, undertows, Ragnarok, flash. I don't know, is it actually going to be enough? Rainover needs a little bit more, and he has got it. first blood for Team Liquid.
And the damage from Lorlo, his Deathfire touch ticked long enough that he also got an assist on that kill, even though it was a long journey down the lane. So that is an assisted first blood. All the gold coming through for Team Liquid there on the top side. Meanwhile, FlyQuest pushing super hard on this bottom turret. And the race for first turret.
Oh, and it's a race indeed, Kobe. Who's going to actually get it? And it's Team Liquid. Rainover gets back-to-back first bloods.
Holy moly. Pretty good early start there, and that is going to round it out quite nicely for Team Liquid. Let's see what the continuation of the bottom lane play results in here for FlyQuest. Sometimes you'll see them try and transition into the Drake afterwards, but because the bottom lane of Team Liquid, Doublelift and Matt had a recall where it was very respectful, and they backed off early, and they're right back out there with a purchase, and can actually dissuade any further movement here from FlyQuest. This is another look as they see Rainover on the ward. As soon as they see him, Balls is running. Nautilus does not run very quickly. One of the lowest move speeds in the game, and he doesn't have anything else at his disposal. Maybe could have flashed one of the other axes, but he dodged one, and Piglet is going to get a blue handoff as well, I would assume, even though Lorlo is the one starting it up.
Lorlo's just leashing it for him. No big deal. No big deal. Kaboom. There we go. Piglet now going to have that essentially unlimited mana to stack that tier and spam his spells with. Tier on Jace actually went out of style in recent times, but Piglet going to be using it this game to make sure that he can just spam all day long.
Coming back with some of the nerfs, and he's going to be able to, well, get shockwaved.
All right, High eating the equalizer. Piglet looking for the opportunity to find the shock blast here. Rainover making his way into the fight now as well. Moon is so low. He's saying, you know what? If you're in trouble, I'll see you later. Have fun with your black and white screen. I'm going back to base.
That looks painful for you. I can't help, so goodbye. Meanwhile, Team Liquid now, a lot of vision in the dragon area here. That flash and ultimate burn from Lorlo, though, takes a lot of oomph out of their dragon fight. So not too sure if they would actually want to start something out without forcing a recall from the bottom lane or something. Would be ill-advised. Lorlo does get back to his lane on time to grab up most of the minions, though, but Moon on the attack.
Moon going with the blast cone over the wall. Might be looking to come around from behind, make the play onto Lorlo here.
They know he doesn't have flash because he just used it on High.
Same with the equalizer, of course, so gonna be harder for him to try to make it a 1-for-1 if they go all the way in. Moon backing away, backing back in, shuffle back and forth.
Great defensive play. Respect for, I believe they caught slight vision. Oh, bottom side though.
Full on fight, curtain call opened up. Altec gonna be ulted. Limit Nation trying to get away himself. Rainover jumping there, right into the fight, grabbing the kill. Matt's actually the one who's got it. As FlyQuest loses their 80 carry and Liquid makes it a 2-0 game.
Chug, the Rainover train.
Chug.
Being able to find its mark down bottom. It looks like they should be able to get turret pressure as well. Team Liquid, first blood, first turret, all the kills in the game. Second turret for them gonna go down pretty quickly here as well. All that left would then be for them to pick up the scraps of their mid lane, and even though Piglet is getting pushed in and abused a little bit, it's not costing them a whole lot.
Nice early lead from Team Liquid, 18,500 gold to 17K. 11 minutes into the match, definitely nothing to be sad about. Piglet, though, constantly shoved up under this turret.
Snares out there from Doublelift and Matt. Doublelift fires the fourth shot on Altec because that is the one in a Rainover's sights. Don't want to split focus too much there. Get greedy reaching for both kills.
Nope. Greed was not the name of the game today, and Liquid was able to cash in on a kill because of it, but now we'll have to see what they can do with that bottom lane turret out of the way.
Yeah, something we did bring up in the last game that we might want to revisit is this is kind of the least proactive that we've seen FlyQuest in quite a long time. Currently, Team Liquid fully in place in the driver's seat, as we kind of expected from Champion Selects, but definitely credit to them for following up with the plays.
And you know, last game, we talked about how FlyQuest had so many zone control tools, so many AoE tools. Liquid's pretty scary this time around too, with equalizers and Stranglethorns and Jhin ultis. There's a lot of stuff there that can punish.
Definitely true. Rainover's looking for a counter gank here, backing up Lorlo here. See if it pays off for him, because there are a lot more resources from FlyQuest headed this way.
FlyQuest has a lot of bodies heading towards the top side.
See, the problem with counter ganking is you don't want to counter gank 4 people.
Lorlo gonna be taken low. Moon getting himself away for now. Reignover in some trouble. FlyQuest able to find 1, able to find 2. And that is their play right now. High trying to get himself out of trouble, but Piglet and Alltech and Matt have got the damage.
All right.
Piglet and double lift and Matt. Alltech was in the top side.
2 for win there in the end, and both teams should be able to push down a turret afterwards. Double Lift's gonna go down and clean up the minions for Team Liquid. In the end, Team Liquid actually don't commit all 3 members after the kill. So they just spread out and they don't capitalize on top of it with a turret. And because of that, the gold is dead even here. I don't think Liquid can actually finish this. Maybe it's only the Lulu. If Matt does finally come over and start helping it, it could be close.
Yeah, everybody else is back. I mean, Lemon's gonna move in, try to glitter lance the wave.
That
even
minion
need
is
to.
the hero.
He'll just auto attack it. Hero Lulu moves into place and saves the turret.
Minion blocking the shock blast there, so Lemon didn't have to take it. And yeah, tower stays standing.
Tower stays standing. FlyQuest happy to see it. Here's a replay of exactly what happened topside with the fateful counter game.
Yeah, so it actually also could be interpreted as they were literally just looking for a lane gank. And that's a possibility. But regardless, whether it was counter gank or lane gank, you don't want to account for 4 people there, and they didn't have any vision. Now, though, they've got plenty of vision and full numbers advantage. Flash
They've got
is available.
manpower. Balls is gonna want to try to get away from this one, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. No point in even blowing the summer spell. He knows he's dead to rights. But FlyQuest see the chance and jump the dragon.
Should be able to clean this one up for FlyQuest. Then can they turn something on mid lane? Wave clear instead to buy time for Alltech split push on bottom side.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Get rid of the minions. Get rid of the ability to take the turret. Just end the fight right there. Moon stealing away as many camps as he can yet again. 0, 0, and 2 on the Rengar so far. Not exactly snowballing out of control, but contributing to both the kills that the team has found.
Alltech down here still split pushing, has both summoners, so he doesn't have to be too worried about this Rumble coming down, even though Lorlo does have his ultimate. And should be able to join back up with the rest of the team. Basically, the combat power in inventory for both teams is fairly close at the moment. Completed items have, started to come in here for FlyQuest.
We also saw the Righteous Glory from Reignover in that play that they just made topside onto balls. So very effective item at being able to start the fights off the way Team Liquid wants to start them, gets him in there. Not exactly the tankiest item in the world. Makes you deceptively not tanky because your health bar looks so big and intimidating, but it's like, no, this actually is just health.
Olaf runs on intimidation, though, so.
That's true. Perfect. It synchronizes perfectly. Reignover, 2, 1, and 1 on the Olaf. Gonna be going for that Cinder Hulk next to give him even a bigger health pool. The passive burn, and of course, with the Skirmisher Saber, the ability to do that much more damage. But High is deleted in the mid lane. Double Lift grabbing the kill on that one. And Liquid now has their opportunity to push into this tier 1 and finish what they started early.
More plays here for the Team Liquid bottom lane, really creating them. Double Lift and Matt as they rotated into the mid lane. After bottom lane turret goes down, more snares land!
Equalizer coming down, Elimination going down, Moon's gonna be burned away, and Alltech will at least clean up 1 on the back end of it. Reignover can't get in there in time to finish him off. Piglet now gonna be trying to protect Matt, can't get in there in time. A double kill for Alltech. Reignover gonna be isolated on the backside. Balls locks him down as the ulti wears away, and Reignover is just gonna fight to the death, piercing arrow into the back. And Alltech gets 3 kills in that.
Yeah, even though that's a 3 for 2, it's still a fairly tragic dive from Team Liquid because it didn't have to go that poorly. Double up with some very nice snares here, setting up multiple kills. They could have, I believe, gotten the support killed there with just the snares landing and the Rumble ultimate. Regardless, though, a little bit of an overstep, gives some kills back to FlyQuest, and now FlyQuest will take a little bit more.
By the way, I want to comment a little bit on what you were expecting going into this game in the Champion Select. There is one Ghost Blade, it's on the Jace, but Double Lift going to be building that Crit Jin build instead. Not really on the lethality train this game, but ooh, High.
Yep, happy to get that cooldown reduction, and the snares from him have been completely on point. Let's get a look at the secondary one here. This one is Shock Blast into Snare, and then the Equalizer probably could have taken care of that. Everybody's flashing in from Team Liquid though, and no zone yet means that's a very risky tower aggro. Then Matt is just kind of standing there. Balls takes the open hook. Matt is dead.
Yeah, meanwhile, Matt finds a way. Kobe Rainover now going to be targeted. FlyQuest trying to deal with this Fed Olaf high. Brought down though, almost gets taken out, but instead FlyQuest grabs the kill onto him as well. 2 dead on the side of Team Liquid.
What is happening?
Trying to fire back, but Boom's going to be jumping onto him. FlyQuest is pursuing even more. High still going to be kept alive. Shock Blast won't find anyone there. The ulti comes down. Moon's going to be on the hunt for this one. Piglet gets away.
Run, Piglet, run!
Away, Piglet. Oh my goodness, Moon gets the kill. Barely getting away in time.
Wow, yeah, super close to his death at the hands of Doublelift there too. Necessary quick flash out after that Q. And man, some chaos just breaks loose. Altec's like, what's going on over there, guys? And pushing down bottom the entire time. FlyQuest come up with a bunch of kills with their 4-man squad.
FlyQuest is just punishing Liquid's mistakes again
let's
and again.
investigate.
All right, a shockwave.
Yeah, starts out with Matt dying. Moon gets a lot of damage onto Lorlo, and Rainover just kind of runs through after they lost a lot of the firepower there. Lorlo was chunked so heavily that he couldn't lend any more damage, and Team Liquid were really spread out around this invade. Definitely the disorganization costing Team Liquid super heavy, and giving a lot of gold back to FlyQuest in this mid-game to really even things right back up.
Piglet looked like he was even going to get away here for a little while. It was
jumps to the minions, to the skies. Doublelift's here to try and land cover fire. Doesn't hit the snare, and barely Moon is able to get out.
very close. Team Liquid looking a little shaky here now.
Yeah.
A couple mistakes into more mistakes.
Lemon Nation did also flash over that wall to shield high. It didn't quite look like that meant the last difference, but you can tell his heart is in the right place, but now his heart is under attack.
But is his body in the right place? The curtain opens up and Elimination is gone. Team Liquid getting themselves a pick. Chain of Corruption out on the Rainover. He's got no ult to get out. Shockwave seals his fate as the Equalizer comes down. Fly high, looking to get himself to fly away, but Piglet's grabbing the kill on the Moon. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Liquid's got the fight.
Count down your fingers. Pick for pick here. Team Liquid got more of them, so they're going to be able to get the turret as well.
All right, they got the turret, they got the kills. Liquid makes their move back into the game after a couple of messed up plays. They now have control yet again, even if it's ever so slightly, and the timing seems fair enough as well. Infernal Drake about to spawn. Both junglers still dead. Ball's going to be walking a little bit too close. CC comes out, not going to be finding its mark. Shock Blast on the AD carry. And Piglet is going to be hit again. It never stops.
Well,
all right, it's not going to be stopping anytime soon either. Doublelift ulted. Altec looking to find the damage. A nice accelerated Shock Blast to force him back out of the fight.
Moon does have Rengar ultimate as well, so if they wanted to just keep throwing bodies at the skirmish here, they could. Looks like they have all decided to back off now.
Just toss everybody into the meat grinder. See who walks out alive.
Calm down for a second. There's a tip for you for your play-of-play for the future. 5 champions on each side. You can count on your fingers during the fight, so your recap is super easy.
So yeah, you're like, okay, there's only 4 guys left on this side.
All right, let's see about this Infernal Drake, though. Your favorite Drake, Captain?
My favorite Drake in all the world. He's even better than the Elder Drake. He's the best one, and now he's alive on the Rift. Both teams going to be wanting this one. Doublelift trying to get the red buff. We know he's had problems with this in the past, but hopefully he can overcome those.
Come on. Low blow. He was coming straight back from streaming. All right, here we go. FlyQuest on the Infernal Drake. Let's fight.
FlyQuest going after that Infernal Drake, grabbing it for themselves. Shockwave comes out and immediately deletes Bad High. Going to be on a rampage. Piglet going to be brought low. More damage coming in. Moon having a retreat. Rainover backing out as well. Ragnarok and Righteous Glory to try to get him out of here. Moon still in hot pursuit. Going to be taken very low himself. Deadly Flourish not finding its way onto the mark.
Hot retreat now over to the Baron side. Let's see, count the ultimates on Team Liquid. None are available, so that might be the kicker here for FlyQuest. So the honey fruit first.
Yep, have a quick snack, get ready. I don't know, Moon's kind of hurt.
Yeah, a little bit iffy about it still. Here we go.
All right, we're going for it, Kobe.
Ward is still up. Nobody's going even throwing one auto at that trinket ward. I guess it doesn't matter, but it would make me feel better.
There's a blue trinket in the pit, keeping track of it, but Moon's able to find the smite secure. Now the fight's gonna be breaking out. Lorlo with the hourglass, keeping himself alive. Liquid trying to punish FlyQuest for this. Matt chasing after, he's got the plants ready to go, but Team Liquid's health bars are not in a state they can chase this down, and FlyQuest gets the Baron and gets away.
Yeah, see, doesn't matter. Feeling or not, Baron picked up for FlyQuest right after that. Let's see if they can make a huge swing with this and actually put a dent into this game, because they do still have the 2 Elemental Drakes. Those buffs are definitely going to mean something a lot later in the game as well. Now with Baron, they should be able to finally get a meaningful gold lead in this game, if they're actually able to push up. Caution is the first note there. As you can see, Altec doesn't want to overextend. Here we go. Matt does get his ult down, but he's toast. And then it's a 4v5 engage with Rengar jumping into the back lines. And there's the Lulu confidence that we talked about, adding some extra threat to the Rengar pick, allowing him to go that much deeper and really chase them off, taking a bit more life from the enemy jungler.
Working out for him. 4-2-1 on the Orianna, 4-1-2 on the Varus. So both these carries sitting in a pretty nice spot for themselves. Blade of the Ruined King, Hurricane. Altec's very, very scary from what we've seen when Liquid goes a little bit too far and he's able to find those punishes. And you saw what High did to Matt, just catching him out of position for a brief second there.
Which time?
Which time? Any of them. There's been 3. They all make the argument, they make the case. 1-0-4 though on Double Lift. Even though the team's now behind, he's still yet to die this game with Essence Reaper and Rapid Fire Cannon up with Last Whisper, the baby version, completed as well. Very capable of providing the damage to win a team fight.
I like that they actually did, really increase the efficiency of the baby version to make that a more impactful purchase. Moon very close to that bush.
Oh!
Feels the grass blades tickle him on the way out. Those are super annoying.
Yeah, the roots
might be a little
missed,
itchy
but
after that.
yeah, the little stinger thing sort of smacked him in the butt as he walked out of the jungle. Happy to only be walking away with that, though.
All right, here comes the Baroned up push from FlyQuest. See what Team Liquid can do with their flank here. Rainover on the outside, looking for his entrance. Meanwhile, Turret's getting annihilated. They don't have much time.
That's the nice part about the Varus. It builds more attack speed. You can just put a lot of arrows into that turret.
High zoning with the Orianna Poro Ball here.
Shock Blast barely even breaks open his shield. With High and Lemon both providing those, it's very effective at preventing the poke as long as you can get it onto the right champion. Rainover on the other side of the wall, but can't really find the opportunity to do a whole lot. Shock Blast comes down. Ulti's going to be finding 2. The Shockwave is decent here. Rainover going to be killed instantly. Redemption keeping FlyQuest members alive. Lorlo, Zhonya's Hourglass not going to be doing a whole lot of anything. A double kill for High. The ultimate onto 2 in that fight was the story as the anchor doesn't find its way onto Piglet. FlyQuest have found their fight and they are pushing into the base.
3 kills, plus they still have this Baron buff on all members. Now FlyQuest can just dismantle the Team Liquid base. Piglet's looking for a sniper shot here, and there are a couple low health members. Let's see if he can thread the needle.
Oh, we got him, baby! Piglet gets the shot onto the enemy mid laner. Slows down the push, forces FlyQuest away. They won't even be able to hang around for the inhib, and Piglet has smelled blood and wants more. Tries to jump in, instead gets himself caught out a little bit, gonna be forced to flash back.
Can he get another no-scope?
I don't know. Get it ready.
Balls is gonna stand in front, try and body block any further.
Yeah, I don't think he would get it even if he hit him. But Lorlo is coming around the side. Yeah, he wants to make this happen. Equalizer's gonna be back up momentarily, but I don't think it's gonna be fast enough to make a difference.
Yeah, he's looking for some lazy recalls, but then they don't end up chasing all the way to the turret anyway. And FlyQuest do get to reset in time for the next Infernal. You want to go place your vision first. Here we go. They started out with a pretty good Rumble ultimate. Double Lift opens up as well, but Rainover on the front line just gets melted. And the Redemption from Lemonation heals up their back line, while the front line of FlyQuest just tears apart Team Liquid.
FlyQuest, you can also see a 4,334 gold Baron power play, so a nice reward for picking that up for themselves. It's actually about the total of their lead right now, so that is the difference. That Baron play was what got them ahead in this match, and now they've got a sizable lead to work with.
Yeah, they're going to pull out all the stops here to try and force a game 3. As you said, you know, their playoff run on the line here. FlyQuest really want it.
And remember, depending on the results of the other match that may or may not be done by now, sometimes we have 70-minute slugfest.
Yeah.
They might not even have to win this entire series. They may only have to win one game. So winning this game is just that much bigger.
And the same at the moment. Here we go, hook on the Rainover to start it out.
Rainover going to be forced to pop the Ragnarok and then immediately retreat, so he's not going to be that big threat surging into the back line. But he gets it anyway!
Undertow!
Undertow over the wall.
Ay.
That was... I thought for sure that was going to be Infernal Drake FlyQuest.
You could tell, everybody just stacked up on the wall. Everyone throw every single ability you have over the wall to try and steal this Infernal. And at that point, there's a lot of damage flying around, so they are able to get it. Let's see if it's going to mean the difference, though. He gets hooked in again.
FlyQuest seeing what else they can find here, now retreating. Equalizer comes down, finds its way onto Elimination, who scuffles back towards the redemption, keeping himself healthy. FlyQuest still mounting this push, and I was just informed, Kobe, that based on the results of the other game that is completed, if FlyQuest win this match, they are in playoffs.
Whew. So they don't even have to win the whole series.
This game, excuse me, not the match. The whole match doesn't even matter, just the game.
I gotcha.
Literally this fun as the Shockwave doesn't find its way onto Double Lift.
Swing and a miss.
You'll have those sometimes. You miss 100% of the shockwaves you don't take.
I knew you were going to go with that.
Yep. Sometimes you just got to go with the cliche.
All right, here we go. This is the Infernal resetting. Wants to go home to Team Liquid. And there you go. Finds his home. Matt, Rainover, and Piglet all combining for that steal. I give credit to all three because they were able to burst down that dragon. Good chunk.
Teamwork OP.
There you go.
FlyQuest, though, they don't care about that. They've still got themselves a 4,000 gold lead. They've still got an Infernal Drake of their own. They've still got just one game they need to win to get themselves to playoffs. And we've talked about it already, but the fact that this was a team that earlier on in the split was a number 2, number 3 team, and now they're sitting not number 2, not number 3. They've had a rougher second half of the split. They want to make sure they get to playoffs, prove they belong. Ball's going after Piglet. Moon coming in from behind as well. The ulti lands, the bola lands, and Piglet is going to be cut down. Elimination flashing over the wall, keeping himself alive. Rainover going to be targeted next. Altec with the Chain of Corruption to bring down the GA. FlyQuest need to finish this one off, and they will do just that. 40-second death timers on the enemy jungle and mid laner. Baron is the name of the game.
Playoffs in their eyes right now. FlyQuest with another couple of picks to set up another Baron for themselves. And this time around, they'll have a full Baron timer to go attack an exposed inhibitor.
FlyQuest not even going to have to worry about Liquid trying to steal this one away. Liquid knows that they have no business going up there in a 3 versus 5. They yield the Baron, and FlyQuest is in a prime position to end this game.
See if they can actually complete the push, though. Top lane right now is shoved up. Balls doesn't have his flash for a team fight, but not going to be a big issue for them. Pushing power of Baron to get all the minions shoved over to Team Liquid's side. Take another look here, as this is where he uses said flash, able to get his ultimate onto Piglet to ensure they get that pick, which is huge for them. Definitely worth it. Guardian Angel was popped there from Moon, but didn't mean much. Rainovers, however, in the similar situation, and he's able to take him down right afterwards.
Liquid now charged with the task of mounting a defense against a 7,000 gold lead and a Baron buff that's active on all 5 enemy players with one of their inhibitor turrets already down. No easy task. Doesn't matter who you are, but this team needs to find a way to make it happen, needs to find a way to get the synergy, get the opportunity. All these different things need to come together for them to properly defend here, because FlyQuest has had momentum in this game for a while now, and they're looking to just use that and force it into the enemy nexus.
Yes, they are grouping up as 5 here, ushering in the minions. Good wave clear coming in from Team Liquid, but they don't have time as an ally.
Chain of Corruption only onto Rainover. Everybody else gets out of the way in time before it spreads. Rainover still has the Ragnarok. Did not pop it to get away from that last CC. Moon gonna be CC'd now. Stranglethorn's coming out. Equalizer comes down. Curtain Call opens up. FlyQuest gonna be using the Redemption. Trying to keep themselves as healthy as possible. Fourth shot works its way onto elimination, past balls. Liquid manages to hold onto the base without losing anything more than one inhibitor, but FlyQuest didn't exactly get punished a lot for taking it.
Yeah, they are definitely having to work hard for every inch here. They did get their main objective, the inhibitor down. No more kills coming through, but plenty of territory to work with here. Team Liquid are basically bottled up inside their base. Just running out here to try and grab the red buff right before turning to wave clear duty. A lot of vision here being set down. Matt's trying to take this scant opportunity to get a little bit of warding done. And that should signal to Rainover. He needs to leave the Raptors alone.
Yeah, Moon's pretty much controlled that camp all game. Every single time we see those Raptors get taken, it's always Moon. Almost never Rainover.
Here we go though, Baron buff. Doing its work. Inhibitor turret number 2 going down.
Shockwave, a beautiful one on to Team Liquid. Rainover and Double Lift both destroyed. Lorlo gonna be going next. FlyQuest, this is your chance to end this game. All 5 members still alive, pushing down the mid lane, pushing down the top lane. All they've got to do is bring down these last couple of Nexus turrets and get that Nexus back. Now caught out and brought down. Lorlo trying to find some way to defend this with Piglet. Moon gonna be jumped on. The Equalizer doesn't find itself a fantastic spot. Lorlo's not in a way where he can get out at all. FlyQuest, welcome to the playoffs.
And Piglet throws trying to fight. Welcome to another kill.
Valiant last stand from Piglet, but we are gonna be going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. The Shockwave for effect at the very end. What a game 2 from the FlyQuest boys.
They can definitely smile after that one. They earn their playoff spot, get their game victory. Our fans are definitely happy, and meanwhile, Team Liquid, the fans can still have hope. Yeah. This can be a win-win situation.
Both teams can win.
Usually we don't usually have, everybody can win in League of Legends, but currently, if Team Liquid come back and win this series, FlyQuest still get to technically win their goal of getting into playoffs, and Team Liquid could be able to get their goal of getting out of the relegation tournament. So
it's this really weird, somehow we're all happy even though one of us lost type thing. It doesn't really make any sense, but
what is it, Sesame Street?
Does. Yeah, this is Sesame Street League of Legends.
We're all winners today.
We're gonna do the next cast with Big Bird.
Yeah, but FlyQuest could actually just ruin their hopes and
yeah, or it could just end up being like not like that, and then Liquid has to go play in the promotion tournament, which is a whole nother monster itself, but that's what they're looking to stop going into game number 3. Game 2 was obviously not quite as Liquid favored as game number 1 was. They had some struggles. FlyQuest was able to punish them, and I mean, Liquid had an advantage for a while.
Deep dive, once again. They went fairly far past that secondary turret and definitely cost them once again.
Speaking of deeper dives, we're going to take one ourselves on that game, so let's hand it off to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. FlyQuest, they've made it to playoffs. That's all they needed was the single game.
It was scary.
Of course, they'd still like to win the series, and so we'll get towards that in just a moment. But yes, it wasn't even the easiest game victory for them. So really squeaking by here at the end of the split to get into playoffs for FlyQuest. But let's go ahead and take a look at how they did it. On the side of Team Liquid, opting into the Jhin, Jace, double AD, and therefore throwing the Rumble to the top in order to get some magic damage into the lineup, with Rainover on a very comfortable Olaf, and yet not necessarily a top performer for the team.
Yeah, I think the team comp overall does make some sense. It's a very difficult to play team comp, though, where you have a lot of damage, not very much tankiness. And even the one tank that you do have is one of the champions that does fall off later in the game and doesn't have a ton of lockdown CC.
I was going to say, the major thing that I recognize is that in the late game, Team Liquid looked at a loss to start fights, right? We would see the Jhin open up and the Rumble come down, but a very easy disengage from FlyQuest to reset the fight under a redemption and then come back in and say, well, you don't have your ultimates, your big team fighting ultimates, so we can easily push into objectives.
And one thing I did like also was the Taliyah ban. I'm not sure I love it in the first phase of the bans, as opposed to this later on, because I don't think we've seen Piglet take that one prior to the second ban phase. So either way, I do like it, though. Even though all of us are saying, man, Piglet's Taliyah doesn't look great, at the end of the day, he has one on it, and even though he's not great in lane, he does...
When he's also played 4 times in a row.
Right, so just take him off his comfort thing. Sure, it's not the most impressive in the world, but his Jace didn't look great either, and it obviously did not have the impact in the late game the way his Taliyah was still able to do. And he was down in farm and lane. lane again when Jace is supposed to be a great laner versus Orianna, and he took Cleanse, which is a curious summoner choice. Obviously scared of the Varus ultimate, but you should be playing far enough away from a lot of the things that would catch you out. So unless you're only scared of the Rengar level 6, you can take other summoners that also deal with that, like a heal or a barrier. Or
exactly,
Ignite,
that's the thing. There, yes, there's lots of CC on the side of FlyQuest, but as you mentioned, playing the fights correctly on Jace around the objectives, poke, 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 poke until the eventual all-in for a kill shouldn't really be needing that summoner spell if played correctly. I want to look at fights that kind of go for both squads here. So the first one, 16-30, Liquid getting a 3-for-3 here on Going Deep. It's one of those situations where make a great play and then overreach and hand it all back.
And that's the big problem that we've been criticizing Team Liquid for. You get a pick around the mid lane, great, let's group up and start pushing this turret down now. As they start to do that, they see a couple members of FlyQuest trying to hang on, be a little greedy around the turret, and they say we can keep going and keep getting more picks.
I love this. I love this call here on the dive.
Right, and especially once you land this route there, go hard, drop your ultimates, blow them up. And then the problem is here, where do you go? The teleport's coming in, you probably have to sack Lorlo. Why is Reignover still running forward at that point? Sack Reignover, you're cut off. Piglet ends up going left, Reignover goes right, Matt's not paying attention, gets hooked out there, he's dead. Now Reignover's still in the middle of everything. He didn't actually vacate the fight, and now he's gonna get chased down and give over another kill, making this whole thing a 3-for-3, just one turret.
Exactly, the dive there puts you in a situation where you have a 3-for-1. If you back out correctly there, you are now in a 4-against-2 position on the inner turret. You'll probably secure the turret with no deaths. Your advantage just became an even larger one instead of essentially breaking even. Yes, they picked up some turret in that exchange, so a slight advantage still for Team Liquid, but not nearly as much as they could have walked away with. And then we know that if you're entering the mid to late game against FlyQuest with a somewhat evened up gold discrepancy, that there's always the potential for a decisive call from High and FlyQuest, and that's exactly what we get at 23 minutes. They just go for the Baron, right? And you know that if High's the one who's making the call, then it's gonna be quick.
Right, and so here we see FlyQuest set up at the Dragon first. It is a little difficult for Team Liquid to fight these, as we said, not through best tank composition. Matt trying to go over the wall looking for a root on people, but there's a ward there. They spot him out, he gets insta-gibbed by High. And for a lot of team comps, you're like, okay, they blew their Ori ult for just our support, but they really have no way to walk up and contest after that and punish the fact that the Ori ultimate is down. Reignover has to blow his ultimate defensively, and though they don't pick up any more kills here, FlyQuest has chunked a ton of Team Liquid's health bars down, so they have a really hard time walking up normally, especially when they don't have much health on their side. And even though the Rumble and Jhin are both healthy, the Rumble ultimate's down.
I mean, they start this Baron on a ward, but they do it in a way that everyone's so committed to it they can still get the Baron kill before Team Liquid arrives in response, and everyone will get out as well.
And this is what we were saying, like FlyQuest, obviously the much more coordinated team, and that's something you can say about Team Liquid that's clearly lacking, is that they're a mechanically skilled team. They're able to go toe-to-toe with TSM for the most part, aside from maybe the mid lane, but either way, they can take games versus anyone if you don't play well against them, but when it comes for Team Liquid's turn to force plays on the enemy teams, they're a mess, and they go bad all the time.
In that situation, I either want all 5 members of Team Liquid there to contest, or I want none of you there. Just go ahead and get yourselves out on the map sooner, right? But it seems that they sat in the middle of that decision, didn't fall one way or the other, and we see the results. So FlyQuest, once again, once they have that control, much easier time closing it out. Looking at High and Allsec as the big damage dealers, quite obviously there, but player of the game will go to High. Crucial shockwaves we saw under the mid-inhib turret of Team Liquid there near the end, securing a couple really big kills that let them push in for the victory.
Pretty fitting. High has been one of the most important members on the team all year long. And he's
also
the guy,
38 damage share.
Yeah, pretty good game overall for him, and he's the one who's able to drag FlyQuest into the playoffs with him. He was a big factor at the beginning of the split when they were doing well as well, so no surprise to see him as kind of the captain of the team,
and so,
bringing them there.
And so while FlyQuest will be happy to have secured their playoff spot and technically don't really gain much out of a full series victory here against Team Liquid, and I would still have to imagine you want to end your season beating the 8th, 9th place team outright coming into the playoffs.
For sure, and I mean, there might still be a little bit of seeding stuff on the line, but the big thing is the fact that you want to actually end on a win. Right now, they only have 1 series victory in the second half of the split, so getting another one feels great, even if it's against the 9th place team. Go out there, beat somebody, find some stuff that's working for your team, and then hopefully you move into the playoffs with that momentum, and you have a little bit of a foundation to build on.
I feel like we've talked a lot about Team Liquid, what they're doing well and what they're not doing well in their current iteration, but do you think in Champions Select, as we mentioned here, not enough engage tools, not enough kind of easily accessible fight starters on their squad this time around, that maybe if they draft more towards that, they have more options come mid-late game to actually close it out?
I mean, I saw what they were going for with their comp. It does make some sense, but I think the Ashe pick would have been better if you want an AD carry with some engage tools, because it has a little bit better of that early game matchup. And you need to play through double lift, I think. You saw this game that they couldn't really force things around the bot lane.
Yeah.
And even though they still were able to get a couple things going more top-centric this time with the Rumble pick, it's not what the team does best. If double lift is not on a position to really carry games, it's hard for them to win. And Jhin sniping out from the backline is not the same thing as an Ezreal going crazy or stuff like that.
All right, 1-1 in the series. Team Liquid need this next victory to stay alive and avoid relegation. After the break, we'll see if FlyQuest can use the momentum to take the series. Don't go anywhere. Their Game 3 against Team Liquid when we return.
Okay. NALCS and I will walk up. We're good, we're good. You can hit, you can hit, you can hit.
I'll walk
They
up.
have no shot class, they have no shot class. I'm ulting.
Okay.
He's dead.
I can't follow.
We can end, we can end, we can end, we can end. Bears is dead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He flash, he flash. Careful chasing, careful chasing.
Back in TP, back in TP.
We can win, we can win.
We are back,
And heading into Game 3 of FlyQuest versus Team Liquid, one of the very final series to be played here today. We're constantly finding them, Kobe. They're all over the place.
Yeah, we're pretty good at Where's Waldo.
Yeah, NALCS edition. But right now, we're back into game number 3 of FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. FlyQuest, in case you guys missed it, by winning the second game, I know we haven't won the series. People on Twitter are already flaming me for congratulating them for going to playoffs when they haven't won the series. But they actually don't have to win the series to go to playoffs. They already qualified with that single
tiebreaker.
win. Yeah, tiebreaker rules. So that puts FlyQuest into the playoffs, but we still have a series to complete.
Exactly. That's why all the Echo Fox team members are watching this game very, very closely, because they are actually rooting as well for FlyQuest to win this game so that they can get their ticket into the playoffs. Whereas Team Liquid desperately want to finish off this series, get that Game 3 win, and find themselves a chance at playoff.
Wait, no, they don't get to go to playoffs. They're just fighting.
I mean, out of the
they're not fighting for a ticket. They're fighting to
tournament.
stay away from a ticket. You don't want the ticket to the promotion tournament. You're like, no, you can keep this ticket. I don't want that. But
fighting for their seat on their couch to watch the promotion
you're fighting
tournament.
for the ability to watch promotions from your couch instead of from the stage. That's what this is about for Liquid and for Echo Fox. But Echo Fox's hopes are all riding on FlyQuest performance. So they're going to have to see what FlyQuest can do here in game number 3. Talia will be the first ban, not allowing Piglet to play it again after the first round.
Definitely worked out last time for them. Let's see what they followed up with here, though. Some top lane focus might be in order. Balls on the Nautilus definitely worked out well for FlyQuest. I don't know if that's first pick worthy when, you know, Lulu and things are floating around.
Yeah.
Rengar's been super high priority, but not necessarily sure that they need to have that super high priority on it. I have really liked some other champions from Moon, like Gragas and whatnot, so well, they do make that adaptation.
They're still targeting Piglet, but they also decide to not allow the Rengar to come through.
Definitely don't want to first pick it, I think, again here for FlyQuest. Don't want to trade that for the Lulu. It was a little bit much power in game number 1 for them to give over for that. And like I said, Moon does have fairly close playing levels on a couple other champions. Gragas also, the reason I really mentioned that and like that one is it's also a flexible pick for top lane and is a very useful tank that they could put balls on as well. Lulu, though, no surprise there. Number 1 pick taken up right here for FlyQuest.
Well, Lulu's pretty much always going to be picked up if she makes it through the ban phase, and with Graves being the final ban on the side of Liquid, along with Rumble and Camille, nobody's targeting the Lulu. So we'll have to see how Liquid decides to respond to this. Lulu has a 100% win rate in this series so far.
How high is the... Well, there you go. Question answered. Shen goes through the ban phase. Picked up very quickly here for Lorlo. We'll see if they can get some cross-map play going. Double Lift would love to get some Stand United shields on that side to try and help him carry through bottom side of the map for Team Liquid.
And last game we were talking about how Balls is a really adept Shen player as well. Like his Shen performances result in a lot of wins for FlyQuest. So not only you're picking this up for yourselves, you're denying it from FlyQuest, who, if they were running a Lulu and a Shen together, that makes you killing anybody really, really hard.
That's why we see Shen banned off so often. No hesitation, though. Balls will be happy to take up the Nautilus once again.
Nautilus versus Shen there in the top side. Rainover locked in for Team Liquid as Kha'Zix.
Kha'Zix, to me, into a Lulu and into Nautilus is could be difficult. We'll see. The Shen Stand United doesn't have to be used on the AD carry. It can also be used in conjunction with assassins jumping in for diving onto the back line to try and really convert that play, and can offset a little bit of that defensiveness we're seeing already from FlyQuest, but it just keeps on coming through. And Altec also gets his hands on the Caitlyn this time around once again. Give him some more confidence for his laning phase and for some pushing. But Double Lift answers right back for a rematch of Game 1.
Here we go. Game 1 deja vu. Altec on the Kate, Double Lift on the Ashe.
This time around, though, the Lulu is on the other support as Lemon Nation able to use this one.
And we're not synced up either in terms of which roles were selected for the first 3 picks. You've got AD carry versus AD carry. You got top laner versus top laner. But jungler and support means that we're going to have different focuses here in the second part of the banning phase. Orianna removed by Liquid, not willing to let High have that one again.
Yeah, and even with the jungle as the distinct role here on FlyQuest, they're not going to try and further ban Moon down that list and go right for High. I do kind of agree with this. High has played a tremendous amount of Orianna, and that is pretty much his go-to for the standard team fighting picks. We've seen him, of course, have so much, assassin play and, like Jarvan counter pick play and stuff like that. But as far as the standard ones, Orianna has been his go-to, and we're not quite sure where he stands on the rest. Double banning it there with the Victor, as well as obviously following up on the other one he played as expected.
Well, Vladimir banned away, Victor banned away, Zyra banned away, Orianna banned away. A lot of AP focus in the second part of the bans, but now it's up to Team Liquid to decide what they want to pick here. You've still got to find yourselves a support, you got to find yourselves a mid laner. Expect to see the mid laner be the last one.
Yeah, I mean, the Karma and the Nami, to me, will come up to my mind, but that is not going to be what comes to Matt's mind. Thresh, playmaking. Let's see what they've got this time around. Can he save some members with the Lantern? See, that's why you ban High as far as the go-to standard mages. Push him right onto an Assassin. I think that kind of is what Team Liquid wanted. Let's see if they got too much, though. More than they bargained for. And my Gragas finally does come through there for Moon. Definitely a little bit light on sustained damage for the FlyQuest composition. It might not become a problem, but definitely something to keep in mind, especially if High does not get off to a good start on the Talon.
Yeah, Altek's role is going to be more important than ever.
After the nerfs, Piglet's still going back to the Rise. That's what Comfort will do for you. It's one of his favorite champions as far as mid lane.
Well, you talked about sustained damage maybe being a problem for FlyQuest, but Liquid's not going to have anything of the sort.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, so the reason why I couched that with slightly is because literally just Caitlyn, if you're empowered by Lulu, is plenty of sustained damage right there.
Right.
The problem would come if, your Caitlyn isn't able to get off the autos, doesn't have good DPS uptime due to trying to kite or something like that, or actually getting deleted. Otherwise, though,
could be a lot of problems, but
there's definitely a lot of playmaking here. Gragas is so good at starting out with early ganks as well as building right into some tank items, so you get to be the front line and start some moves out for either of your laners. Talon is a very aggressive lane. You have to watch out for the Ignite plus bleeds taking you down with the passive combo that it can go for.
Yeah, Talon's passive DOT is so strong. I honestly, every single time I see Talon, I underestimate it.
That's why I'm cautioning people every single time I see it in Champ Select. Even at level 2, you gotta watch out. It's gonna be throwing out those rakes to see if we can get the double stacking. Piglet will have to, be a little bit cautious.
One more game, Kobe, to decide which one of these two teams is gonna be walking away with the win. FlyQuest already going to playoffs. Liquid looking to not go to relegation, promotion, whatever you want to call it. Either way, it's not where they want to be sitting at the end of this game. Game number 3 heading into Summoner's Rift right now. We'll have to see if Team Liquid decides to send Piglet into bottom lane for the 3rd time, just for tradition's sake. And nope, he remembered which lane to go to.
Well, Rise is the champion he played a lot in solo queue when he had mid lane as well.
Okay. So this is his autofill. You got autofill to mid. All right, I guess I'm playing Rise. I actually have heard people tell me that they've been autofilled to mid before, and I still have a hard time believing that that can happen.
Because so many people want mid lane in solo queue.
Yeah.
It is, I believe, the most contested role for solo queue. Regardless, though, not going to be a factor here.
Right.
Let's take a look at any sort of invades towards Raptor camps. High actually put his defensive ward in the Pixel Bush.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on things, make sure nobody's coming over the wall to get some eyes on the Raptors or maybe onto the red. But instead, it's going to look like the start of a football play here. Line of scrimmage just drawn by both teams, nobody really moving. American football, by the way, for you EU viewers, that probably doesn't make any sense at all, but
for those hardcore EU viewers staying up.
Hardcore EU fans watching
See
LCS. Yeah!
Or those who traveled here. All right, let's take a look here. Nobody either, doing any sort of shenanigans on the bottom side. They're sticking to their own brush. Balls does go get a little bit of vision here. Not gonna leave his ward quite yet. Haha!
All right, now.
Not on Raptors, must be on the red.
What's going on? Rainover and Lorlo taking down this red together. Power of friendship means that Rainover is gonna have a little bit easier time clearing that one out.
And it is pretty important because you'll suspect that if he's starting there, especially with a pull, he might be looking for some early action, early ganking on the Kazakhs, and he's definitely looking for some early action. It's actually an invade that he's going for here. He didn't have to use his smite because Shen, if you start Q, you can get a lot of percentage health damage with those 3 empowered auto attacks. Lorlo helped Rainover off to this start. Plus, a little bit of a counter invade here as Moon is going deep for this blue buff, and the FlyQuest bottom lane shoved up as it's a Lulu Caitlyn. Super high power there, so Moon unfazed, and it's a good collaboration here from the FlyQuest team. Balls goes in, gets the ward onto Rainover, sees what his plan is as he exits the jungle. Then the bottom lane shoving up for FlyQuest really allows Moon to answer and take away the extra camp here. The next step, though, would have been for Balls to respect the top lane start for Rainover.
But I don't know if that respect is there, Kobe. First blood for Team Liquid.
Checked off so many things.
Yeah.
Saw it start. Told the jungler, so my jungler is going to invade his side. But step number 3 there, if my jungler is invading his blue side, then their jungler is invading my blue side. Balls goes down, first blood. That's going to be good news for Team Liquid.
Good early momentum for them. Got not only the first blood, but the first blood assist yet again, so an extra 200 gold in their pockets from that. As the bottom lane push continues with All-Tech and Elimination, utilizing the ranged potential of the Caitlyn and the Lulu together to really make life hard for Double Lift and Matt.
Doing their best to CS under turret. And All-Tech and Elimination with the super-powered Lulu Caitlyn shove composition will be able to hold on to their CS lead.
Peacemakers and Glitter Lances just make real short work of minion waves, and Thresh doesn't really have anything that can respond to that.
The Peace Lance coming for your face. Oh, he missed it.
Rip. Matt walking himself back. Still can't do a lot against him. He's just kind of got to walk away and allow himself to get shot by this Lulu over and over again.
Yep. Regardless, Moon's going to return to his red quadrant now to pick up his red buff and control wards in tow for both of the junglers.
I always like to see bottom lane players remove those blast cones too from the enemy jungle, because it is such an effective way for a jungler to try to get a sneakier gank in.
Exactly. The next step to that play, I love that play and using your ward over there. The next step is to get the Scuttle Crab, because then you cut off all avenues for ganking. Rainover did pop the Scryer's Boom before he went for this, so Moon knows he's in this half of the map. Does not know that he's jumped over and then blast cone back, leaving a control ward on his side, though.
I like it. I like it. Just in and out, gets it done. Gets back to safety. Moon farming up his own Raptors. Neither one of these junglers really finding anything huge to do right now. We know that Rainover got the first blood, now hanging around on this bottom side of the map, getting the scuttle for his own teammates, preventing it from being picked up by Moon to provide that extra safety for the bottom lane.
Juicy control ward farm fills in the space between your first clear and the respawn of your camps. If you're not getting a gank off, then that's valuable CS. Golden experience are awarded for ward kills.
And there's another one.
Yum. Yum, yum.
High shove.
That's what you say as a jungler every time you get one of those.
Yum, yum control ward.
PSA. All right, because those wards were just cut out by Rainover, their High is very clearly hovering on top side. Knows that he has to hover towards his jungler. Bottom side should be doing the same, though, playing a little bit more defensively, knowing Rainover could be anywhere on this side.
Exhaust for Piglet, too. But Matt is now looking to make the play. All-Tech caught in a spot he doesn't want to be. Liquid's going to go up 2-0.
Playmaking from Thresh, so good at punishing lanes that move up like that, and that's why we caution against pushing up when you don't know the enemy jungler has recalled from this half of the map or not. They just saw him clearing out those double control wards by mid lane, and Rainover moves in nicely for a good play for Team Liquid on the bottom side. Moon is getting some counter jungling done to get a little bit back, but not going to be a tremendous amount.
Lorlo walking himself back up in the top side, keeping even on the farm with his opponent. Farm's honestly really even across the board again. Biggest difference is there in the jungle, but jungle CS is something that's really unreliable for us to really talk about, simply because there's so many tiny chickens and tiny krugs, and you have some camps that's really just a gromp or a buff. Depending on which ones you're doing, you can have a very similar gold flow, but at the same time have vastly different CS. So thanks to the first blood, there's actually still a 200 gold lead for Reignover over Moon, despite the CS discrepancy.
Staring him down. Does not allow him to complete the recall inside lane. I wonder if this, forces some action here. Matt is waiting around mid lane. They can tell it's coming. Moon as well, I believe, seen by that ward.
Matt will drop his own ward, try to clear out the one that Moon placed down, but sadly doesn't have the attack speed to do so before it fades into invisibility. Reignover hanging around this bottom side as well. Almost level 6, needs one more camp to get that on the Kha'Zix. Moon with his ulti, coming down towards bottom side. Double lift, stepping right back up, not really afraid of this. He's got Matt and Reignover nearby. Just wants to clear out this wave as fast as he can. High's decided his way down here. It's gonna be a bot lane bonanza, boys. Knives are thrown out. High has made himself evident. Death sentence from Matt doesn't go anywhere.
Noise complaint has been filed. Hold the party.
Yep, looks like the party's just gonna be shut down. Somebody called the cops. Now everybody left.
Everybody, ID's out. Here comes Piglet, though. Let's see if he gets...
All right, there's the gas. Party's back on. Matt's going to be targeted. More damage coming out. Reignover soaking as long as he can. Forced to jump back. Flash into the taunt. Now for Lorlo. Into the back lines. Trying to get more damage onto Moon. Can't quite find it. High's ulti putting minor damage on the members of Team Liquid, but both sides will have their junglers taken critically low, but no bodies.
Lamest party ever. Let's go to round number 2. Balls is coming in.
Lorlo getting himself back. Balls comes around from the side. Almost yanked him out of that. That would have been so cool.
All right, turret does end up going down in FlyQuest's favor, though. First turret as well, so you get the extra cash here. And this is definitely teetering. Game number 3. Tension is definitely here. Team Liquid battling to get out of the promotion tournament. See if they will be able to accomplish their goal. Piglet right back to mid lane, shoving the wave.
Yep, with the blue buff, life is pretty easy, pretty happy for Rise. Spam those spells as much as he wants, stack that tier up that much more rapidly.
Happy day for Rise. Meanwhile, the turret went unanswered. So because everyone joined the party down there and they were unsuccessful in defending, it allows FlyQuest now to be the ones to dictate tempo. They can move their AD carry up to the top side, start shoving this wave, and once again, the classic Caitlyn, Lulu, minion wave, early game pressure. Should be able to move on over here to the top side. Stand United was also used in that little bottom lane conflict, so Lorlo would have to use his regular old teleport to get up here if he wanted to join.
And you always got to play a Shen game different from other kinds of games, right? Like Stand United has to be respected by FlyQuest at all times if they want to try to make some kind of a play. Currently down 0-2, but up 1,000 gold thanks to the turret first blood that they were able to find for themselves. Looking pretty solid here. Got to be feeling good. Maybe this game's just a little bit, you got to think too, they might be able to relax a little bit more here in this third game, knowing that they won the second game, knowing that they are in playoffs.
FlyQuest? Yeah.
You're still, obviously you still want to win the series. You don't want to just say, all right, we got one, see you guys later, we're going to go home. They would like to win the full series, but there's just not that intense level of pressure like you must win this specific game or you don't get to go to playoffs anymore. They will get to go regardless of the outcome.
Sometimes that can make you play better, a little weight lifted off your shoulders.
Yeah, just a little bit of the pressure alleviated. Meanwhile, for Liquid, the story's the opposite. Last game was the one that they would have been able to breathe a little bit easier because they know that losing it doesn't actually steal their fate.
If they won the last game, yeah.
Yeah.
Finished off the series, no problem.
Everything's great. Everything's easier. Fantastic, but this game now, the pressure is on. It ain't all sugar and rainbows anymore, Kobe.
Back up. Gotta be a little bit scared here. Balls is definitely shoving in the bottom lane, so not only can he shove in the lane, get a little bit of damage on the Lorlo too.
Dredge line not going to find its way on there. Lorlo just going to keep on farming up. can see the longsword and the ruby crystal in his inventory, so probably going to be going for that Jarum's Fist that'll build into the Titanic Hydra sooner or later. Meanwhile, the Bomby Cinder on balls going to mean that he's going for that Sunfire Cape, help him push the lane, maintain that much more pressure, that much more presence.
All right, let's see if FlyQuest can actually translate this into a little bit more pressure. Ball's just kind of just roaming around as it takes Shen a super long time to push up waves at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
No area of effect to his name, and there we go. He's finally found the objective to go for. FlyQuest move on in. Should be a very trivial Drake for them to take. They can then send their solo laners right back to their lanes, pick up the farm super easily. Yep, there we go. Nobody needs to stick around. Moon takes care of it. And they do not lose out on any minions. Should get there just in time.
Mountain Drake for FlyQuest to start things off. Next, we're going to be spawning a little bit after 18 minutes. It's always a nice bonus to have under your belt. Going to make the subsequent ones that much easier to take. Turrets are that much easier to take. This makes everything a little bit faster in terms of the objective game. As now they've got their bot lane on the top side. Alltech utilizing the power of the Caitlyn to try to see what he can make happen up here. Matt hanging around, though.
This is a two-part plan. Doublelift was seen walking into that bush, and they didn't see him exit, so they're spam pinging the bush. They think he's around. They have not suspected that Matt is in this bush in the river. Aha!
Oh, it's going to be a full 3v3. Kobe, Alltech going to be targeted. Doublelift's got the stand united, keeping him alive. Alltech now taunted, the damage coming through. Doublelift and Lorlo working together to take him down before the ulti comes through. Rainover grabbing the kill onto Moon, highs into the fight, but he's exhausted. 2 dead on the side of FlyQuest. Liquid has found an awesome opportunity.
Slick moves with the Thresh, even though the hook lands on the minion, able to get in there for the flay. Ignite gets the kill down, and Matt looking for more.
Matt gonna fire off the hook back towards high, not finding the connect on that one. Balls, high, and Lemon doing everything they can to clear these waves out, and they will defend that turret.
Gotta be a little bit cautious here. Piglet actually found out. Good Lantern previously as well. They got Doublelift out of arm's reach of the Nautilus. So kills went unanswered. 2 over there for Team Liquid. Even with that turret deficit, they've pulled ahead in gold. So there's a lot of standing. Gold here left made up. And they pulled the trigger on this play just a little bit sooner than FlyQuest do. Man, that hitbox there. Unlucky. Lorlo comes in, stand united, boom, hits the taunt right out of that play. Then Lanterns him right away. Even though they moved up there with the roam, Piglet and Rainover also able to solo out that kill.
Team Liquid now 4-0, but barely just taking over the gold control in the game. FlyQuest doing good at keeping themselves relevant, even if they fall behind in terms of the kill score. Farm close between the carries. That's a nice small lead for balls over Lorlo as well. But 2-0-1 on Rainover, doing well on this Kha'Zix in the jungle, having a good game for himself so far, being in the right place at the right time, and really just enabling Liquid to make these plays that they're making.
Yep, Rainover definitely having a good one here. Matt as well, a couple of setup plays.
Speaking of setup, hanging around in this pit.
Patience.
Not patient enough. Lemon knew something was a little bit funny there, and he waited around long enough to sniff it out in time. Matt and Doublelift have moved themselves back down towards the bottom side. They tried hanging out top for a while, decided that wasn't really their shtick. Rainover down here again. Death sentence over the wall. Matt not finding the mark. And Rainover is polymorphed and won't be able to take the control ward in time. Doublelift and Matt, though, just shoving the wave up and then backing themselves out as they move back towards the Drake pit. Remember, Drake's not going to be spawning for another 3 minutes or so.
Oh, can he get another hook?
Thinking about it. Oh, this one, he's got it! Rainover grabbing a killing spree. Moon going to be taken very low, throws out the cast, flashes away. High looking to protect. Matt and Piglet make their way into the fight, but High is waiting with open arms and readied blades. He grabs himself one, jumping away over the wall, but can he parkour his way to freedom? Yeah, I think he's good.
Oh, man, that was 3 stacks of the passive on Rainover, too. But High's eyes were on escaping with his own life. Does get over the wall and gets that kill onto Matt. A little bit of gold right back there for Team Liquid even after the pick. So still, this game Blow for blow once again. Game number 3, and it's all coming down to some mid-game team fighting. Let's take another look at this one. Matt, boom, lands the hook, insta-kill. The Ash Arrow is not there afterwards for a secondary pickup because they used it to secure that first one. And then here, big burst onto Matt. He gets snared up, flashes away to safety, and he's able to parkour over the following wall.
Yeah, Matt had a good hook, but then Liquid just got a little bit too anxious to get that kill.
Gotta have a healthy amount of respect for the Talon damage.
It's so surprising. That's what I said earlier. You just don't recognize that that bleed is going to get you that hard, and then he shows up in the fight and melts everybody away. Ghost Blade now completed for him means he's going to be that much more deadly when he does find his way into those fights, as Piglet's got his own first item now done as well with the Rod of Ages. Gonna need some time to stack it, though. Still just the baby.
Gonna be stacking up, and he's gonna need some time here to deal with this Moon gank. His flash is still on cooldown for a few more seconds. Looks like he should be able to back off in time for it to come back up and be just fine. Moon also leaves the mid lane, so no danger at the moment.
30
Still
seconds on that Drake timer, though. That could be a big point of contention between these guys.
And again, Stand United is available for that Drake. Vision pre-work should be played.
Nobody's really messing a lot with that right now, though. Normally you expect to see teams setting up a little bit earlier than this, but the Drake's going to be on the board by the time anybody even really works themselves into that area. There are some wards placed down by FlyQuest already. You can see Rainover with his sweeper moving through, trying to clear out whichever of those he can find, as FlyQuest will do the same thing with the Scryer's Bloom, walking forward and removing that vision line to control the area themselves.
Yep, moving it up and looking for a pick of their own, it seems, as they're trying to pull Team Liquid into the river for a bait. They
There
know
comes
that
the traps.
Yeah, they know that there's 2 more hits left on this ward. And Altec trying to cut one off. There you go.
Altec will shoot down the control ward while they continue to set up for this. Liquid back towards mid lane.
Every second here that Team Liquid buys is some more time for Lorlo on the top lane on this Shen to try and take some damage off the turret, push those minions in. He's got to Stand United. He'll be able to join reactively pretty comfortably. And it's really on FlyQuest to pull the trigger here and get things started, and they do.
There they go. Infernal Drake is the target. Nobody even responding yet from Team Liquid, so looks like FlyQuest going to be taking this for free, just like the first. Turret destroyed in the top lane as well. Hyde jumped on by Rainover, gets himself away just fine.
Holds onto the ult critically as well, just in case there was a team fight afterwards.
FlyQuest getting themselves the Drake, losing out on the top lane turret, so an objective trade there, 1-for-1. The Infernal Drake going to be nice, though. We talked about how in game number 1, that's one thing that was an advantage for Team Liquid, just farming up those Drakes as the game went on. Being able to pick those up can have really serious consequences and implications later on in the match, when that might be the only thing separating you and the other team.
Yeah, definitely true. And Team Liquid, even though Team Liquid has so many ways to pick people off with Ash Arrow, Realm Warp, Kha'Zix jumping in with a Shen Stand United on his back, Matt looking for these hooks on Thresh. There are a lot of potential uses for these skill shot abilities and pick abilities. The problem is, there aren't a lot of great targets for the Ash Arrow. Like, Hai can just pop his ultimate on the Talon. You get some move speed there, try and dodge out, go invisible. Lulu could provide speed boost to either her or Caitlyn, who's next to her. Moon, Gragas, even though he's very large, very quick on his feet.
Surprisingly mobile.
And the last one left there who's not mobile is the main tank. Not always a super bad target sometimes, if the rest of the team's around him, but if he's left alone, can also be a target, I guess.
And it isn't like game 1, where the main tank's not really that much of a tank anyway. I mean, this is a Nautilus. This is somebody that's going to take a lot of effort to actually whittle down and burn through, so Liquid will have their work cut out for them. Unless they can find some super clutch arrow on some sort of an isolated target. They've still only got a 1,000 gold lead. Very close game here in game number 3. Both teams playing it similarly, both teams playing it to the best of their abilities. But ultimately, only one manages to walk away with that victory screen and the enemy exploded Nexus. The death sentence over the wall, not finding Moon. Summoner spells up, all 10 of them for FlyQuest. 9 currently for Team Liquid. Shen still waiting on that TP cooldown to come back up in just a couple of seconds here, and then he'll be back to having that double global threat.
Rome coming in here from high as well. He's returning to the mid lane. This is the mobility boots Talon, by the way. It is pretty annoying for some people to use their in-combat speed with those. Does allow him to threaten multiple lanes at the same time. No, there's the arrow.
Arrow finds his way on the moon. Lemon Nation going to be forced to ulti himself and flash away. Reignover grabbing the kill onto Altec. Lemon dead as well. Reignover in a little bit of danger, but getting himself back to the back of the fight. High now into the back as well. Going to be dropping the ulti onto Double Lift, getting rid of him. The DOT is extreme, and Ball's now going to be taunted up. Liquid trying to make more happen out of this, seeing what they can get. Piglet over the wall with the flash into the Rune Prison, not going to find the damage. But Lorlo has the kill onto Balls, a 3-for-1 so far, trying to make it 4. High getting himself away. It's so hard to chase the Talon, but they predict it. It's gonna go 1-for-1 though.
Ah, Reignover gets a little close there, trying to cut him off, and they do end up getting the kills. Pretty long chase, but High salvaged quite a few of them for FlyQuest to make sure that it wasn't kind of a landslide victory for Team Liquid. That was one of those arrows that they were looking for. They find it onto one of the tanks and still go for the play. It is sort of this re-engage. And the real kicker is the hook here from Matt onto Lemon Nation. Stand United was also used onto Matt, the Thresh, who was about to go in, rather than Reignover, who is already very deep in enemies. And that might have been a bit different there if Reignover was able to get the shield and stay in for a little bit more TS in the team fight, but regardless, Team Liquid still do come out ahead and are able to pick up the extra kill. Just barely not getting the edge of that taunt. They did make taunt a bit skinnier hitbox quite a long time ago. Several patches, but is felt, and you don't get those giant elbow taunts built to connect.
The elbow taunt. But Team Liquid, they're feeling good about the outcome of that fight anyway. 4-for-2. High responsible, like you said, for both the 2 picked up by FlyQuest. So definitely carrying his weight on this Talon with the Duskblade now completed. That means even more lethality packed into his build. So
he moves.
Even if it's been nerfed, it's still the best way to go about doing your business there on Talon, getting to those squishy targets. I mean, you saw what he did to Double Lift in the fight. Just into the back line, the Ignite plus the Bleed plus the Burst was just too much. No way he could get away from that.
Exactly, and then he's using the combination of the Storm Raiders and Flash to get out. Storm Raider is definitely one of the most popular. Thunderlords is also an option, but so many more are favoring that Storm Raiders for the increased team fighting abilities.
And we talked at the beginning of this game, Kobe, about Altec and how he would be the one sustained damage threat on his team. And it would just be bad potentially if they end up in a spot where he's not able to do the damage, he's not able to be relevant. He's 0-3 right now, so he's not having the best game out there, but he's farming very well. He's staying caught up with his opponent in terms of itemization completion. He's got the Infinity Edge and the Rune Hands, so it's not really that big of a problem.
Exactly. Even though he's got those 3 deaths, he's actually technically ahead of Double Lift in gold right now, up a little bit over 300 due to the farm, and it looks like he's about comfortable here. He's got his 2 item spike at least. See if he's able to get another one on top to really start bringing it through. I mean, the Lulu does kind of cover a little bit of gap and jumpstart that with her attack speed she can add to you. But you definitely do like to get the little baby last whisper, as you say, coming in, or your next heal item pretty quickly to really start shredding through the tanks. Meanwhile, a little bit of force here on the Infernal Drake.
Another one. These things are just all over the place today.
This whole series.
It's just nothing but these. It's encouraging the fights. Moon tossing out the cast, only going to be knocking Double Lift away with it. It's a pretty big ulti to not have available. Reignover jumps over the wall. Arrow comes down on the Moon. Lorlo coming around from the side, looking to make this happen if they can. Moon going to be locked down, but Wild Growth to keep him alive still melted away. Lorlo grabbing a rampage from that one. High taken too low to really do much of anything, ult or not. Liquid takes the 1-for-0 fight, and they're heading for the Drake.
So many pick tools here for Team Liquid. They're able to find the mark here once again. And that jungler kill should enable them to get their first Infernal Drake to add to their nice gold lead. Previously, FlyQuest, what they were banking on was their Elemental Drake lead But after this one, and the first hook landing on Moon really drew out his ultimate. Then the second one is the one that signs his death there.
And that's what you said earlier, Kobe. You were like, sometimes you can ult the tank. Sometimes it works, and sometimes Piglet gets solo killed by High. Zonya's trying to keep himself alive. Stand United comes out, damage gonna be returned. No kill today.
Good save there by Lorlo to come in. Let's see, he does have his teleport, and it was a teleport cancel from Balls. So actually fairly good there for Team Liquid, considering they now have the extra side lane pressure there. If Lorlo can head up to top, nobody can really like push out high or answer this Talon very heavily, but a Shen can hold a wave very well. Piglet as well on the rise, does have his Realm Warp to try and make up a decent amount of distance. The fight does break out due to one of those hooks, arrows, or assassin initiations.
I happen to jump away from Piglet now. Reignover hanging around in the wings, just in case anything gets too crazy. But High getting himself back means that nothing really else is going to be happening at all right now. That Zonya's Hourglass, we saw how effective it was in preventing High from being able to find the kill on the Piglet. Definitely a useful item in a situation with a massive AD assassin running around. Easily the biggest threat on FlyQuest right now to Piglet and everyone else on Team Liquid's safety. Liquid clearly not too super concerned about it, still with a 4,000 gold lead, moving into enemy territory, clearing out some wards, seeing if they can set some kind of a trap here on this control ward maybe.
That is a rough situation for FlyQuest. It's kind of hard to win, you know, objective fights or team battles if the biggest threat is the Talon. As we said, Altec's farm is pretty decent, and he has gotten the armor penetration to complement his Hurricane and Infinity Edge, so he's kind of there to the sort of 4-man power spike. Lorlo is super deep though.
Lorlo taking a lot of damage, but he's the tank. Explosive cast, Reignover gets popped. Now Lorlo is going to be going down so fast, only a little health remaining. High over the wall, needs to parkour over this one now, looking to make his way onto Double Lift. Piglet is number 2. Double Lift needing auto attacks, finds the arrow onto Altec, immediately popping that summoner spell.
Baron!
To get himself closer and find the double kill.
Oh my goodness, what an ult there from Moon. They find Lorlo out, didn't quite see the setup for that, but Lorlo's the only one who gets away. He's not going to be feeling good about that one, though, as the rest of his team died in place of him. And that's going to be a Baron over for Fly.
FlyQuest strike back with a vengeance. A fantastic fight, a fantastic prize, and a huge swing.
Survivor's guilt for Lorlo after this one. And trying to defend a turret due to this Baroned up Caitlyn whittling him down.
I mean, what do? You just throw the Spirit's Refuge down, clear out the minions, but he's going to be back soon, and he's going to have fun.
Yeah. Let's take another look at how they actually caught him out. He was like circling around for a flank here or something. Really good collapse there by FlyQuest, so they jump on the opportunity, and Moon, dead center, nails the ultimate, and absolutely destroying Reignover there. With that damage source from Team Liquid out, the chase is on for FlyQuest. Flash forward from Altec, flash forward from Moon, and they pick up the rest of the kills.
The instant removal of the hook as well. That was, and it was Mikhail's from Elimination that actually removed it. That's some timing. Captain Jack, your friend.
I's got his Quicksilver upgraded to Mercurial now as well. They are ready to roll. There's the Zeal now. Pretty good amount of gold at the right time for FlyQuest, honestly. And Team Liquid have to be a little bit cautious now. Baroned up Siege is coming their way. This is really going to be the most tense situation in the game. Will Team Liquid be able to turn around and dive from FlyQuest? Or do they slowly lose out on some more turret gold here?
This was a 4,000 gold lead for Liquid, and now it's a 2,000 lead for FlyQuest. That was a 6K swing just from the one fight and the Baron so far. And Baron buff is still active for another 2 minutes. Tier 2 under pressure here, but FlyQuest not exactly in any rush to take that one down. They know with only 10% of the HP remaining, they can do it pretty much anytime they feel like.
And FlyQuest's #1 goal is going to be protecting Altec. If they're able to do that, should be able to get a lot of gold here. This one's super free. Rotate down to bottom turret right afterwards.
One tier 2 down, 2 to go. FlyQuest looking to build this lead up even further. 3.5 items done on Alltech.
Needs to come
now
through.
moving towards the inhibitor turret. Rainover got to be careful. He has a GA, but he's not tanky.
Orlo pushing for Team Liquid on the top side, but the turret's already dead.
Inhibitor turret's gone. FlyQuest is into the base, and Team Liquid's inhibitor now under pressure. Damage comes in. The inhibitor goes bye-bye. 31 minutes into the game. FlyQuest takes down the first one. As now they move themselves back towards bottom lane onto this tier 2. Still 1 minute of Baron to work with. Lorlo just chipping away at this turret.
Trying to fight his way out of the relegation tournament. One auto at a time as Shen.
It's the only way to do it.
FlyQuest looking to put the stamp on this series.
1 foot in front of the other, one auto attack after another. Into that turret, time after time. He eventually brings it down, but now the tier 2 bottom side gonna fall for Team Liquid. FlyQuest looking to do even more if they can. TP used by Balls to get in here.
All right, for Team Liquid, it's Operation Assassinate Alltech. If they cannot take down the Caitlyn, things are going to be very rough. Meanwhile, High is going to be running interference. This Talon, level 17 now. He's got both summoners available. We have seen some very good team fighting on Talons and some very poor team fighting on Talons in the last month.
That's true.
Definitely depends on their use of their mobility to weave in and out. High so far has been quite good. He's got his Mercurials to rely upon. He has his Flash as well. See what they can get done.
It's not really hard to get kills on Assassins. The hard part about it is getting kills and then not killing yourself every single time you do it.
Fair enough.
And as 4-1, High's been doing a great job of that so far. Getting in, getting out, getting the job done. Story of the Talon this game, as now the rapid fire cannon done on that Caitlyn, the QSS. Gonna be building that into Mercurial Scimitar for the final item. Team Liquid has got to find some way to keep themselves out of the promotion tournament against this FlyQuest squad that has now taken over the game. Lorlo in the 1v1 versus High, not really afraid of him very much at all until he pops the ultimate, turns things around with the bleed. Lorlo now forced to retreat.
Yeah, no problem there with the...
Uh-oh, Piglet, Zhonya's
sick combo.
There. The classic.
Way to save yourself.
That's twice now. The
so the thing is, Zhonya's is quite a long cooldown now as well. That was one of the nerfs they threw at the item, and now he doesn't have it up for the crucial siege coming from FlyQuest. Relentless.
Well, that final tier 2 is not going to be standing very long. They take it down. Balls eats the arrow. Rainover and Lorlo trying to start the fight. The redemption comes in. Moon's going to be the one who's dragged in with the death sentence. Double Lift getting a lot of free firing time, but the same can be said for Alltech. Double Lift forced to flash away. High grabbing the kill. They've got one onto Rainover too. He's going to be respawning in just a second. Alltech taken low, but not taken down. A triple kill for High. And ladies and gentlemen, FlyQuest have found a huge win.
Oh, well, Elimination with the flash kill there for the last one, and FlyQuest are alone in the Team Liquid base. Rainover could not get past the Bash brothers of Moon and Balls. Stopped that initiation right in its tracks, and that's going to be the series.
A smooth team fight win for FlyQuest. They'll take the series. They'll send Team Liquid into the promotion tournament, and they will end this one 2-1.
Echo Fox fans rejoice.
Honestly, Echo Fox is probably as happy or potentially even happier than FlyQuest is at winning that game. Team Liquid, obviously not thrilled with the outcome of that one. It's never an easy thing to have a high-stakes game like that and walk away not finding that result that you wanted. But now they've got to prepare themselves for the promotion tournament in the upcoming week. FlyQuest, though, they achieved their goal. They said they wanted to make playoffs. They wanted to be a playoff caliber team. If you're not going to playoffs, what's the point? Well, the point is you're in. Time to show us what you got.
Don't have to worry about the point of not going to playoffs. You're going to playoffs.
You're going to playoffs. Congratulations. It's not a problem anymore. And High had some awesome plays on the Talon that game. Like, honestly, High's Talon just enabled so many different fights to go their way because the fights seemed like they were going the way of Liquid a couple of different times, and then boom, into the back line he goes.
Swoops in like Superman from off screen, picking up a bunch of kills. And man, Team Liquid do have their work cut out for them. think that they will be confident going into the promotion tournament, though. And they don't have to be super worried. You never want to have to actually play that out, but I think they will have the advantage there, especially as a returning LCS team.
And they had some, it's not like they lost this series in some sort of just gigantic sweep and none of the games were even close. Every single match here against FlyQuest was a close match. Liquid isn't a team that would be going into the promotion series like, oh man, we can't do anything, we can't win any games. They beat TSM yesterday. They almost beat FlyQuest today. They're going to be able to put up one hell of a fight against anybody they play against in the promotion tournament.
Yep. That's why they made all these changes, you know, adding double lift, moving Piglet over to the mid lane role. So many of these changes were made, you know, in preparation so they could stay in the LCS, be here for summer, and they're going to fight tooth and nail to do that. Meanwhile, though, celebrate the winners here. FlyQuest, really outstanding finish to that series for them, able to get it done even after, you know, relieving the pressure of, oh, we have to win to get into playoffs. Then they also are able to win in the third game series there, or third game of the series.
They rallied well. They got everything going together. Liquid, like we said, was ahead for a while, but then one really good fight into one really good Baron led to one really good game, and FlyQuest managed to find their win from it. Now these guys, though, because we're talking about preparation, we're talking about changes, we're talking about all these things, FlyQuest is going to have some of that to do heading into playoffs. They got to make sure that they're ready to give it their all and really show everybody what they're made of come that time. But for more on that win, we still have Azael downstage, and he's there for an interview with the FlyQuest bot laner.
Thanks, guys. Great cast on the day. I'm here with Altec. After punching your ticket to the playoffs, I got to ask you, how does it feel?
I guess it feels kind of good because at first, like, the season started, we were doing really well. So it was kind of like, what if we don't make it after doing so well? So I'm really glad that we finally made the playoffs.
You know, speaking of, you know, your second half of the season, obviously you guys started really hot. You were up, you know, top of the table. You know, what happened in the second half of the split to make you guys have so much more trouble, and how can you fix that going into playoffs?
Honestly, I think from the first half to the second half, a lot of the teams improved while we just kind of like we didn't improve at all. I think we were playing too many champions. We were like, I guess, a little too confident in a way. So I think now that moving to playoffs, I don't know who we're playing, but we're obviously going to respect them more.
So I think you're going to be playing up against CLG or Dignitas coming up. Is there any preference on who you guys do match up against in the playoffs?
I personally would like to play against Dignitas just because CLG has, well, over the past year, they've played really well in playoffs and they've won some titles. So obviously I'd want to play Dignitas, who's, I guess, the weaker team.
And if you do win there, you would be going to Vancouver, regardless of whether you'd be playing, you know, in the first place match or the third place match. You know, being Canadian yourself, how much does it mean to actually play in Canada instead of here in the States?
I don't know. It'd be pretty. I guess there are not many words to say about that. It's just like I've always like dreamt that I could win a finals, but like winning a finals in my hometown would, I guess, mean everything to me.
That'd be incredible. So the best of luck with that. Thank you very much for the interview. We're going to send it back to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Azael. Well, step one complete in terms of getting to play a finals in the hometown there for Altec. FlyQuest kind of squeaking by here at the very end of the split, making their way into the playoff picture. As was mentioned, seeding still not yet decided and will be determined by the outcome of the CLG Envy series in that kind of 4 through 6 slots. But let's talk this one through here because, you know, funnily enough, we've talked about this whole split. Envy, or rather the league itself, it seems to be the closest league or split of any LCS we've ever had. And that, again, you look at, you know, the kind of talent that you find on the 10th place roster or the 9th place roster of Team Liquid, for example, and you would not expect to see those kinds of names finishing in 9th place.
Right. I mean, to be fair, some of them didn't join right away, and
yes,
obviously you can't have a team with Piglet and double if normally, so obviously Piglet's in mid lane. It's not quite what you would expect, but you still see some of the glimpses of why, you know, these names are so highly regarded. The early games, generally speaking, for TL over the course of this series were not bad. Reignover was able to get going in multiple games, and that's kind of scary for potentially the promotion tournament teams coming in from the Challenger series that you have to worry about a Reignover who's not looking too bad.
Can you imagine being a challenger team and hearing that the players you're going up against are Reignover, Piglet, Doublelift, Lorlo, and Matt? I mean, like, that is, again, most
You're
of
like,
these
what are
guys
they doing
finish,
down here?
all those guys finish in like the top half of the split last summer, right?
Yep.
So to think that these guys are now sitting down in ninth would definitely be a scary thing as a challenger player. And then on the side of FlyQuest, though, I still have so many questions about how they'll perform going into the playoffs, because this was not a convincing series by any stretch of the word. And so in terms of, as Altek said, underestimating opponents and how they approach their next matchups, I gotta wonder what they're gonna focus on in this next week to improve.
For sure. I mean, they did go 2-0 this week, I believe, beating Dignitas and TL, but they were not super convincing. A lot of times they were behind the early game, where traditionally we were calling FlyQuest like a really early game-centric team, and they've shown that they can team fight a lot better, find weaknesses when other teams flub their engages a little bit. They can punish teams very hard, and I think that's something that they can look forward to, is the fact that they will not be playing, these super coordinated teams. Obviously, the Challenger Series teams do have certain strengths and weaknesses that they play to, but you're not fighting, P1, TSM, C9. It's not that level of competition, and you can probably hope to find weaknesses in these other teams, and you don't need to rely on forcing so many of your own plays. So that's something that they can I don't know what I'm talking about. They're in the playoffs. I lost my mind for a second.
That's all right.
Lost my mind for a second.
I was going to let you go. I mean, you were still talking about the merits of the team.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, they seem to have found something that they can do in the late game, which is team fight. They won a lot of late game team fights versus Team Liquid this series.
One of which was a 4-0 coming at 28-30 here for FlyQuest, plus the Baron. So let's go ahead and take a look at this game ender in a sense.
Right, so it starts with a kind of flank attempt by Shen, which is a little weird. Usually you think that you want to group up, have the Shen split pushing the side lane, then TPN. Team Liquid, you can argue not using their champions quite correctly. This is what I'm talking about, being able to punish mistakes. And
right, instead of the Shen coming to the fight's coming to the Shen.
Right, so everyone's trying to group up around Shen, oddly enough, and this causes a big positioning error on the side of Team Liquid. Reignover gets popped right into the team, focused down extremely quickly. Doublelift is also a little bit too far forward, able to get Nautilus ulted without really having to blow anything to get in range for that. And then it's an easy chase down for the rest of the team because they already got those couple pickoffs. That leads to the Baron, and this blew the game back in their favor because, once again, they were losing the early game versus Team Liquid. So I think you can see that, once again, that goal graph spiking heavily in FlyQuest favor towards the end of the game. And they did have good dragon control as well, so I think there's a couple of these kinds of things you can say, start building around that. And I thought Hai looked extremely good as well. He's one of the key players on the team, and he had a monster game.
Well, you brought him up, so we'll continue talking about him. Hai gets player of the game this time around on the Talon. We heard Kobe mentioning that we've seen some lackluster Talons, we've seen some great ones, but definitely a champion, or that can take over a game as an assassin, of course. And so having that in his wheelhouse, when you consider that he also, was at the beginning of the split playing really safe things like Corki and still has the Orianas in his tool belt, he's coming in with a pretty solid, flexible pool for FlyQuest to work with.
Right, and I think that was one of the things that we heard Altek allude to in his interview when he was saying that we've been playing too many champions potentially in the middle of the split when they were playing the Mordekaisers and the Nautilus and the Blitzcranks in the bot lane. It's settled it down, no more Jarvan mid. If you want to play an AD assassin, you have Zed and Talon now. You don't need to do that kind of stuff. You can play the Orianas, the Victors, the more stable things. And I think Hai is a player who can actually play those two styles. He's always had a great Oriana, and he's always had a great Zed. And if you can find champions that aren't easily banned out, he can find a way to get off the ground. And I think the big thing is Moon. He struggled again a little bit versus Reignover in this matchup. You want to see him bounce back a little bit more, because they did rely on their early game a lot in the early season.
At the end of the day, for Team Liquid, it's going to be a tough loss to stomach because you've made all of these efforts and changes throughout the entirety of the split, all to serve the purpose of avoiding promotion tournament, and you just barely missed that. Now, of course, these guys still have the opportunity to play through the promotion tournament and re-earn their spot, in a sense, in the North American LCS, but so close. It's the closest we've seen a team come to getting out of the relegation tournament, the last game of the split.
It's a tough feeling to be into because getting that close and just need to win this game and having the lead and blowing it, it's not like a feel-good kind of loss at all. We're like, oh man, we looked really, it was a tough victory. We're against a great team. They could have beaten FlyQuest today. It was not that far out of their grasp.
And following beating TSM,
right, beating the number one team.
So it could have been a fantastic weekend for them. They just narrowly missed that. I just want to update everybody on standings here before we toss you to bonus coverage over on NALCS 2. With that win, FlyQuest are guaranteed 5th or better in the standings. Of course, this will hinge on the result of the CLG NV game. If CLG win, they'll go 4th, FlyQuest 5th, Dignitas 6th. If CLG lose, CLG is 6th, FlyQuest or Dignitas is 5th, and FlyQuest is 4th. So those, of course, are the remaining outcomes left to be. Immortals locked in 7th. Echo Fox snagged that 8th place, and Team Liquid in the promo tournament in 9th. But we're going to toss you over to NALCS2 to watch the conclusion of the series between CLG and Envy. Enjoy.
Logic Gaming win, they are 4th place. If they lose, they're 6th place.
Uh-oh.
So it does matter, because in that first round, they're either playing against Phoenix 1, or if they bump down, I believe, or if they win, they will end up playing against either Dignitas or FlyQuest, depending on who is in that 5th. I believe it is, I believe it would be FlyQuest.
Back it later as we do welcome the viewers over from NALCS1. Welcome to the last game of the spring 2017 regular season.
So I did get confirmation. Yeah, it is the very last game, you're right, of the regular season. But yes, I did get confirmation on this, where Counterlogic Gaming, 4th place if they win, they will go up against FlyQuest. Or if they lose, they will be 6th place playing against Phoenix 1. So definitely a big difference in your opponents there, whereas FlyQuest just went to 3 games up against Liquid. So that's one where you're going, all right, you know, FlyQuest has been slipping. When we're looking at the second half of the split for them, it wasn't looking that great. I would definitely want to play FlyQuest more than Phoenix 1 right now.
And we have to think so, but off to a decent start here for CLG's bottom lane, pushing up there on the Lucian. Huhi and Ninja battling back and forth. Nice little positioning there by Huhi to get the back hit of that Time Winder. But Ninja is using E wherever he can, and Seraph to a decent early lead here in his 1v1 versus Darshan. Nautilus is kind of the best tank.
Yeah, he has the most wave clear early on in the game. And Afromu looking for a Lyra kill!
He's gonna look for no! It's not quite enough, and now Xmithy actually onto Haku. Apollo gonna try and save him as the flash is out the hook. Not gonna land, and Xmithy gets real aggressive with his support.
Lyra goes down to 1 HP. Literally 1 HP for Lyra.
That is not very many.
Absolutely right, Paster time.
And I'm not doing math. I'm going to tell you exactly how many. I'm just going to tell you what I know. Darshan and Seraph still duking it out. Seraph, though, kind of winning some of those trades, although Darshan with the taunt looking nice. Looks like Seraph has done the double Riptide again, which we saw players get in trouble doing this.
Yeah, when you're going 2 points into your Riptide early and not taking your Q for the escape, but because he saw Xmithy on the bottom side of the map on the invade.
Seraph certainly a player that does like
probably right.
Lane. I mean, look, last time it happened, he got killed by Arcadian, so...
So now
reminding the viewers.
Now he knows for sure that he's okay.
Now level 4 should be right now, and again, Darshan taunting back in, but... Titan's Wrath, Riptide, and yep, Nautilus just kind of walks away from the situation. Darshan can have to rejuve a lot of health.
Yep, but behind him, Xmithy is actually walking up.
This is the long... Nope, just gonna chill. Seraph, plenty of vision, so able to get back. Likely going to just teleport back to the lane, and things should be okay from there. Lyra behind an XP, though. Xmithy's early aggression, I kind of missed exactly how that jungle parting started, but we've seen Afro roam a lot to this blue buff and get punished for it. This time he had his jungler with him, and CLG hugely punished Envy. They didn't get a kill, but they picked up quite a lot of advantages.
And so I was actually looking at what just happened. Xmithy actually missed the blast cone to get over the wall. And that's why he got spotted by the ward, because he was trying to actually go for a clever route. Don't know if it would have helped him out too much, but yeah. And so Lyra's early route, yeah, he's definitely been shut down by Afromu, trying to roam and blowing the ignite, and even his flash too, because this makes it a pretty easy invade for Xmithy. And you can see even just early control wards to keep his jungle safe on the red buff side. So Counterlogic Gaming, they want to shut him down. And I talked about it in game 1 where you could see from the setup at level 1 where Darshan was watching Lyra, making sure that he's not starting on a certain side. Afromu has been doing that over and over again by invading blue buff to try and find Lyra, because Lyra is the heartbeat of Envy. He is how they start rolling and how they start getting off the ground. If you shut him down, then the team just kind of falters.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again. And looks like the 2v2 lane's also going nasty for CLG. Darshan another taunt back in onto Seraph, but it's just trading here, and Riptide gonna win almost every time. Seraph is also teleported back to the lane, so has those double drones now purchased. Refillable potion as well. Tui gonna dive in onto Ninja. Does get the stun down. Huge amount of damage after the phase dive. Might have been ulti back in. Ninja walk, forced the flash back in. Free summoner spell there for Huhi. Everyone always forgets.
I know. Yeah, they do. I'm loving this this Echo as well. I think Echo is a little bit underplayed because the teleport just gives you free laning phase to continue to keep. Even if you're behind, you just continue to be up in items. And even if you take bad backs, you're good to go. But then you get to split push, and you get to usually beat most mages. Speaking of beating people up.
Darshan's level 6, but that's not going to matter too much here apart from some stats, because Darshan is trying to solo kill a tank. This could be first blood here as Seraph does have his flash. Smithy looking for something else. The Seraph burns his flash. Darshan chases in.
He's got
and he's going to go all the way to the side. There's the taunt. He's going to get a first blood. Goes to Darshan.
Solo kill in the top lane. Runs him all the way down the lane. Seraph doesn't have flash now. He doesn't have teleport. And Darshan off to a great start.
That Spectre's cow for Darshan. Bought a little more time. Took the punishment when Seraph TP'd back to lane. And was just able to cleanly 1v1 Seraph. When Seraph refills that potion, fires a Nomadic Mantle to control it, he's like, yep, alright.
Yep.
It's not going very well now.
Definitely
That's a bad sign when your top lane tank dies solo.
Yeah, he was definitely hoping for a different outcome, but look at that. Doesn't even care about the minions. Able to stay right next to him. Nautilus incredibly slow. Shen also very slow, but we'll just chase him down. Has the taunt coming up now and the flash. You can see goes for the flash into the taunt so that he doesn't lose any units of his dash. Because a lot of people will do it the other way where you taunt flash. Just flash taunt.
Smithy also down towards the bottom lane. No kick available for Lee Sin, but
here comes Huhi and Darshan.
Yeah, this is really nice tower dive. Polo actually just can't get out of this, I don't think. Taunt goes down. Smithy grabs the next kill. There's a kill actually as Huhi dives down here as well. A great roam down from CLG, gets some 2 clean kills under a turret.
Yep, they got that early lead in that top lane, and then immediately Darshan abuses the unanswerable global because Seraph's TP was down, and then goes to the bottom side. This will be that first turret going over to Counterlogic Gaming, the first one that Envy doesn't get in 5 games.
Yeah. Gonna finally break this streak right towards the end of the season, as there's the turret gold over to 3 members of CLG. Big burst of gold already. You can see CLG at 2,000 gold ahead, and for me, a lot of this difference is just in Stixxay and Aphromoo. Such a way more aggressive bottom lane. They're using their advantages, and they were pushing in consistently down to a lane that otherwise in this series they were actually losing quite a bit.
Yeah, also a little bit of the fact that it's a low range matchup in the bottom side for the supports, where there's 2 people that can kind of wail on the Caitlyn, and Caitlyn doesn't have anybody to empower her, no enchanter on the team, like a Janna, a Nami, anything like that. So the Thresh has to kind of look for all-in opportunities, which is interesting because early on, Lyra got the flash and ignite out of Aphromoo, so you would kind of expect the pressure to be in the hands of Envy. If they do land a hook on somebody like Aphromoo, they could go all in, but it looks like it just never had that opportunity.
Yeah, Ninja, though, does have a good CS lead here in the mid lane. His roams got him a kill, so that gold is likely pretty even, but early mana items done there for Ninja, so Cassio is healthily on the way to his first initial spikes of power. Envy, though, trying to set a trap here for CLG, or maybe even going for a mid lane gank.
Yeah, they're going to be spotted out here, though, and they're going to see what exactly is going on as Envy put 3 people in this bush. Lyra.
Too far forward. Lantern going to leap over it instead, but should still be safe here. CLG probably indicates to them that they can go for some sort of invade here. Stixxay pushing up the bottom lane right now. Aphromoo going to clear out this control ward, and Envy really tightly packed together, just trying to defend parts of the jungle. CLG are already starting to exert their influence pretty heavily on Envy's side of the map.
And just shove in, make sure that you're contesting the second blue buff here. Would be a big win for them. Yeah, it's leashing back and forth, only 2 more. And then it resets. There it goes.
Man, off it goes. Aphromoo going to get knocked up by
TP
Seraph. TP back in for it. Aphromoo doesn't have his ultimate. He's only level 5. Seraph able to get a kill for Envy. Darshan, though, busy proxying the wave, so what's it going to cost them all? Stixxay gets that counter, going to turn him back in onto Apollo. The culling is down. Going to try and get a kill, but he's shut down as Ninja gets his first kill.
I don't know what was going on there. Stixxay just kind of wants to kill Apollo. No summoner spell is blown from Stixxay. He just ends up in the same bush as him, kind of the wrong part of town. Speaking of wrong part of town, Huhi
wants to do something here. Ulti. How bold is he feeling? Pretty bold. Oh, misses Ninja for the damage. Now Hakuho lining up for the hook. Huhi just steps out of the way. Lantern, no, it's a little short. Hakuho hasn't been rushing up on the Thresh, and now Smithy making pay for it. Huhi actually gets the kill. Ninja might even go down as well. This is a chaotic game. And
the stun.
Dive back in onto Huhi. Good stun with Darshan's here. There's the taunt landing in. Xmithie falls back in for the execute damage as Darshan goes down. Apollo trades him back onto Echo as now Ninja caught out on the other side is forced to flash away. We're going to chase down Xmithie and he gets him. Apollo now going to go down to the Ignite Afro move. Wildgrowth going to save Darshan. 10 kills, 11 minutes. Welcome to the last game of the season.
And they all pretty much happened right there. It was 3-0 before this all started, I believe. And it just goes back and forth over and over.
Aframu thought about another one, but Ninja, I think a little too strong there. Seraph, they're trying to trade turrets at least.
Yeah, he'll actually get this turret. TP from Darshan will have to be used. And yeah, he's not going to get it now.
Darshan able to take down the minions. Has a pretty early Tiamat, so that's not too hard. But let's watch this 6-fun exchange again.
Yeah, the lantern arm from Hakuho. You know, gotta do some more curls. I'm just saying. This it's almost there. Stick out your claws. You can touch it. Couldn't ultimately. Huhi turn around with the stun and then the taunt, and then they just kind of stay in. Huhi doesn't really need to stick around there, but Apollo may have picked him up anyway. And then, oh, the blocked headshot there from Apollo. Yeah, the Spirit's Refuge was still on for just that extra little bit. And that made that headshot from the 90 caliber net actually just completely moot.
Well, 1,000 gold, excuse me, up for CLG. But it's been a pretty fast-paced game so far. Envy, significant damage done to that top turret, although Seraph's turret looking a little unhealthy as well. So Envy should be able to equalize this gold pretty soon. It's just a matter of, you know, a CLG willing to continue to play it at such a fast pace. I mean, Darshan is 2-0-2. Huhi has 2 kills with a finished Proto Bet already, and CLG are now down onto the Ocean Drake. I mean, CLG are saying, you know what, Envy, if you want to play fast and loose, we're happy to play with you. But over the series, CLG is looking that much sharper this time.
Yeah, looking great. It seems like they've dropped the ball a little bit in terms of their pressure and gave up more kills in that last exchange than they got in return. But I still feel like their 1-3-1 is quite powerful. But the Cassiopeia picking up kills, not a good sign. Ninja, he has those games where he can go off. It's always kind of like, you don't know exactly what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates with Ninja.
I never know what I'm getting with Ninja. And I have casted many Ninja games. He has a unique champion pool. He's got a unique playstyle.
Him only back in LPL.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let me tell you what I've seen. A lot of Anivia.
Oh.
Yeah. It's been a little while, though. Aframu and Stixay roaming towards the mid lane.
Yeah, looking for a play onto Ninja.
Stixay's in there, yeah. Oh, still gets stunned. Caught in the miasma as well, so that's going to win. In fact, Aframu might even die. Stixay there to protect him, but Leo around the other side. Xmithie and Huhi here, though, so good coverage from CLG, but Envy, I think, a little wise to the plan. They know Ninja's fed. CLG going to try and pick on him, but Envy making sure they protect their mid laner.
Yeah, also bottom lane is now going to have some pressure on it. Apollo will be able to clear this out. Maybe pick up this turret, but this top lane turret's going to get traded. And that red buff on the bottom side of the map is now property of Envy.
Yeah, CLG, again, just strong proactive play. Now that, you know, they haven't fallen behind in the early game, they've actually gotten the lead, they're able to play just way better with initiative.
And Counterlogic Gaming identified that they have a tempo advantage here. They can clear the wave really quickly, and then they can deal some damage to this turret. Seraph will be there, but 1v4, not exactly the ideal scenario to be in. This bottom turret hasn't gone down just yet, so they're recalling Hakuho, and they're also getting Lyra here, so he'll push off of this.
Took a long time for Apollo to take, but he does get the turret. Envy's top tier 2 doesn't take too much punishment. But CLG again, moving Huhi through the jungle. He's got a blue buff for himself. Trying to cut off anyone from Envy. Walking the greedy way back towards their lanes. And maybe even a trap being set here for Seraph. Stixay is playing very aggressively in this Lucian game. Just trying to gank mid laners. Yeah. Setting traps for top laners.
I mean, he's got the Blade of the Ruined King completed, which is actually a pretty big spike for Lucian. People would go for like the Youmuu's Black Cleaver. Now it seems to be like the Black Cleaver after the Blade of the Ruined King. And the fact that his passive will also apply on hit effects, so you get 2 Blade of the Ruined King hits every time you're using the Light Slinger passive. He's being quite aggressive with it. And even if he messes up, if he doesn't die, he can still just lifesteal back up. It's kind of like 80 carries haven't felt this way since Bloodthirster was a rush.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a lot of what Blade of the Ruined King currently feels like to me. Thankfully not as strong as that item was in its heyday, but Stixay certainly playing well with it as a result. Envy still finding themselves behind. Gold's kind of teetering back between 1,500 and 2,000 gold up for CLG. But if they can keep growing this lead, we know Envy struggle when they don't have a really substantial lead.
Yeah, when they have a lead, they still struggle. When they don't have a substantial lead, it's still not the brightest of times for them. And Darshan, I like how he's gone for the Titanic Hydra first before completing pretty much any armor item. He's building solely for the lane in the split push. It's just Darshan style. And he's got actually a hefty amount of damage behind him. He clears these minion waves very quickly. He's a monolith champion, so he eventually will run Seraph a little bit dry if it's a continued back and forth.
Pressure continues here. Some final pick up for grabs in a number of minutes. Lyra is going to get queued on by Xmithy, but he does collect the Scuttle Crab for himself. Xmithy's played really nicely in the early parts of this game, just been consistently pressuring Envy with his Lee Sin.
That's what you need as
well. Something polymorph in. There's the kick back in. Great flash kick from Xmithy. 6A collects the prize, and CLG get a clean kill mid.
That was really well done there. Ninja doesn't even get a chance to ulti. That's a great kickback from Xmithy, as well as the combo from Aphromoo and Stixay to follow up.
You can see Stixay really weaving a lot of these auto attacks in.
And we talked about how there was that tempo advantage on the top side of the map. Well, that it's like some turret damage where like it's not going to amount to much, but it actually amounts to more pressure for Huhi in this top side. He's got the teleport, and now he gets to pressure the top side of the map, gets to place wards, clear wards, and then he can show up to skirmishes like this. But also, he's going to go fight Lyra right now. Might kill him.
Actually, I think maybe will if he goes straight in for the dive. He's got his ultimate, so safe to try and get aggressive under the turret.
Yeah, this is crazy, though, because now Huhi's in a great spot to get damage on this turret. They're dealing damage to the middle turret here. Counterlogic Gaming feel great in these sieges. They'll back up, then they'll reset and wait. And Huhi got away from Lyra.
Be caught again, but actually Huhi and Ninja are going to tussle. Ults back in for a bit of extra damage. Here comes Shen. Darshan going to still move in as Hui's Merc Tread wear it off. There's a great flash on. Flash over the wall with the phase dive, and Darshan on a killing spree.
And now they'll get this top turret right afterwards. And this middle turret is so low as well. Counterlogic Gaming are playing the 1-3-1 beautifully. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, and just using the consistent pressure. At some point, Envy just cracked.
And the Infernal Drake is up soon. It's in 30 seconds. As soon as Envy gets routed like this, here comes the teleport. And Huhi has TP, and he's still on the turret.
Darshan looking for someone else. Doesn't quite turn onto Hakuo, but Xmithy kicks Lyra back over the wall and isolates Apollo. Good hook. Could protect his AD carry, but Hakuo may go down as a result. Resonating strike missing in, but now Apollo's going to get cold. Stixay.
He's right in his face between two turrets, and the top turret's about to go down too.
Okay. CLG.
What was I saying? This is how you do the 1-3-1.
This is a very rapid-fire 1-3-1 style, excuse me. Oh, this is just chaos.
And they're going to get this mid-turret as well. Counterlogic Gaming just robbed Envy blind.
I think they're just kind of sick of losing the early game. That's what it feels like, because this is an early game from CLG.
Enough of this crap, let's go! And then they start busting out the Stixay Lucian, and he's going off. I mean, the guy was sick the other day. Emergency substitution where they have to lose a ban. They weren't even sure they were going to get to play with him today.
Yeah, and Stixay, again, had some rough-looking games. Kind of warmed up now by game 3, though. And it looks like it's time to unleash the Lucian. 2 Drakes for CLG, the kill lead, and 5 turrets to 1 with top inhibitor a gaping hole in Envy's defenses.
And with the fact that Huhi still has the teleport, it gives them just a way to swap him into the side lane. He's almost got that Lich Bane completed. Completed items, just looking at the Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King for Stixay. That's the combo right there. You can pretty much go whatever you want after that. You can go another attack speed item. You can go for, I mean, even a crit item if you want. I've seen a lot of different builds here diverge from that, but that's your core.
And that means that 6A with his 30 CS lead, and those few kills and assists, is primed to take over this game with the rest of CLG. Things level 12, gonna clear this mid wave out. And Envy just stuck playing reactively for a little while.
And it was such a clever draft from Counterlogic Gaming. Like, huge props to the team and Zix for that, because they were able to take away the Echo, the assassin that's a mid laner that's left, that's AP, where they banned away the 2 AP bottom laners that can circumvent the issue of not having an AP jungler or mid laner. And they kind of pinched Ninja into this position and gave Huhi a really good split push champion. All around, it's like really good.
Yeah, and the execution now clearly good for CLG. I mean, this gold lead just keeps growing and growing. Envy are going to find themselves maybe even dead in under 30 minutes in this game. If CLG continue playing at the pace,
they'll be dead.
I mean,
all of them.
Not literally, thankfully. That's not how that works. It's not like the Matrix, Irene. If you die in League, you don't die in real life.
No hardcore mode.
No.
Oh, 6A found a little path between them. Nice. Just walk straight through. Trap line? What trap line?
After his job to pick up the dumplings.
Oop.
Both doesn't gonna land.
Look at that. He just gets shields from both Xmithy and from Afromoo.
Oh, good play, actually. Great play from Hakuo. Xmithy may be caught out of position. Lyra gonna leap on and give Envy a kill back.
Yeah, but now it's the cleanup. Now they have to tend to the top wave. They have to wait for that bottom wave to actually be taken care of as well. Now it's going to be a back from Huhi as they just get to clean up.
I'm pretty confident Huhi is close to that Lichbane money if he hasn't got it already, so does not pick it up on the next buy. So now that split pushing we've been kind of building up towards for Huhi, the extra one in the 1-3-1 is actually now a potent threat in the side lanes rather than just a nuisance.
I mean, that nuisance got him a turret that was an inhibitor turret while everybody else was being distracted on the other side of the map. And yeah, he's probably going to return to the scene of the crime up there. I think he goes for the top side again because you keep Nautilus on the bottom. Ocean Drake isn't up for a little bit longer, so just keep going for it. And yeah, Huhi going to split push.
He's level 14, so he's had a lot of time solo in this top lane.
Yeah, he's been going back and forth, top, bottom, wherever he can actually get some golden experience. He's behind still in terms of CS, but definitely in a great spot in terms of gold and in split push power.
Cool. Darshan going to prep things down in the bottom lane here. Does have his ultimate, and the teleport isn't too far away for him as well. So the setup back in for CLG. Still pretty early into this game at 23 minutes in, so Baron not a necessity, but CLG just have a unbelievable amount of vision control. I mean, there are no wards at all for Envy in that river on the Baron side of the map. In fact, there's no wards really at all for Envy in the river. Lots of defensive pink wards trying to cover this top side for Huhi, but Darshan causing just as many problems, and CLG can continue shoving minions towards the mid lane as well.
And so Envy talked about their ward control, really nothing around the Baron. They have their top side, which is the quadrant that Baron's in, so they know that their jungle isn't falling prey to any Baron baits just yet. But it's really just still shallow vision. They don't have control. They still need to scale in two of their lanes with their Cassiopeia and Caitlyn, where their lane opponent can pretty much duel them at this point.
Good Darshan. I wonder if he was trying to redirect the team cleave away as he's going to hit that turret down. Can be tricky as shit sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not draw turret aggro.
It's like, just please go to the other side. I don't have Sunfire yet. I'm not supposed to draw aggro.
Funny stuff. 6A though, it's consistently with a Lulu bubble on him.
Oh, top lane. Looks like having a fight.
Ninja looks like he's losing. Huhi gonna be able to dive back in. Seraph's already pulled in, but Ninja used the ultimate already. Hui's got his, so this should be a solo kill. No, they're gonna dive back in, but here's Darshan comes back in. Needs to get Darshan back into the mix though as Lyra's trying to chase him down. Looks like that got cancelled as 6A on a killing spree managed to snipe Ninja on the other side with the culling. Lyra, though, does shut down Huhi with CLG trade.
Yeah, they also got Darshan's teleport there. He tried to TP to a minion at that last part, and that actually could have been a kill for Huhi. He pulled back too fast. He had the shield from Darshan. If all he had to do was auto-attack Ninja one more time, and that would have been his passive, his Z-Drive Resonance actually going off, giving him some extra damage.
Well, Darshan instead going to call his teammates down to this bottom wave, although now going to get hooked back in. Double hook as Hakuo going to flay him back towards into the box. He flashes back into the other wall, and that's a shutdown for Apollo.
Yeah, Stixay, he's going to try to pull him apart, though. The 1-3-1, the beauty of it is somebody gets caught, you just get a turret on the other side of the map. And this just happened on both sides, so they get to answer with one there. So it's a turret for 2 kills is the trade.
Not ideal, but they'll take it.
Maybe it's not just 2.
Yeah, Envy actually really going for broke. Seraph back down, going to try and lock down Stixay. No ultimate though for the Nautilus as counter teleport out from Darshan.
Wow, that's a great stat. Envy, when they're down at 25 minutes, have only won a single game out of 18 games that they've been down at 25 minutes. That's crazy.
And funnily enough, they haven't had that many deficits at 25 minutes.
18 times out of, people are approaching about 45-ish games now. So, but the early leads that they have, and that's deficit, right? That's not even like 1,000 gold deficit, brother. That's just they're down. But look at this. This trade, this is such a good play from Counterlogic Gaming. Let's see if they can get there in time. Drake went over. It was Ocean. Completely blank. Yeah, they're rushing here. They have no they have an idea. They just don't know the HP on it.
They just have to go and fight. I think they go into the pit and try and start something.
You got
Xmithie getting a hook back down. Miasma in there as well. There's going to be the Flay. Baron regenerating. But now Darshan's dove into the rest of the team.
Envy might have this.
Well, Darshan, I think he's going to go down. He doesn't really have anything to get away from. Another great hook from Hako is going to get the kill on Envy. Do they rush to the Baron?
Yeah, I think they do. That's the jungler down. That's the top laner down. Darshan down for 40 seconds. Now you have to watch out for the incoming stun, and you have to watch out for the follow-up of the Wild Growth isn't even on. That's right, it's down.
Echo in. Doesn't quite get the stun back in. Seraph not in the area, but that's going to be smite over to Envy. They take the Baron. Seraph lives through the initial barrage, and Stixxay now has to run himself out of there. Huhi maybe getting chased down there. They don't want to walk through the Echo Ultimate, but Envy snagged Baron out from under CLG.
And Counter Logic Gaming, that looked like it took them too long to do the Baron. A lot of people are pulling off it. Huhi is throwing spells to the side. It's 3,000 HP left, but I guess they didn't do it fast enough. They tried. There's a desperation call there. And Darshan ends up in this big pile of people trying to save it. So that's a play that you have to hard commit to, and they weren't able to commit enough. And it seems like some people were pulling back, some people were pulling off.
Yeah,
but Envy get it.
Don't know if they just misjudged the timing or the damage or a mix of both, but regardless, Envy keep themselves in the game. They're still down almost 3,000 gold. Yeah. So we'll see how much they can get done with this Baron buff.
But because they've been 1-3-1 for the whole game, they now have an opportunity to get some turrets back. They still have tier 1s top and mid to pick up. So all Envy have to really do is kind of go for a standard siege here, which has been a weakness of theirs. But they have to watch out for the flank from both Darshan and Huhi.
Not confident enough just yet. Hardcore going to fish for a hook. We'll get the ward though in the brush. So Aframu trades for the control ward Envy just put down. Again, some sweeping happening as Lyra has to get out from under Xmithie. Play back into the box. Hook down onto Xmithie. They need to get him down quickly, but Huhi diving into the backline onto Ninja. Ninja Seraph up. He's going to try and live through the rest of it. Apollo still fighting out of Stixxay straight to the front lines, and Seraph flash rolls forward, knocks down Stixxay. Stixxay goes down to Apollo.
And now Envy, they're going to pick up another kill here on Darshan. He's going to go over to Ninja.
Darshan, oh, he gets it. He's able to take the kill down. Lyra back over the wall as Darshan might get out safely.
Oh,
but there's the flash Q. Honey Fruit. Not enough, Cyrene.
Not enough. You're absolutely right. Lyra's having none of that today. Jumps up, picks it up, and right in mid lane, immediately they're going to push. They're going to try to get a turret for that. Envy, Counter Logic Gaming actually dropping the ball there. That's big. Counter Logic Gaming right now are fighting to be 4th place and play FlyQuest in the quarterfinals, or if they lose, they are 6th place and they have to play Phoenix 1.
Game looked all but done for CLG. As the top inhibitor still smiling at them coyly. But Envy did not lose it. They knocked down 2 turrets. They're probably going to transfer top and get that gold for themselves. And if they take one more turret, they now have the gold lead.
Yeah, and that's that top turret they're looking for right now.
It's dead. I mean, damage was already done from earlier, so Envy are going to push ahead in gold. Baron buff up for 45 more seconds. Maybe they can push for one more siege, but they're going to go spend their money. They should be loaded.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about how Envy need to scale and wait for that. This, Xmithie jumps in. He's 2 levels down over his lane opponent or his jungle opponent. But right here, they get separated off of that box. They can't run straight to the back line. Stixxay has to run forward. Huhi snaps back with an Ignite, so he doesn't get as much HP on him as he would like. But then Stixxay gets caught up, and that was a really well-played back line kite back from Envy. Ninja with the Seraph's Embrace, making sure that he stays alive, and then the flash and the pickup there, making sure he doesn't pick up enough of those honey fruits to really turn it around.
Lyra, sorry, claiming dominion over the honey fruit. There was a mine, Darshan. Takes him out there on the back end. Baron buff now wears off from Envy, but pretty much back to even. 500 gold still up for CLG, but that is not a difference. Even the kills straight back to dead even as Envy punished CLG for their misstep around Baron.
Yeah. Thought it was a really good play. I even said it. It looked like it was going to be a good one to trade that for the Ocean Drake, but the damage seemed to be just miscalculated, and they didn't go for a turn, but ends up maybe costing them. Ah, there you go. They're not taking those bush baits anymore. They're like, Counter Logic Gaming, that's a dead giveaway.
Well, looks like the 1-3-1 still here for CLG. Baron buff being dropped means that his pressure is kind of back to where he wants it to be. Remember that top lane inhibitor is still a big threat.
Ocean Drake up in a minute, so Huhi's going to try to push the wave up. if he can kill Ninja in a one-on-one, being level 16 to 15, could happen. It's the Assassin Echo with the Zonias, so he has some tools to avoid Ninja's ultimate.
Yeah, it looks like Ninja actually does have the Ceres, but also now building a GA, so pretty cognizant of the fact that he does need to be living through a lot of these team fights and stick around to do the majority of the damage. Apollo is also getting there as well, so the late game team fighting, at least on the damage end, looks pretty good for Envy. Hard to speak of their execution just yet, but kind of see how the rest of the game falls out. In the meantime, though, CLG, 20 seconds left to this Ocean Drake and have a pretty firm position on the objective.
Yeah, the top lane push is going to allow them to continue to set up around this Drake. You can see just the vision difference on the minimap. There's nothing in this area for Envy. They had the Baron and they had all that, but they had to tend to the top lane. They have to make sure their inhibitor doesn't go down, and they have to look at those side waves, whereas the main core from Counter Logic Gaming with Xmithy, who's got wards from his Tracker's Knife and all the wards from Afromu, they just get to take over the area. And now this is a face check in here.
TP's up for both Echo and Nautilus, so
I feel like
fancy a fight here.
I feel like if the Nautilus gets into the fight, it's not as big as if the Echo does. Echo TP flank, a little early there too.
TP straight in front, Drake goes over to Envy, and now Darshan in the backline, but who are you going to try and turn this back around? Redemption is going to go down, and barely going to save Darshan, maybe with Xmithy, leaps back in and kicks Ninja out, but Envy actually winning the front end of this fight. Hui gets hooked back in and has to go immediately out, but Seraph grabs him and forcing the zombies. Now Xmithy is going to get flayed back and killed. Lyra on a rampage, they're going to chase down the rest of them. Envy fighting CLG, 5v5. 6A grabbed up, he's trying to cut it out, but a great hook from Hakuo seals his death.
And here comes the ace in the hole. Almost an upcaster minion. No, he's going to shield himself.
Ninja straight in once Hui is going to take him down. Envy just running over CLG in these fights.
That's
the ace.
That's a clean ace as well. Nobody dies on Envy's side. Envy now have the gold lead. They got the Drake, and that's 35 seconds on the next Baron.
Insane to think that Envy just challenged CLG in this fight.
And this 10th place team, they have these moments where they get back into it off the mistakes. They will punish you so hard. The TP flank from Echo, he's not able to find a good entry point. Goes in, but Hui now gets locked up. He can't get on a great target. Jumps on Ninja after the kickback, but it took Darshan's life and Xmithy's GA to get the kickback, but there wasn't a position for Stixxay. He's zoned by Seraph on the side. He's trying to pump damage into him, but Seraph has a frozen heart. He has all of this armor, and then that hook there to continue to lock down Stixxay, so he can't continue to fire. He can't get heals off of the Blade of the Ruined King. And now this Baron being live after Envy set up for it.
Yeah, Envy running back. Actually, little mistimed on their overall recall timers, so wanting to make sure they get back and spend their gold. They've done so now, but they will be late to the objective as a result. Lyra, though, clearing out the Scuttle Crab. That's not a huge emergency to have to rush it down as soon as it's up. CLG also back alive, so Envy, if they want to take the Baron, will be challenged for it. Darshan also causing issues, but they're going to force the issue right now. Darshan split pushing, Envy straight onto Baron.
Yep. Looks like they have about 1,000 damage per second, so it'll be like 5 more.
Hui in the back as well. Apollo actually in trouble, needs to cut it out.
He's
going to get shut down. Hui able to take him down, but Xmithy almost dies on the other end. Now a split fight as Stixxay commits to calling back in. The hook is going to zone him out, but Hakuo taking too much damage. Ninja trying to take down the carriage, but Stixxay QS does stop the ultimate. Hui grabs the shutdown onto Lyra, but Ninja could turn him back around. Stixxay goes down, but it's just a trade kill. CLG going to win the
Oh, we got the lantern!
Gets out, but Sarah, I don't think he's going to be so lucky. Tries to queue up, but Ninja is actually still alive and fighting. Darshan maybe going to go down here as Xmithy shuts one down, but Ninja running out of mana. Hakuo trying to save his teammates, but a good parallel converger is going to try and shut us down. Ninja still cutting out and finally dies to Hui, who ultis back in to try and get the ace. This time it's for CLG.
Last time that fight happened, everybody jumped onto Ninja and he had enough peel. This time they jump on Apollo and it's nowhere in sight. He doesn't have something like a Seraph's Embrace to save him. Counter Logic Gaming, they return the ace and they're going to pick up the Baron.
Alrighty, topsy-turvy game. CLG going to go back in the lead.
See, that's
taking down this Baron.
North America, their last game of the regular season, it just has to be a fiesta. No, it just has to be. No. Kill per minute again. We're getting there, Pastry.
Man,
we're almost there.
CLG, I don't know if it's CLG or Envy.
I don't know.
It's kind of dragging these games down to such high.
I don't question great
fast-paced
things.
League of Legends. You know what? I agree with you.
That's why I never question you, Pastry.
Oh, nice.
Still, right here, Apollo has to get away from the stun. Does, but it's still Darshan and Hui with the ultimate on him. And now he just gets to kite around. And you can see Ninja now isn't playing towards his front line of Seraph because he's just zoning off Stixxay. He doesn't want this fight to completely collapse. But it just ends up being a high damage assassin with Huhi and Darshan both on Seraph and on Lyra, and enough to just take them out without Huhi really having to use his ultimate there until the very end. Right here, Ninja's just kind of run a little bit low on mana and doesn't really have enough damage to kill Darshan. But that Lantern, feel like maybe going off to the left side is a better idea than taking the Lantern there, because Darshan wasn't running towards help. That doesn't matter. That would have been a really rough fight to clean up.
Yep, this time it's a 5-0 in favor of CLG, and I'll play with Baron Buff for 2.5 minutes and see what they can get done as far as sieging is concerned. Envy still 4 turrets to 6.
Yeah. And that's actually impressive that Apollo still did 1,300 damage in that short time that he was alive. He's the first one dead. He's the first casualty. He's gone at the beginning. Imagine how much damage he would have done if he had a good spot to sit in that fight and appropriate protection.
Yeah, Darshan and Huhi did the right thing there. It's so difficult for Caitlyn to get away from Echo plus Shen. CLG committed what they needed to dive that backline.
And that's the right team fight. That's exactly what you want. The 1-3-1 when you collapse. The reason that Echo is also a really good one is he has multiple ways to find good angles. One of them is teleport, but also just getting over the wall. And then he has the Shen on top of him. This just becomes a ridiculous way to enter the fight, and he gets the backline so easily.
Well, now 7 turrets in favor of CLG, looking to try and knock down some inhibitors. Envy, they're all back up, ready to fight for it. Looks like Smithy goes back. He's going to reset a little bit. Buy some wards up as Elder Dragon's also up in 30 seconds, so a lot to consider here as far as total objectives go. Huhi, though, going to try and just shove down this inhibitor. If he's left alone with it, he should be able to take it here. Just look how much damage those Lich Bane procs do every time he phase dives in.
Keeping the minions buffed up as well by staying a certain amount of units away from them. Elder Dragon up in a few seconds, and he has teleport, so he'll just stay up here on top. And right now, it's that catch-22 for Envy. They don't fight the Elder Dragon, it goes over. If they do fight the Elder Dragon, they lose their top inhibitor, and they might lose more.
Yeah, I mean, can't afford to lose the team fight if they do opt into one. The other thing is Lyra trying to clear this out safely, leaps back onto the Lantern, will get out. But Ninja actually getting 1v1 by Huhi. Oh, he's going to miss the ultimate. Huhi jukes around it. Flash Order's going to get the kill, and now this inhib's falling as well.
And Apollo is now going to have to wait here. This is going to be the Elder Dragon started up.
Huhi again going to try and juke around, stuns one in, still has the ultimate ready, pops his donut, he's going to try and make it happen. Not gonna get it. That's the shutdown. Too much damage.
Yeah, there's a nice little Caitlyn trap underneath him so he can't ulti back. And when you come out of it, if you're smashing the key, the game updates in, I believe, like quarter seconds. So it checked right then as he came out of the Zhonya's. Trap was underneath him and went, oh, sorry, buddy, because sometimes you can snap back before the trap goes off, but the game just updated too fast that time.
Yeah, it wasn't going too far there, unfortunately, for Huhi. I was going to be on the spot if he burnt the ultimate, but nice attempt by enough time for CLG to take the Elder Dragon, and he got the inhib, so now Lyra getting aggressed on by Darshan. Smithy all the way back and kicks Apollo. Darshan trying to take the rest of Envy. Hook isn't going to land on a Stixxay, and now they break down the middle. That's going to be a Guardian Angel popped onto Darshan. There's the calling out, almost takes down Lyra for Stixxay. Darshan hook back in, might go down here as the death touch going to follow Stixxay.
Looking for a hook.
Aframu as well. Stixxay, barely dodges that next hook, and Apollo's trying to kill Darshan. Spirit's Refuge keeps him alive, but not for long enough. CLG getting a little sloppy.
Yeah, they don't get that middle inhibitor. They get the top one, but Apollo just does so much damage when he's unchecked. That kick back from Xmithy, you got to think maybe that should have been a kick forward into his team if he was able to find the angle there.
Oh, Stixxay also playing with fire. Does juke another hook, but do not want to be face-checking CC at inopportune moments this late into the game. Thankfully, all the major objectives are off the map for now, so we'll have a little bit more breathing room. You can see CLG's Baron power play there. 5,000 gold up if, you know, you went on enough of a roller coaster this game.
It has been quite the roller coaster. The Baron first, backfiring on them, and then it happens, and they actually get that one, and it doesn't end up being quite the one they want. They get a little bit too overzealous, and I feel like Apollo, they got to have those clean kickbacks. They got to have those clean engages, or even just Huhi alive to threaten Apollo, because this Caitlyn feels so good in a fight where there isn't an Echo running around.
Yeah, and Apollo's 6 items now, so that Caitlyn is doing pretty much maximum damage. I mean, Ninja still has an item or 2 to go because Cassiopeia things. But I mean, again, the late game damage is here for Envy if they can set up the right fight. CLG just can't make mistakes here. Well, they're going to try and cut up Apollo. I've seen this play before. Dashan's in as well.
It's the double TP. It's the classic.
Doesn't take him down. The Caitlyn's safe this time. And now CLG might be too far forward. Spirit's Refuge might protect him, but he's going to be chased out. Great ult there. Tries to start down
Lyra?
Lyra force the flash out of the way. He's going to die on the other side of it. Huhi, though, taking damage as Apollo and Ninja still firing away. They just have too much there as Ninja gets kicked back in. Apollo just needs to do more damage as Stixxay plays with fire.
Yeah, he's just, oh, it's going in!
What's Hakuho not going to get it? Now Apollo going to keep moving down. Inhibitor is going to fall down, but Darshan might go down here. Envy need a little bit more work to kill the rest of CLG, but CLG can't end the game right now.
Yeah, Lyra ended up dying there to the Elder Dragon, remaining few seconds of it off of the culling from Stixxay. Gets burned down, and that cost his life. But then Huhi also dies. That was the double TP. They were trying to pull the old CLG on the 80 carry move. Didn't quite work there on Apollo, who gets a lantern out from Hakuho, and then they get completely collapsed on. So it's a 1-for-1, and now everybody resets. Baron in 30 seconds, but those inhibitors in the base, and the Envy Town is in shambles right now. Yeah, the double TP on the same ward, so it's harder to tell. But then, good move from Hakuho to stop Darshan from getting in onto Apollo, and now they try to reset the fight. Ulti comes back through right onto, I believe that was a trap there. And then Huhi gets killed by some crits back-to-back from Apollo, who's doing a great job this game. I was saying this guy doesn't have that much of a clutch factor, and they've been playing around him a lot. This is actually a much better game for Apollo in these high-stress situations. And you can't let those games where he got criticized for blowing up Flash off of a Nautilus hook that wasn't going to hit. Those are the types of things in the late-game pressure situations that will cost you the game. Got to keep it together.
Yep, and Envy will show us a lot here, and especially from Apollo, if they can keep their composure and just still win these fights. I mean, CLG, this game looked over at under 20 minutes, and CLG's mistake cost them. Envy.
Lyra's on the other side of the map, so this is actually no smite available in the area.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and get in here. Hakuho, if he steals this, no, not a chance. Gets Smithy instead, but that's not what they want. In fact, Smithy's going to go back in, and now Ninja's wrapping around. This could actually maybe be something. Stixxay has to be careful. Confidant! Might as well walk through, but it's not quite enough damage. QSS is off the person, but he gets played back in.
Stixxay!
So much work, and Apollo flashes forward to try and get the kill, but the rest of Envy are here to try and take the
base.
fight.
The base is the big part here. They have Darshan and Huhi trying to split push, trying to end the game here. Now maybe they interrupt back.
Ace from the whole fine. Stixxay now. Lyra going to try and take out Smithy, but Aframu going to buy more time. Huhi doing what he can, but Darshan's here as well. Seraph, I don't think he can fight up by himself, but here comes Ninja. He's going to get them down. Huhi evaporates Darshan. He's going to fall down here as well. Seraph just needs a little bit more CC. Tagged in by the Cassiopeia Q. Ninja should get it.
And now they have to clear out the top side of the map and get this inhibitor safe. Their middle one will come up soon. The Baron did get picked up, but that's 3 members of Counterlogic Gaming who had the Baron down. Afromu and Smithy are the only ones. And there's 40 seconds on Huhi. This is going to be a mid-push. 45 on Darshan. Envy actually have enough time to clear out super minions all the way to that turret.
We'll see what they can do here. They have so much damage.
Yeah, super minions take extra damage from magic damage, and they have a Cassiopeia. She just shreds them.
Yeah, one more item left for Ninja to get as well, so he has not even reached his final form.
Yeah, you don't need boots. It ends up being a gigantic boon for you in the late game because you can get another item, you can get more AP, another multiplier that the Death Cap loves, and they get this turret.
I mean, this is going to go down here. CLG have to play this carefully. If they lose too much here on this push, although Envy just looking to back out instead.
Yeah, Envy, you can see some of them are like, let's play it safe. Seraph like took a few extra steps forward. Darshan's not up for 5 more seconds, guys. We got this. But they want to retreat, take care of their side waves that'll be pushing in just a moment here.
Yep, Inhibs respawning pretty soon though, so we'll have those back to play with, I think, at least one of them.
Yeah, and this right here is Smithy. This is kind of Counterlogic Gaming. I assume the call is Huhi and Darshan will try to end the game. And Stixxay trying to come up huge. Used his QSS, but there's so much damage coming through. And then the follow-up continued. And Stixxay's in the pit, but then Ace in the hole, hey! Had to run to the side. If he ran to the left, Lyra was right there to pick him up. That's exactly what they needed. But this turret, it's the one that's still standing. They don't get this turret because everybody was able to get back, and it looked like Counterlogic Gaming didn't go all in on stopping backs. The Cassiopeia damage will shred you, so you have to be confident that you can stop the backs, but also not get obliterated in the same amount of time that the Cassiopeia would kill you.
All right, CLG is going to try it again. 40 seconds with this Baron buff. Mid inhibitor is about to respawn, excuse me, but bottom lane will be up for about half of that duration still.
Yeah, Afro and Xmithy are the two that have the Baron buff, so it's not the split pushers of Counter Logic Gaming, it's the support and the jungler. So that's kind of a sigh of relief for Envy, but it's still their base in shambles, close to having 3 inhibitors down. Their middle one coming back up very shortly. It's actually coming up right now.
Need to buy a little bit more time. There's the inhib straight back up, but probably going to fall back down here. Lyra, Ninja, and Hakuho are trying to protect it, but Darshan's also getting minions pushing into that tower. Yeah. You have to play this very carefully. 3 seconds left, Baron buff's about to wear off.
Yeah, but Darshan, even without a Baron buff, becomes kind of difficult. Hold on. Apollo took a lot of damage there.
Gotta get
great body block.
Bouncing. That's going to lose that middle inhibitor there. Maybe even another one. In fact, CLG are going to get 2 here.
That's all 3 for right now. Bottom inhibitor is actually a bit of a ways away.
Well, game is getting late here. Almost 47 minutes through. Envy, they can win a clean team fight. I don't think they've got enough time to win the game, but they'll at least buy enough time to try and get one more team fight out, and that could seal it for them.
Yeah, Envy, they definitely want to go into the promotion tournament feeling strong, feeling confident. They've spent this split with ups and downs, the best early game team in the whole league at the end of it, but it's still not enough to get them those game wins, get them those match wins, to get them out of the promo tournament. But they're looking to go in with some extra oomph behind them, some confidence. For Counter Logic Gaming, this means, honestly, a little bit more for them. 4th place would be big. Playing against FlyQuest instead of Phoenix 1 is a huge deal to get you to the semifinals.
And you can just tell that CLG, don't really want to tussle with Envy. They're trying to get the lanes pushing in, but, and to their credit, they're not getting themselves caught out. In fact, some poke back onto Lyra is nice for CLG. If they can fight a 5v4, they're probably golden, but 29 gold on that Baron power play for CLG. Didn't have a whole lot left to take, though.
Yeah, that's right. It's just back and forth, the struggle. That also does include the Baron gold. But remember, they lost almost everybody. They lost 3 people off of that. Lost some GAs, too. And I also want to talk about, because it means so much for Counter Logic Gaming, 4th versus 6th, your opponent being Phoenix 1 or FlyQuest. One much easier than the other right now, but also it's way better to have the easier opponent, not just because, people are like, oh, if you need to beat anybody to win, but at the end of the day, Worlds is the ultimate goal. You get more circuit points, more championship points if you can make the semifinals. Much higher probability of actually making it to Worlds is one of those seeds for North America. If we're looking ahead months.
Yeah, I mean, look, seeding matters. That's the plain truth here for CLG, and losing means that they get 6. That is the worst possible playoff seed.
And you're playing against one of those teams at the top, so it means bad news, and it means that you may play against TSM, even if you win that match. You would be the 6th place seed, and because of dynamic seeding, you would be seeded to place TSM in the semifinals.
Well, Elder Dragon goes over to CLG, but Envy, I think, have a pretty clear plan here. One of the nice things in this situation is you have a few options. So Envy can't pick the wrong plan here, because they're kind of just saying, you know what? We're just going to chill out. You have to win the game still, so we're going to make you end it.
Well, if they get to the point where they start losing all their inhibitors again and the split push comes back, because summoner spells are back, teleports are back for Huhi, Darshan, they get to guide all of these minion waves in. But now everybody's sitting on 6 items, save for Hakuho. He's the only one. Still has that control ward to his name.
He'll probably keep it as well. Ever the support player, always making sure he has vision ready for the team.
Yep.
Every time I see anyone from CLG getting chased down by Envy, it just feels like you have to wonder if they're too far forward. But again, setting themselves back up. Darshan in the top lane, Huhi bottom lane, the 1-3-1 set back up.
Yeah, but Baron on the table, 5 seconds on that. Elder Dragon also ticking on CLG. I'll help them get this. It's about halfway done. It'll be halfway by the time they finish this Baron, and then they'll have everything they need. Literally, Counter Logic Gaming do not get any stronger than after they kill this Baron. It's the strongest they will ever be in this game. Maybe some potions, but this is what they need. Banner of Command for Darshan, trying to walk these minions in, trying to get something here.
Well, looks like inhibs are kind of respawning, but Envy aren't going to have them in time. It's going to be close, but Envy, they're just going to have to fight for it here. CLG is going to try and run the minions straight into the base.
Yeah, Counter Logic Gaming, I don't think they like the idea of a high variance fight. Use the minions, push in, get that bottom inhibitor. The middle and the top inhibitor are actually set to come back very shortly. and then they have to get back on these turrets on the Nexus, walk some minions in with a 1-3-1. It's easy to do, or easier to do, but you can't get caught by hooks.
No, and they're dodging him for now. Stixay forward again, playing aggressive. Lyra actually may have caught him. Depth charge is going to land in as well. Lyra going to try and take it over the wall. It could be okay. Apollo still fighting up, and Hui almost gets the assassination down. Lyra kiting back around. Bottom inhib's under threat. That's going to go down to Hui. And look at that. Walking in, Darshan able to almost take out the Nexus turret. It does go down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It's easier to do the 1-3-1 where you're splitting them all across these turrets. Darshan, if you fight on the right, he'll try to take stuff on the left.
Oh,
nice!
Hui, huge parallel conversion, but Ninja gets the stun down onto Stixay. Lyra through the rest of the fight. They actually took him down. Guardian Angel's dead for Ninja, but he's still not dead yet. Envy fighting in the base. Apollo shoots them all down. They actually defend a ridiculous push from CLG, and now Darshan caught up as well. He's going to flash out of the way. But Envy getting their inhibs back up. Their Nexus is open, but it's safer now.
Yeah, and that bottom inhib is the one that most recently got killed. But look, mid inhib's going to go down again. Baron buff still on. This might be a do or die. They don't have Stixay here. CLG are going to try to get this inhibitor. Maybe threaten. That's a TP from Darshan. He's going to try to split. He's going to try to get this bottom wave. Oh my god, what is he doing?
It's 4v5. He's sneaking around. He's hoping that Ninja can't kill him before maybe he can take down the Nexus. CLG
trying to split him thin, trying to pull Envy every corner of this map.
But Apollo able to clear that last inhibitor out. Darshan cannot make it any further. A minute 20 left for this Baron buff. Stixay will have about a minute of it. And even less as he has to make his way back towards the base. CLG not going to stick around. They'll go back and reset, and Envy will get one more shot.
Yeah, there's no turrets left in the entire game for Envy. They have nothing, no structures to defend. It's just these Nexus and that top inhibitor.
Well, you can see just how much work Ninja is doing there. I mean, CLG tried to split them up in that team fight, but Ninja held one side, Apollo held the other.
I mean, it's a Cassiopeia. It's 6 items, no boots, 842 ability power. He does not get any stronger than that. He has this potion on him as well. And these E's are doing a massive amount of damage, about 500 each E on a 0.5 second cooldown.
Just a casual 1,000 damage a minute of second before mitigation. Seems okay.
His poison is doing about 800 damage every 3 seconds. So if he can actually Q E Stixay, that's 3 seconds, or 3 casts, might be enough.
Well, there's Stixay's ultimate. CLG going to try and knock down the other inhibitor.
Yeah, they're just trying to push all these Baron buff minions into the Nexus. They're so hard to kill. They take the attention of everybody. That's that third inhibitor.
It's not up for that much longer. Smithy hooked again. Now back into the team. They're going to try and take him down. The Wild Growth does go burnt in. And now Lyra looking for the assassination, gets onto Darshan. Apollo going to shoot him as there's a hook out again. Stixay still trying to find the way into the fight, but Ninja now finally going to rotate down. That was a GA popped.
Gave him a trap too. Seeing if he can hit him.
Darshan, I think he's going to go down here. Envy should be able to get a kill. He blocks what damage he can with the Spirit's Refuge, but he does die to Apollo. Now Hui going to get chased out of the way. He does have ultimate. He's going to run out of the base, but Envy still stands strong.
I don't know if Envy ever get to leave their base. I feel like they have to clean ace for this game to end because they're so afraid of Hui backdooring and
Stixay tries to make a hero play, but it's going to cut another shot. Crit almost enough, and Apollo flashes for it. Heroically takes down Stixay.
That's exactly what you want to see from Apollo, to get in there, have the flash forward. He took that moment. He didn't get nervous. He went for it, and that's the clutch player that you're looking for.
Ninja's going to stay in the base. Hui, I think, is trying something fancy.
I mean, he's right on a ward, so it would have to be super fancy, but he's pulling him to the left.
These guys aren't on a ward. Hui might be the great
He's the bait.
for CLG.
He's the bait. The rest of the team is going to try to end the game now. He just needs to survive.
He's buying time, and now the rest of them are out of position. Hui burns the ultimate when he goes down, but Envy needs to get back. CLG looking to take down the Nexus for themselves. Like Smithy, he's going to work on it, but Seraph, he's going to be back in
time. Does Apollo have the damage?
He's down here. He's going to try and shoot his best again. Redemption might save him. Afro, he's going to get locked up as well. Like Smithy kicks him out of the way. The Nexus still on.
The minions! The minions! The GA! He's coming back up!
Back in now! Back off the ace! Envy! Protect their Nexus!
That's an ace too! Darshan is the only one who just respawned! They're able to clear out all of these minions!
600 health or so.
Fiesta, baby!
Left on the Nexus. Pushing towards an hour-long game where Envy are doing everything they can to just win one more game in the regular season. it means almost nothing.
Envy are
but a little bit of pride, but they don't care. If they're going to spoil CLG's party, then they might as well.
Envy are not going down without a fight. This is them saying, we're 10th place. We don't even have much to fight for here, but we're going to make you work for it. You have to fight tooth and nail for that easier seed.
You know what? You want to get some practice? You will very rarely get practice like this.
Why not have a long game, longer practice, you know? And now we have those coming back up. Even with that ace, it's still Envy having to clean up the base. And I'm so glad this was game 3.
Alrighty.
The final game of the North American
What's happening
spring
to the
split.
top inhibitor? It's, you know, maybe a third of the way there. Mid's almost back up. Okay. I mean, I think Envy, if they're going to win this game, they win a team fight with all their inhibitors up. I think that's maybe the only way they can win, and they have to win a very clean team fight. So Envy are just going to keep playing it safe, let things regenerate. CLG might go back to the objectives because they don't feel confident winning a fight without them. They still lost the last fight they started.
I mean, it's a ridiculously, I would say fed, but just it's a ridiculous Cassiopeia at 6 items. The fact that she doesn't have to buy boots just means she gets even more ability power. And now we're seeing stuff where people are swapping out items. Darshan had a Banner of Command, swaps it out, gets himself, the Guardian Angel in the full set there. That's going to be another Baron going over. I've lost count of how many we've had this game.
I don't care. It's actually mostly irrelevant at this point. I mean, I'm going to rephrase that. It's completely irrelevant at this point in the game because the first 5 didn't do it. CLG, it doesn't matter if it takes 2 or 7 Barons. They still need to kill the Nexus and win the game.
Envy, such an interesting, oh boy. Okay, I like this. So Lyra has said, all right, I'm doing crap for damage. It doesn't matter. Sell my jungle items, sell all that stuff. Knight's Vow for Apollo to make sure that his AD carry stays safe. Now, Knight's Vow is going to be full value here for himself, which means that he's going to be healing for 12% of the damage that Apollo deals, but he's also going to be taking 12% of the damage that is dealt to Apollo as true damage. So Apollo is that much tankier to kill. So basically, treat him as if he has 12% more effective HP.
And that's a lot, given how much work CLG have to do to kill one of these giant 6-item carries.
And it means if you're going on Lyra, Apollo, if he's there actually just pumping lead into you, it's going to be much harder to kill Lyra.
Top inhib's about to come back up. Elder Dragon in 20 seconds. If Envy have a way into this game, it's the next team fight if they win it.
It's back. That's all 3 back up. And look at that. Haklo getting pretty close to his final item there. Has the Kindle Gem. He's almost there. Control wards, who needs them?
It's probably getting a, I don't even know, Ardent Sensor maybe? Does that do anything?
A bit.
Does it work with...
It doesn't go into Ardent Sensor.
Does it work with Locket? Does it rocket attack speed?
It doesn't go into Ardent Sensor.
Oh, then never mind. It's terrible. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Not going to get it. Elder Dragon for CLG. That's the most nonchalant I've ever called that.
Yeah, right? Elder Dragon. Third Elder Dragon! So they're trying to close this one out, trying to get that 4th place.
Oh, they're trying a lot of things, Irene. They're
trying a lot of the same things. Back to the drawing board. We figured it out.
They have no other options. Like, at some point in League of Legends, no matter how far ahead you are, no matter what strategy you choose to try and end the game, you have to end the game in order to win it. You don't take the Nexus, you get nothing. You get 6, you get Shame,
or we just
you get Envy winning their last game of the season.
We can just be here forever, Maybe the game never ends, and then they just keep us here.
You angry crowd.
It's the NALCS filibuster.
Then. All right, well, Elder Dragon's got a little bit left, but Baron's only got a minute.
Yep.
CLG just so afraid.
Yeah, somebody missteps, that's their 4th place, and you can see the difference in pressure. Like, I've never seen Apollo really go that ham, even when he has, like, a Lulu on his team and all the buffs that he would ever need to go that far forward. Apollo's like, if I screw this up, we're still 10th place, doesn't matter. But CLG's like, if I screw this up, we're in 6th instead of 4th. That's a big deal.
Well, Darshan and Seraph are having some fun. Seraph's not doing too much work there, but 3v3 right now on the top lane. Hook onto the cannon minion.
Yeah, Darshan sold his Titanic Hydra as well. Has a Thorn Mail now, so he's a little bit harder to take out.
Ooh, Hook almost finds Stixay. Does have that QSS? Not anymore, actually. He sold it.
Oh, Ninja's
for Afro instead.
Hard committing to the bottom there. That's interesting. Because now
Huhi has to retreat, did half damage to that one, a little over half, and now they're getting spread thin again, and you can see Counterlogic Gaming, this is just how they play, right? All these inhibitors are about to go down.
There's another inhib. Envy doing a good job holding on to these, but Baron's going to last a little while longer, and Xmithy.
Who's going to do it? Who's going to get the game-winning hook for Envy? Or who's going to be the one who split pushes and gets these objectives and pushes all the way in for Counterlogic Gaming? Comes up clutch, Stixxay's going to look for it!
A 1v2, there's the coming down.
No shield.
It's there as well. Hook isn't going to land. They're going to try and take down the rest instead. They don't feel confident taking down that inhibitor.
Oh man, and Apollo has that full level 18 Warlord's Bloodlust. That's 50% of the damage that he deals when it's up. And you're seeing him crit for 1,300 on minions. That guy's getting 700 HP back when he does that.
He needs to die instantly, or he lives if he keeps autoing through a fight, it feels like.
It's actually insane, and he's sold his boots. He just has more attack speed. Apollo now on that 100% crit build. Has a Knight's Vow for himself. Seraph picks up a Knight's Vow. And he places it onto Ninja. So we have the combos here.
Yeah. It's been end of the season's been quite a lot of fun. This is our 221st game of the regular season of the Spring Split. This is our second longest game of the Spring Split. Our longest one was this morning.
And
so if you guys came today, you got exceptional value for money.
Get your money's worth. Was that one 64 minutes long?
I don't know. Someone else will tell me, and then I'll tell you. At this point, I think we're going longer, though. Xmithy, Stixxay, and Afram were trying some sort of mission down here in the bottom lane, but Envy are just saying, yep, again, you have to win, so come kill us.
Yeah, we're not coming to you.
Nexus.
No, you come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. No, you come at me. It's exactly what's going on here. It's like, no, we're not leaving our base. I mean, it's warm in here.
So you're like, how many Barons do I need to win this game? So many we lost count.
Yeah, Barons, like you said, they're irrelevant. It's like, we don't care if we have Baron or not. We're just going to stay here in our base and keep doing the same thing.
CLG just need, I mean, either team really just needs something.
Stixxay!
No! That's all you want at all. Afram now the next target. Almost going to go down. They need to keep firing away, but Lyra actually can't quite get it done.
Oh, they're on the Nexus.
Towards the base instead. Hui going to try and end it. Envy, can they get it down? They take down Hui! Tashan, he's the next target. They need to zone out the rest. Lyra did fall down, but Ninja is fighting the rest of CLG's carries.
And Ninja played that exactly like he needed to. Xmithy rooted.
He's going to get out of the way. Tashan going to try and take this next one down, but Apollo's going to clear the wave out. 60 seconds till Huhi's back alive. We're going over the longest game of the split, by the way. We got a minute till Huhi's back up.
Oh.
Apollo is in there.
Not fun.
So aggressive.
I know. He's like, I'm going to use my E backwards. I'm going to come at this guy. There's the red buff. He'll pick up soon. And this is Counterlogic Gaming. Perfect from Hakuho. Flash. Throws out the hook and still hits Stixxay, but then the turn onto Afro. Lyra has his GA pop, but Ninja for the rest of this is great. Hakuho is saving this with those hooks. But right there, Ninja has to zone on this side. Almost takes a lot of damage, and Apollo's like, man, this game, how many do they need? But I gotta say, Hakuho with those has been on point.
All right, time for another Baron. Cool.
Time for another drink of water. This is going to be a long one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have wonderful news. We have not passed the longest game of this split that we set this morning.
The last game, the longest.
64:43, I believe, was our time this morning. We're now at 65.
Quick, ask him what the longest game ever is.
I know about that game. I don't think it's going to be this one, but I promise nothing.
Hashtag 80 minutes the dream. We're bringing it back. That did involve complexity, I believe. 10th place team at the time.
I hate you. This goes 10 minutes.
Man, yeah, dude, what? I thought we were friends. You're like, I like you, but I like 65-minute like you. I don't like 80-minute like you, you know? There's a big difference there. That's where it starts. That's my tolerance.
We'll see.
What is the raw portals? They're everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they've got two, yeah? One in the jungle, one in the top lane.
banner command, drop portals. He's saying, this is going down now. Minions have to end this game.
PvE only! We refuse to fight you, Envy.
Siege on the bottom side. Seraph has to deal with stuff on the top.
Yeah, Stixay is like, yep, I'm the bait. They know. Lyra goes straight in for it. Hui hook back in.
Oh, that's a big commit.
Back in. Just gets out with the ultimate. Good amount of healing. Darshan tries to get back into the base, but Xmithy now the next one to get tagged. Hook does not land in. Stixay should be able to take out this inhibitor.
Another inhib down.
Another inhibitor down.
How many inhibitors have died this game? I'm pretty sure it's at least 20 plus.
Hook gonna miss there onto Xmithy. Darshan just walking these minions in. 2 minutes or so on the Baron buff left. Envy trying to fight it out, but Stixay.
Apollo.
Damage on Apollo, maybe caught by Xmithy. Darshan gonna dive back in. CLG might have found the opportunity. Hui does it up the ninja. Shuts him down. Now the next is exposed. It's CLG win the longest game of spring 2017.
And they get 4th place. They get the better seed in Counter Logic Gaming. All of that effort was not in vain.
Apollo has 700 CS.
It got to the point where it pretty much was just get those PvE items, get the double drop portal, the banner of command. They're eventually going to shove in on the top side, and then they pulled them thin. 66 minutes and 50 seconds. They finally do it.
Well, I'm sure that's easily the longest day we've ever had. Maybe not actually for total games, but average game length's gonna make this one a long one.
Oh yeah.
And it was, of course, our final day of the regular 2017 spring season. Of course it was. Apollo all smiles. He knows that Envy will have to go in full of confidence, full of momentum. They would have liked a win here to make that even better for themselves, but the team in high spirits is good for them, moving into the promotion tournament in the upcoming week. And on the CLG side, they do what Team Liquid could not do. Secure 4th.
Yep, get themselves 4th place.
And that's what they want for the playoffs, you know? 6 would have been not impossible, but just way harder than it needed to be. That game was probably way harder than it needed to be for them, but they'll get 4th out of the deal as a result.
Yeah, which means they will be playing FlyQuest in the quarterfinals instead of Phoenix 1. You see Ziggs like, thank you.
Bowing to Stixay like.
It's mind-blowing.
I'm glad he didn't feel sick by the end of that game. He had an excellent Lucian game there, but all credit to Envy, played with such heart in that final game.
And I gotta say, Apollo, Hakuho were big standouts for me in that game from Envy. Apollo had the performance I've been looking for from him. The flashes forward, the cleanup there. Hakuho with great hooks for a large part of that game. But I mean, when you're playing a 67-minute long game, some of them are going to miss, and sometimes they're going to hit minions, but the ones he hit really kept them in the game for that long. He's one of the reasons it went that far.
Yeah, it certainly is, but we'll have a look at how the game ended. It did take quite a while.
Gotta relive this.
Let's have a look at that one final moment. I mean, at some point, it just broke for Envy.
Yeah, the Baron buff on Darshan and the rest of the team just means that you get to walk up. It's interesting because Counter Logic Gaming, they could have hard gone for that Nexus. They could have kept hitting it. You see Darshan throwing some hits at it. But once they had killed Ninja, that's pretty much what they needed. Stixay walks up and hits it, uses an E as well, and that's how it ended.
Yep. Hui with a good snipe takes down one of the carries that they needed to in Ninja. And I mean, 6 Adam Cassiopeia would have easily won team fights if allowed to free hit. Hui makes sure that doesn't happen, and CLG eventually win the game.
Yeah, and that was one of those ones where you had seen previously when they all tried to go for the Nexus, where it was Xmithy, and then they also had Afromu, and it didn't work. It was almost there, and it almost cost them the game to rubber band back on them. So that was one where they're like, okay, we have to kill at least one person. Make sure it's a DPS, whether it's Apollo or Ninja, then kill the Nexus, because that's how it's a much more guaranteed victory as opposed to the 50-50 or whatever probability you would give it of just smacking the Nexus.
Yeah, they managed to adjust the plan. But now to hear more about their series and the plans for the playoffs, let's join Riv's stage side for an interview with CLG's man in the top lane.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Darshan after helping carry that game a little bit longer. I mean, last game of the split, longest one we had. Obviously, you guys just don't want to go home yet. But you got to tell me, what was it like? Because you said when you came up, that was a crazy game.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you just feel completely drained, like emotionally and mentally. Like, we went to 70 minutes when we had such a huge lead mid-game after we kind of threw it a couple times, and we're just kind of like rusty right now, like having not played with Stixay. So we definitely need to clean that up for playoffs, but it definitely feels good to win one of those games, because if you lose a 70-minute game, you just feel so crushed.
Yeah, and once you guys had that spot locked in, there obviously is a little bit of pressure taken off, but you still want to place well. What was kind of the way to right the ship and figure out how to fix things when we knew Stixxay was going to be out? Did you guys kind of stress about it, or did you say, this might be a loss for us, let's not worry about it?
Yeah, so I kind of like woke up yesterday and was like, oh, we don't have Stixxay. He's in the hospital, and I was like, oh, I hope he's doing well. It turns out he was doing fine, but then we're playing with somebody we've never played with before who doesn't play AD carry, so we kind of had to switch Afro to AD carry, and that kind of put us in a situation where we haven't really practiced at all. So we kind of have to accept that and go with the flow and kind of play knowing that it's going to be really hard, that we can win. And we did get crushed 2-0, but it was still awesome to be able to have the opportunity to still play on stage, even though we couldn't use Stixxay, and I'm glad that Joey got the chance to play in LCS as well.
Absolutely. We even saw that you guys got to kind of right the ship there with this victory, didn't let it ruin your mentality. I have to ask you, coming through this split, placing 4th again here at the end, as you did in summer, what kind of was the turnaround? What did CLG find that you guys could lock onto and get back to your performance?
I just feel like towards the end of the split, our play starts tightening up more. We kind of figure out the meta more, and we kind of fix all our issues, and we just get cleaner and cleaner as it gets to playoffs. So I think that's just what happens every split with us, and at playoffs is where we're really looking to like show we're the best team in NA. So I'm really excited for like the 2 weeks we have to practice to get ready.
Awesome. Final question for you, that 2 weeks of practice, FlyQuest versus CLG. How are you feeling about the matchup?
Ooh, that's a really exciting one because you really have no idea what FlyQuest is going to play, you know, from Mordekaiser AD carry to Maokai support to Jarvan mid. Like, they bust out some crazy stuff, and they all listen to high, so they're a pretty coordinated team. So it's going to be a really fun, interesting series, and I'm excited to just see what crazy picks they have in store.
All right, Darshan, thanks to both teams for the longest one to end that out. Congratulations on the win and the 4th place finish going into playoffs. We're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. What a way to end the regular season, right? A 70-minute game.
It's been a crazy split all year long, and it's like, hey, let's just end it in the most ridiculous way we can with a game like that.
Goodness, that was, I mean, hey, there was a lot of excitement in that game, and for CLG, what a relief to secure the 4th place slot. And that's the thing. There was actually a fair amount riding on this in terms of positioning, right? If you're 6th, you're playing Phoenix 1. And then if you are lucky enough to win that game, you're playing TSM in the next round because of dynamic seeding. So getting this 4th seed here, your matchup against FlyQuest for the first round of the playoffs, they'll be very happy to have locked that in.
Right. I mean, if you look back at your season at the end of the year, this is probably going to be a really important win that they actually pick up. It might help them go a little bit further in the playoffs, and like obviously that's going to play into Worlds and all that stuff. So really important there. And I think when you look at how the game actually played out, it's not a game you actually want to look back on. As a coach, as a player, this is usually like, we got it, great, get out of here, because obviously you made mistakes, and normally you want to look at mistakes to break it down, but in a game like that, you let it go.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, you know, at the end of the day, we have to remember that CLG had lost scrim time, practice time with Stixxay, as well as even game time yesterday, as we saw, you know, ending up in a loss, which is what required them to win here today. So working through a whole lot of issues, hopefully if that's all out of the way, they can now look forward to playoffs with this time that they have between now and then, and really start to get things working in practice and more back to what we're used to in terms of cleanliness.
Right, and I think you can see, at least in this game, they still play a lot like CLG would. You know, they have the 1-3-1 comp. They're playing it pretty well. A little over-aggressive at times, dying in the jungle at different points. They did throw the game a little bit back. They found a great pick around the Baron pit eventually to get back in their control before the game, you know, ended up in that huge slowed down end game where it's just taking inhibitors after, you know, 30 minutes finally in the game.
Absolutely. And while we're talking all about CLG, we have to recognize the effort put forth by Envy there at the end of the season, knowing that they're already locked in for promotion tournament. I love that fight. I mean, I love the fight out of those guys. Apollo, 6-item Caitlyn almost pulls it off. We had Lyra going big all season long. So for those guys, you know, again, I think when we talk about, although they're the 10th place team, their ability to contest even the #1 team in the league should be a huge boon or boost in confidence when it comes towards that promotion tournament and how confidently they enter next week.
For sure. I mean, you saw TSM go to a 3-game series, C9 go to a 3-game series, CLG go to a 3-game series against Envy. This is not a team.
That's 3 of the top 4 right there.
Yeah, it's not an easy team to beat, clearly. And if you're looking at this as a potential promotion team, you like look at this game. It went on forever. Envy will not lose quietly. So you have your work cut out for you in a best-of-5 versus Envy. These guys are scrappy.
Absolutely. Player of the game this time around going to Huhi. This was not an easy decision to make, only because, as Darshan mentioned, had a solid lead. Pretty much everyone played some role. in throwing the lead back, but then when it comes down to the final fight, who he gets the crucial assassination on, one of the two main DPS in the Cassiopeia Ninja playing that one, and so really we're going to throw it to him for the play on the Echo.
Yeah, any 70-minute game, I doubt you played perfectly. There's going to be things to pick at, but he did have a pretty good early game. He was a part of the throw, sure, but he was also a part of clinching the game back.
All right, well, there we have it. The standings are finalized. Let's wrap up our week, though, with a look at who racked up the most Player of the Game awards. Impact, Haunser, Jensen all made it a close race, but it was Dardoch who walks away with 12 Player of the Games, the most of any player in the regular season. Now remember, those merits will factor in to who is crowned MVP at the end of this play. Do you find that surprising at all? I mean, we always talk about him as he's the playmaker who's either going to win or lose you the game, so to a degree it makes sense. But for a team that didn't even qualify for the playoffs, it almost seems unusual that a player on that team would be.
Yeah, you saw like right after him, it was a bunch of the other top teams, so it was no surprise there. It was like Haunser, Jensen, Impact. So you kind of see that. Aside for him, you could say he's out of place in a sense, but he is such an explosive player that when he goes off and wins the game, it's like, who else could you possibly give it to when he's winning games?
I was about to say, the argument there is that it makes the case for the fact that he's is the MVP of that team, right? The most important player to that team and their success, whereas Cloud9, they could win through contracts, they can win through Jensen, they can win through Impact, so it makes sense that they have a more, even distribution of player of the games on those top-tier squads.
Right, and missing the playoffs is not like a shame at all this split. When it was so close, came down to the final day between 3 teams fighting for 2 spots. So it's not like, oh, they weren't close to a playoff team, Dardoch's got a bunch of awards somehow. It's like, no, this team almost made it to the playoffs, and he was a huge factor in why that was the case.
Speaking of the playoffs, let's go ahead and pull up the standings one last time, see how the teams actually ended the regular split. TSM are once again attending playoffs in first place, while Cloud9 nabs a playoff bye at second. In the wake of their win, CLG go into the postseason in 4th place, while Immortals just barely miss in that 7th place slot. Team Liquid's loss puts them in the promotion tournament at 9th, alongside 10th place Team Envy. And with that, we can see what our playoff picture finally looks like. Our first round of the playoffs pits Phoenix 1 versus Team Dignitas, while CLG faces FlyQuest for a chance to go to Vancouver. Of course, due to dynamic seeding, the lowest seed going into the semifinals will face TSM, while the highest seed quarterfinal winner will go against Cloud9. Now, before the playoffs, we have the 2017 Summer Promotion Tournament, starting at 3 p.m. this Friday. Team Liquid fight to make it back into the NALCS against E United on NALCS1, while Goldcoin United and Team Envy duke it out for a chance in the 2017 Summer Split. Woo!
You okay?
I got it all out.
Yeah, you got more. No, you got more coming.
Still breathing. Well, I wanted to take a quick break. I wanted to take a quick pause because as we reference that Summer Promotion Tournament, and you're one of the people who's been most closely following those challenger squads. Again, we just spoke about the power level of our 9th and 10th place teams. What are your preliminary thoughts of those matchups going into this week in the promotion tournament?
Well, both teams do play very jungle mid-centric, though they're 2 different styles of it.
Both challenger teams.
Yeah, both challenger teams. Goldcoin United and E United both play very mid-jungle centric. Okay. E United, extremely aggressive, forcing plays around there all the time. Goldcoin United, a lot more slow, steady. They want to grind you out. So it's 2 different styles, and I think you can see how important jungle synergy is for Envy and Team Liquid as well. Rainover and Lyra are the 2 big linchpins for both those teams. So I actually think you have a very interesting tournament coming up where a lot of it will be focused on junglers and how they're able to perform.
Sweet. Of course, if you can't wait that long for League of Legends action, be sure to tune in tomorrow when the University of Maryland takes on the University of Illinois, live at the Big Ten Network Finals at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. The winner of the match earns a spot in the League of Legends College Championship this May, so you're not going to want to miss it. Once again, you're involved with
this. If anything's happening in North America, I'm there.
So lay it on me. With those 2 teams, what's the need to know, or do you have any kind of expectations coming in?
University of Maryland is actually a very interesting team because they had been playing together since high school, all ended up going to the same college, and they dominated the high school leagues. So they have a very cool kind of background where it's these guys who have been friends almost since high school, and they've kind of been dominating the collegiate scene for a lot of their time in there.
Super cool. All right, well, again, that takes place tomorrow, so be sure to tune in. For more in-depth league discussion, though, stick around for NALCS tonight after the show where Pastry, Zyrene, and Kobe will recap the weekend and look forward to the spring playoffs. Now, for myself, the cast, the entire live broadcast crew, though, thank you for watching, and we'll see you for playoffs. Good night. Welcome to the final week of the North American LCS Spring Split. The fates of many teams' postseason dreams rest on the results of this weekend.
Contract's the next one to go here. Someday continues to tank the flash forward as he picks up the kill for himself. They will go down as they went a little deep here.
Boy.
someday won't be able to get that last shield down tight to the death. Falls. And Ray now trying to pick up some kills. What is this?
They're rushing it.
Jockey now for
He's
position.
going!
Oh, I got it.
Get
Slow.
Gets the death traps down, but he's gonna have to back out of this one. That's Ray going down.
Maybe we'll see the Dark Medius versus the Light Sneaky.
Medius getting one, of course, on that one, and now more back in for Conscious, looking for another target to slay. And Medius now is going to get dropped off the face of the earth, but the shield should be enough. Poke not going to kill just yet. Here comes Arena again. Look at that damage. Bjergsen with the double kill inside the back line. Might have found the opportunity. Who he does it up the ninja. Shuts him down. Now the next is exposed at CLG. Win the longest game of spring 2017.
Step into enemy territory, just making sure they play this one slow and steady. Pushing up the lines, inch at a time. Now the ultimate's going to be used bottom side. Arrow comes out. Ball's going to be stunned up high into the back line. Taken down instantly. Lorlo grabbed that kill, as Moon is going to be the target next. The ability to do that much more true damage, but High is deleted in the mid lane. Double lift grabbing the kill on that one. Lorlo's not in a way where he can get out at all. FlyQuest, welcome to the playoffs.
God, messed up again.
Wait,
what?
no. His catchphrase is definitely doesn't get cleaner than that, boys.
Yeah, not in LCS, dude.
That's toxic, Jake.
In the game, back to Cody's son. They play ping pong with the AD carry, and now two members of Immortals are down as 3 fight and go for broke. Dignitas take the series 2-0 and look for playoffs.
Kill onto Wild Turtle, more damage gonna be coming out.
Gio's got
lock
this.
him down. TSM, full retreat. Team Liquid, full victory. Double kill for Double Lift.
We can chase.
Vlad.
I'm dumping Vlad. Kill Vlad. Now. Kill him now.
Kill Vlad now. Go.
We did it.
We fucking did it, yo!
I'm going top.
What an upset! TSM will fall to Team Liquid 2-1.
Nice.
We can chase.
Vlad.
I'm dubbing Vlad. Kill Vlad. Now. Kill him now.
Kill Vlad now. Go. We got this.
We did it.
We fucking did it, yo.
I'm going top. We got this. What an upset. TSM will fall to Team Liquid 2-1.
Hello and welcome everyone to NALCS tonight. My name is Julian Pastry Timecar. Joining me this fine evening is Aiden Ziron Moon and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Week 9 now just wrapped. It's been a long one as well. How are you both feeling after a very long weekend?
My brain is fried, especially after today. The two longest matches of the NALCS 2017 Spring Split on the same stream. So I'm watching one, like, when am I going on? It's like, man, this game, 64 minutes. How do you beat that? 67-minute game.
Pretty sure CLG were inside of the base with 3 inhibitors down for about 30 minutes.
We were on that game.
Collectively.
It was awful.
Yeah, I think that says it all.
All right, we'll have a look at the standings now just to see how the season has all finished out. In the top, TSM and Cloud9 in first and second. Our 4 other playoff teams, Phoenix 1, CLG, FlyQuest, and Team Dignitas. Immortals and Echo Fox in the safety spots. And then Liquid and Envy hanging out there.
Safety
we'll be playing
spots.
in the
I
Pro
like
tournament.
Yellow, safe. You get to relax on your couch, watch everybody else fight it out.
You're sad you're not playing in playoffs.
A little bit sad, a little bit happy. You get a little bit of both.
Yeah, you're kind of in that purgatory, right? But it does give Echo Fox and the Immortals some time to look at their problems, not have to play a whole bunch of matches, maybe take a vacation, and come back and be like, hey, we switching up. Because like that's the thing is you're switching up any roster or any part of your roster, you can do it a little bit earlier.
See what you did there with the vacation thing? Well, have
a rare esports vacation.
Have a talk about some of our matches. We had a number of really interesting matches this weekend. We'll start with the fun one. TL vs TSM. Team Liquid, unfortunately their run all the way to 8th did end, but this was a fun one.
Oh my goodness, what a surprise it was. Double lift. You know he set out with something to prove because he's going to be trying out for TSM as soon as summer comes along. And he did make a bit of a statement in this series. Miraculously, they actually won the entire series. We thought it might stop at 1 game, but it did not.
No, he smashed in lane pretty much every game. And I feel bad for Turtle after that because I know that the community's going to have their eyes on him because you know Double Lift is said Now he wants to be back on TSM. He thinks he's going to get back on that team. He's got to try out for the spot. This was his tryout. I do think that he passed it. But also, like TL, they were picking on Turtle a whole bunch as well in these matches. Even like the Olaf pick from Reignover to run straight at the Ashe. It just ended up being a game that TL finally pulled out a victory here.
Yeah, exactly. All the eyes are going to be on, you know, the double lift and Turtle drama. But Reignover absolutely smashed. He set them up extremely well and was a huge part of that victory.
Yeah, it feels like finally it is nice to see Reignover playing well. Next match, though, we are going to look at Cloud9 versus P1. At one point, this was going to be a battle for some of the top spots, and it kind of fizzled, to be perfectly honest. I think Cloud9 kind of found some form again.
I don't know what's going on with P1, but no, like they subbed in Shady, who's never had professional games before. After this one, where Stunt had a bad performance, but it's also not a good lane matchup for him in the first place. So I don't like really hate too much on Stunt for the 0-7 on the Taric. I do think that, you know, he didn't play it well, but then they go, all right, it's time to get Shady in there, and it's still kind of the same result.
So the story, yeah, coming out of this one for me is that Phoenix One, heading into playoffs, look like they're still choosing between which rookie support is going to help out Arrow here. And if, you know, they're this deep, these are extremely fresh rookies. Being able to switch those guys out in playoffs, I do not think is a good thing. And it's more of this, ooh, which one is, you know, which one do you feel better with, Arrow, you know, on the given day?
Yeah, and also, we saw Nori today for the first time in a long time, and I believe he finished out the series 0-2, of course, but now they're still picking between supports, they're still picking between junglers. Like, what's going on with Phoenix One coming into play?
I mean, how much of this is P1 just saying, you know what, we've pretty much locked our spot. All we can do is help Cloud9 a little bit. Let's just playing and, you know, give ourselves some stage time.
Yeah, little tinfoil hat on for a moment.
You say that, though. These are both rookies. Like, you want more stage time on whoever you're going to be going into playoffs with. You're like, yeah, oh yeah, we want to balance it, you know, gets Shady up there for a little bit. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Even if you're taking the route of, oh, we don't care as much about this match, so we're not going to like worry about it too much. I think you still want your stage practice time on the team that you decide you want to play playoffs with.
Yeah, and also another thing that you have to consider is if they beat TSM, TSM drops to the 2nd seed, and that's your semifinal opponent, because 3rd has to play 2nd if they win, even with dynamic seeding, because they're the highest seed, right? So they will always slot into the 2nd place team in semifinals. So that was if Phoenix One beat TSM, then they play TSM, which you would maybe say like, okay, you know, that just sounds like if they beat them, that they can beat them again in the semis.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're subbing their rookies in and they're having this flex around because they don't really mind playing Cloud9 versus TSM. It's kind of choose your poison, but I feel like they were okay playing against Cloud9. Maybe more desirable than TSM.
Maybe. Who do we think looked better, though? I mean, we've had 2 different like substitutions, one in the jungle, Meteos versus Nori, and then Stunt versus Shady. I mean, for me, it feels like the best-looking P1 has been Meteos and Stunt.
I think in general, yeah. The game right before Inori got subbed in, Meteos did have, you know, a little bit lackluster performance. I don't think the difference there was very big or anything.
Feeding the bot lane.
But as you said, I think in general, if you're taking all of the games into account, they have looked quite good with Meteos. So, you know, maybe you give him the nod there.
What about Stunt?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like Stunt has a great champion pool, and they've been able to utilize that with like the Nautilus flex pick. They picked it one game, flexed it to top. Game 2, they flexed it to bottom, and then they picked Kled in the counter matchup. So I thought that that was something that they were able to abuse. And some of the players at P1 were like, oh, he's got such a big champion pool because they were playing with Adrian before, who really does play those range supports a little bit more frequently. So Stunt opened up a wide variety of champions for them. But I feel like Shady's kind of like Vel'Koz when you look at his solo queue. He's got brand support, and I feel like Stunt just has a better champion pool and a little more
even
experience.
more champions. That's what it was. Well, we'll move on to Dignitas versus Immortals. Probably the biggest playoff implications, actually, for this whole weekend was this match. And Dignitas did come out ahead, but Immortals put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, they sure did. And a large part, you know, we always talk about they live and die by Dardoch. He had some really good plays. You know, he had some plays where he was reaching too far. Team Dignitas very happy to take this one home, though. And due to the effort of all of the members of this team, they really came together. For me, though, a big standout player, not only this series, but their previous series this week, has been Chaser in their matchup versus Cloud9. Even though they lost to Cloud9 eventually due to poor late game, he was smashing them in the early game all over the map. And this guy definitely, I think, is a huge performer for the team. There he is right there. Ha!
Yeah, my boy. But I also feel like beginning of the split, it was like, North American junglers, we in there. Inori, Katie, got all these guys who were popping off and like doing really well. Moon looked really good. Now it's like, oh, the Korean junglers are actually here. Lyra, Chaser, it's like they're doing damn good work in the jungle. And I actually love watching these guys' routes. Like Chaser, he was the first one to really do the Raptors into red, into Krugs, into 2-minute and 40-second gank, and opened up someday. And then everybody's like, oh, wait a second, that's an option that I can do. And then everybody's like going after these things. So I feel like there's some innovation there a little bit for Chaser in the jungle, and it's cool to watch how that like spreads over to other people.
I just feel like part of this is a lot of the Korean players just gelling more with their team. You look on the Immortals side, I mean, they looked like they could be in playoff form, but unfortunately for them, didn't have quite a good enough early season to
I thought
really
they were going to win it.
Get them going. I mean, certainly could have. And, you know, look at a player like Olay, who's clearly gelled so much better with the team. Flame is true as well. And we can also see that in Someday and Chaser for the Dignitas side.
Yeah, not so much for Looper in the top lane for Echo Fox. That one's still coming along.
Yeah, definitely. Looper's had some of those engages just a bit too far away from the team, and he commits a lot of resources for those as well. The one coming to mind is the flash taunt into the middle of the enemy team. Definitely have to clean some of those things up, but as you're talking about Team Dignitas, I did choose them at the beginning of the day, even though that series is super close, and it did end up super close.
Well, Dignitas do come away with a nice win there. Let's go over to our OP5 though and see which players have impressed us the most throughout the weekend. We got Haunter in the top, Chaser Jungle, Jensen, Double Lift, and Smoothie.
Yeah.
Smattering of
Haunter, back to the TSM, especially today. Like, had a game where he was 5-0-0, spilled water, so, you know, almost didn't give him
almost
this.
sabotaged
Almost.
himself.
Man, can't be OP5, a little clumsy there, but still, Haunter, I think he's been playing incredibly well all throughout the split, and he's somebody that people are considering for MVP.
Yeah, and he talked about, you know, calling for more resources. The ganks up top were very effective, and his communication with Sven Skaren is one of the things that is definitely a good attribute to highlight for any top laner.
Heard a bit about Chaser already, so Jensen, I mean, I think he's been actually pretty up and down most of the season, but his last few games at least, if he's only spamming Orianna, he's very good on that champion.
Orianna, every game. I mean, even in those games that they were losing at the beginning, it was like one death, right? And that's the thing that really impresses me about Jensen. He's still the highest CS per minute in the whole league, 9.7, doing an amazing job there. But also, when they lose games, I look at his deaths, and he's got like 0 or 1. I think he hasn't really gone over 4 or 5 deaths.
Binary
in
player.
Losses. Yeah, either died or he didn't. Yes or no?
All right, what about the bot lane, Kobe? We had Double Lift and Smoothie to round out our duo for this week.
I mean, we had to give it a double after that. Like, really coming in with Team Liquid to defeat TSM. His play in almost every single match was outstanding. There were a couple of them that were just basically even, and, you know, he didn't get out to a huge advantage, but as far as all the AD carries this week, we actually had a couple of the other runners drop down a bit. You know, Arrow had a pretty bad set for him for a couple of games. Even Sneaky, he had some really good Lucian moves that I liked in one of the sets, but, you know, not quite to the carry level that Double F was just, you know, jumping out there, and he decided this is the time, you know, it's going to take Team Liquid over TSM.
What happened in the next series then? Couldn't carry that one.
Yeah. Smoothie, though.
It's like, well, he did.
Yeah,
oh, well. My tryout.
Yeah. But then Smoothie, I think, also deserves a big nod because there's been some great support play this week. We saw Olay do like twice the damage of his AD carry. We've seen even Hakuo, I think, in the last series that Envy didn't win, but he still had really clutch hooks, really set up a game for his team. But Smoothie does that on a very consistent basis for Cloud9, and he's also a large part of their communication. Like, that guy is nonstop talking during their games.
The games I was talking about where Sneaky was looking good on Lucian, dodging, it was Smoothie on Malzahar as well. He had just as many kills as Sneaky for the first like 15 minutes. He was keeping right up in there, and then he goes and he roams, he starts flashing on mid laners. This guy, he does so many things so well. Laning phase, roaming, team fighting, redemption timing is one of the things that I always look for with supports because it actually takes a while to fall, and it always seems that he gets his in just the right place.
Yeah, beat stunt so hard, they brought Shady. Because he made him 0-7 on that Taric. He's just punishing him in lane every ult.
Sorry, you can't be throwing Shady around like that. Well, quarterfinal preview now. We are going to look into what our first playoff matches do look like. We'll start with the 3 seed versus the 6 seed. That's FlyQuest versus Dignitas.
FlyQuest's current form, I have no idea what's going on or who they're going to run. And I don't think Dignitas do either. So that's kind of the toss-up there. But Dignitas have been looking better and better and better as the split's gone on. So that's actually one that's probably closer than you would think it is, depending on who's going to be run for Phoenix.
Yeah, if you're just looking at the numbers, and Phoenix won up until very recently, you're like, they're clear number 1, or they're clear number 3, excuse me, and they might even be making a push at TSM and at Cloud9. Then all this stuff with the swaps coming in and who are they even going to be running on any given day, that's the stuff that's throwing a lot of doubt into it. We can still, I think, rely on Arrow and Ryu, in these big performances from these guys, and the versatility of Zig, but there are a lot more questions now than we had in previous weeks for this team.
Yeah, and as the meta is shifting as well, like Arrow actually had his first, I would say, bad day, where both games in his series, he actually did not look good at all. Usually, even I think against Cloud9, he had 1 death in both of those games. And then one of those deaths is like all 5 people trying to kill him at the end of the game. So I would really say he had 1 death in that 2-game loss. Today, it was actually like 6, and he's dying and he's getting caught. So Arrow did not look completely on point, and Zig looked exploited today. Svenskeren went for a really early gank top lane. Zig gets the least resources out of any top laner, so when you gank him, and it actually works, it's kind of for free, and there isn't very many things in our game that's free.
And when they played versus Cloud9, they sent 6 top lane bans at Ray. And Ray's like, all right, I'll play the Kled into Zig, which is like, that's my signature champion. He's the one who really brought it here. And Ray has an extremely good performance versus him as well. So yeah, I definitely agree there.
So I feel like P1, when they're playing at the form we've seen them do already in this season, they look, like they can challenge the top 2 teams. So on the Dignitas side, assuming FlyQuest play to their peak, and maybe even a little more, because it is, that special time in playoffs, what do Dignitas need to do here to win?
Against Phoenix 1? Yes. Well, like Dignitas is so strange because they were dead last. They had 1 match win, and now they're in playoffs and they're 6th, and now they're just barely in there. It's kind of the dream for them. The process came together, and they are looking really good. Like, I'm surprised. I thought they would lose to Immortals, but they were able to actually come from behind, and I think Chaser is a big part of that. Because whoever they're running in the jungle, I feel like Chaser can kind of shut that person down.
Well, I mean, yeah, while I did slightly choose them earlier in the day, I have a long list of improvements that I definitely need to make, right? We're going to start with the late game, and obviously there are multiple issues in the late game that they have to work with.
Baron?
Right, exactly. The Baron's one thing, that's like a long-lasting one for the squad, but attention to detail as far as vision is concerned has cost them in a couple crucial plays, and that's not even something that really starts in the late game. You really see that process kind of grow over time, mid-game as they're transitioning out of the Dragon area, over to the rest of the map. And those are the types of things that they really should be able to leverage a lot of these early leads that they've been getting.
Well, we'll see if they can maybe tighten the ship moving into playoffs. We'll move into our next match, though. 4th vs 5th seed, CLG taking on FlyQuest. CLG did manage to clinch their 4th slot, thankfully for them. FlyQuest sneaking in with Immortals losing, though.
The 2 great American shot callers against each other. High versus Afro move. This is going to be a game of tactics for a lot of it.
I actually always used to love the old C9 versus CLG matchups. And so you get a little bit of that flavor here, whether you're talking about the shot callers and a couple of the core members on FlyQuest matching up. So it's definitely going to be exciting, I would think. Be one of the series where we see a lot of cross-map play, split pushing, 1-3-1, these types of things. And maybe we'll see some fireworks with High trying to pull off sneaky, fog of war, backdoors or anything like that. I do think it's going to be super exciting, especially as far as the pick ban phase, because meta trending really favorable for CLG if Stixxay is healthy. But then also FlyQuest are the guys that just love to blast the meta wide open. Some of that was shaken with their kind of loss streak, and I don't know if they'll go too crazy, but you always got to expect there's going to be at least one kind of flavor pick in there for them.
In a best of 5 as well. First game, if you do want to pull out something sneaky like that, you're just like, put that in there. If you win, it might draw a ban for the rest of the series, and it might be good.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny because these are our 4th and 5th place teams, but who's the underdog in this matchup? I feel like both of these teams have had a little inconsistency. FlyQuest maybe a little bit more than CLG.
Well, it's super hard to judge because if just recency, right? We're talking about, Stixxay's been sick for the previous week, then this week he gets even more sick and actually couldn't even play one of the games. So it's kind of hard to judge at the moment. He did get a lot of the practice in with the team at least, so we'll see how they rebound off of that, but that's just another wrench that you really have to deal with when you're projecting their skill. We would think that it would increase with healthy members, but it's difficult to look that far into the future.
Yeah, I think that FlyQuest would be the underdog if you had to pick one. just because seeding, etc. But also FlyQuest have been looking a little bit on a downward trend. It hasn't been looking too great for them recently. I feel like their top laner, Balls, up against Darshan, usually isn't a matchup in the past that you would be like, yeah, Darshan's got that. Well, I think he might have that this split.
Well, we'll have to find out, but we do want to hear some of your answers out on Twitter as well concerning playoffs. Please tweet at LL Esports. Who is your playoff dark horse and why? Use the hashtag NALCS and we'll collect some of your answers for the future. But of course, that means I get to ask you guys now. Who is your NALCS dark horse for the playoffs?
For me, it's...
Who's challenging 1 and 2?
Well, challenging 1 and 2.
I mean, that's...
So does that mean we get to use number 3?
I know, I was like, well, I would use number 3 for the whole thing. But for quarters, I would say Dignitas, because I don't know what P1's going to do. I don't even know if they know what they're going to do. And Dignitas look a little bit better every week to the point that they've been beating some of the top teams and having a really good run.
Kobe?
If I'm going to dig deep here, I'm going to look actually for a resurgence from FlyQuest. Honestly, those guys, they had a super hard hit to their morale when they started losing. They were stretching themselves very thin. Their practice they were talking about was super bad. And so if you're talking about dark horse, I hope that they can have a sort of slingshot thing here, clean up the practice, clean up the picks, and hopefully right the play. Because they came out of the gates with one of the most exciting teams to watch, and you kind of want to see that.
I mean, how many reverse sweeps does it take to get there?
Exactly.
Make it all
Plus,
the
I
way.
gotta say, I got that factor of high and gauntlet-type situations.
That's true. You can lean on high a lot in high-pressure situations. Like, he's definitely going to help you out.
Well, we'll see what happens there. But thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. And it's been great as well for the regular season. We are done, though, so good night from us here in the NALCS. We'll see you soon for the promotion tournament.